All right, let us begin the 7.30 patch notes analysis, which apparently does not exist up here, but I do know it's over here. Okay. All right, I need to turn up the brightness on my screen. I'm sorry. How can I do this? On a laptop. Of course, it's going to be some function button. Nope, that's the keyboard brightness. Don't tell me. Oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. That's so much better. Okay, I can actually fucking see now. Doesn't feel like I'm trying to play games at 5 p.m. Thanks for the subs, Rami. It is a Euro stream. You guys are so right. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Oh, I don't have sub alerts, which is good and bad because I'm on a different stream. But I will keep an eye on it. That's all I got. But thank you for the subs, guys. Got chat on my phone. Okay, here we go. 7.3. Now, before we start for the 5th time, let me just re-clarify. Most of us expected the gameplay patch to come much sooner than this. And that's because usually what happens is TI qualifiers end, we know everybody that's going to TI, and the game gets patched just a little bit. And that's because the tournament itself is usually a couple weeks around the corner. But this time, what happened was the tournament ended up getting delayed due to some visa issues that were going to happen in Sweden. So tournament gets pushed back 2 months. Now they don't need to put that little baby patch out. Because if they would have done a baby patch there, by the time TI happens, the little baby patch is basically irrelevant because everybody has it figured out more or less, or at least the meta's more advanced. You want the meta to be at least a little bit shaken up in anticipation of the big tournament coming. So the patch ended up getting delayed. Here it is. We're expecting it to be at least moderate. I've seen a couple spoilers, but not too many, so everything should be okay. Please don't put spoilers in chat, and that's all. Yeah, we're gonna put it on YouTube, 100%. Assuming the stream actually works and we don't get drop frames and stuff like that. But we're wireless, or we're wired in, so we should be good to go. All right, we gotta move this, and I gotta either make it bigger or I gotta sit closer. Why not both? Actually, what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna shave off the sides really quick, and then we're gonna start. Shave. Shave. Perfect. More. More! The best Star Wars movie. I'm a little square. All right, here we go. So, I have approximately 5 hours to do this. Just warn you guys now. Otherwise, everybody leaves and then I can't get out. So, I'm a little bit time limited. Hopefully, that's going to be okay. General changes. Captain's Mode's second pick phase has changed from Dire Radiant to Dire Radiant Dire, assuming Radiant is the first pick. This is basically to make Dire Radiant to Dire Radiant Dire. Is this better or worse? Some would say that this is better for Radiant if you have two heroes that you want to pair together that you're afraid they're going to steal, but generally I would argue this is worse for second pick, because first pick is going to be able to see both of your opening heroes. So if you pick like a first pick hero and Radiant has to pick twice now you get to see more heroes when you pick. So it's a small buff to first pick, which I believe was doing worse lately, but I'm not 100% on that one. Multiple critical strike procs are now rolled from strongest to weakest and will stop rolling once a proc occurs. This results in the same DPS, but is less likely to have multiple crits in a row, or multiple attacks without a crit. Okay. The only place I could see this being an issue is if you have Imp Claw, for example, because I thought about Imp Claw sometimes on like Phantom Assassin or something. It's like it always procs the crit, right? But I thought that before the way it would work is I thought it would work like this before, that you'd roll the highest chance for crit first, and if that didn't work, then you'd roll lowest, and then your lowest will go through. But maybe I was wrong. Either way, Sounds fine. Cooldown percentage reduction no longer stacks. Sources of flat cooldown reduction will stack. So this would mean something like, what's another cooldown percentage reduction? Obviously the main one is Arcane. What's another example of cooldown percentage reduction? I guess it's all of them, right? So basically you can't stack Octarine Core with Dazzle Ulti. You can't stack um, Dazzle Ulti with Quickening Charm. That's what that means, basically. Source of flat cooldown reduction still stacks, so that would mean things like Fire Blast -1 cooldown would still stack with a cooldown percentage reduction, I think, is what that means. Quickening, Octarine, Dazzle, Spell Prism. Yep, okay, I got that. Just took some time. Increase HP regen of all heroes with 0 HP regen to 0.25. I'd have to look at the list of who this affects, but good for them. Water Rune healing reduced by 40 HP. I think that's fine, personally. Water Runes are kind of a lot. It's as long as your opponent doesn't like really mess up, it's pretty straightforward for the mid players to have like no kill potential the first 4 minutes. So this will give you a slightly better chance to get a kill there. It's going to also make it a little bit worse for supports to go roam and grab those runes. That's a little bit significant. But they'll still probably do it because at higher levels, being able to guarantee a rune is huge. And supports already do it for like power runes anyways, DDs, haste runes, stuff like that. Second Roshan no longer drops cheese. I was spoiled on this one, but it's all cool. Because this is one that basically everybody predicted. Everyone knew that second Roshan is so strong and so important because you get a Aegis, you get a Shard, and you get a cheese. Not to mention the golden experience if you get Roshan. So second Rosh was too powerful, so you got to take something away. People don't want to take away Shard away because that's fun. So take the cheese away. Leave cheese until Roche 3, which is fine. Neutral creeps now drop 5 neutral items per tier instead of 4. Okay, that's kind of nice. I like this initially, just because there are games sometimes, and I've had them happen a little bit sometimes lately, where you just don't drop the right item, and it doesn't have to be the perfect item. It just has to be an item, you know. Like I've had games where like I'm a hard carry, and I didn't get any stat damage items. I didn't get a broomstick in tier 1, I didn't get an Ironwood branch, and I didn't get a Ocean Heart. So none of the tier 1 items give you damage or attack speed or whatever else. And then the tier 2 ones, I've also had it with the same thing happens, that I'm like, I have to wait till like tier 3 items to get an item that I like actually really want. Instead I'm dealing with like, I don't know, like a dragon scale or something, which is fine, but like I wanted a damage item or an attack speed item or something like that, you know? So dropping a couple more neutral items is going to give your team like a better chance. And I think the other really cool thing about it too is that there are some like tier 1 and tier 2 items that a lot of players really want. Like Ocean Heart is excellent on mid heroes that have mana issues or HP regen issues. I love getting Keen Optic if I'm playing Bane or a couple other supports. I love getting Keen Optic, but it's not necessarily an item that like makes or breaks the early game. But there's a lot of circumstances where I'm happy to have a Keen Optic as a tier 1 item, even though there's like tier 2s available. Sometimes maybe even tier 3s. So I think this is great that there's more neutral items per tier. It's also going to reduce RNG for the dreaded tier 5 items that everybody complains about. So I think it's just good that you're dropping more neutral items. Okay, item changes. Aeon Disc, bonus HP reduced by 50. Aeon Disc was seen as too strong in the TI qualifiers and is expected to be nerfed here. Also, the Aeon Disc cooldown increases by 20 seconds every time it triggers up to 165. Ooh, that's a pretty big deal. It's basically like BKB now. And it's not uncommon for Aeon Disc to get procced at the wrong time. Maybe that's just me. But take some damage, Aeon Disc gets procced. Increasing that cooldown by 20 seconds is a big deal. Definitely makes it feel less valuable as the game continues. You won't get as many opportunities. And especially with like, you can't stack cooldown percentage reduction anymore, that also is going to help. Abyssal Blade Bash bonus damage increased by 20. Abyssal is basically garbage on most heroes right now, so giving a little bit more damage is super normal. I assume they'll also increase bash damage as well. Can I zoom in? I don't think so. I mean, there's like a way I could do it, but it's not easy, I would say. We just get glasses. What's the big deal? Also, I'm reading everything. Come on, dude, can't you use a web page? I mean, I know I could use it in the browser, of course, but then I gotta like Alt Tab to go back into Dota, and that's just like Is it really that much smaller than like normal? I guess it's probably because of the monitor resolution is why it looks smaller than normal for you guys. It's fine. Sorry, guys. I mean, the tech here is going to be a little bit less than ideal due to the circumstances either way. So I'm sorry, but that's just what we're doing. And now I close my chat, my channel, chat. Okay, there we go. Scroll up. Okay. Aether Lens, mana regen bonus reduced by 0.5. That's a bummer. Gives you a lot of raw mana, and losing the mana regen is going to hurt. This means that it's barely better for mana regen than it is on the base. Ability cooldown reduction increased for Arcane Blink. I have almost never bought Arcane Blink in my life. I know it can be useful on some heroes, by all means, but generally I feel it's the worst of the three blinks. But on some heroes, it's obviously godlike. And if you have like insanely high skill cap, like pro level players, obviously it's much better there. But for me personally, I definitely undervalue this. But actually, this is actually one. Does this stack the ability cooldown reduction? Would this stack with other things? Probably not, because they don't stack anymore. Maybe it would become like the highest one, but it's a 30% cooldown reduction. Oh, I'm sorry. I read this as animation. This is legit. It's legitimately better than Octarine Core now. That's another way to encourage it. Because that's usually how I looked at it. It's like, why would I buy Arcane Blink when I could just buy Octarine Core? And Octarine Core lowers all of my cooldowns and gives me cast range and costs about the same. That's not, it's a little bit more expensive, but like, why would I buy Octarine Core's like 5k, going from Blink Dagger to Arcane Blink is like 4,600. It's very similar. So like, why would I ever do Arcane Blink in most cases? Sand King Ult's really good with it. Okay, yeah, you could probably like Blink Burrow channel Epi afterwards, but like almost always you channel Epi first anyways. Like it just doesn't, and then it's not on cooldown. Like yeah, you could get away with it. Like I just don't see myself ever spending the money on a Sand King to get Arcane Blink. That's like a lot of money. I don't like lowering cooldown is cool, I guess. It's really good on Sand King, but that's just a lot of money that I'd probably rather have a BKB or something else, a Force Staff, something like that. Arcane Boots, replenish mana restore increase, so Arcane Boots are better for mana. Tiny baby nerf to bottle HP regen. This is basically 15 less HP, a little bit less mana, more restore time for bottles, so you can't heal quite as much when you use bottle now. A little buff to Drum of Endurance. This item is situationally good on a couple heroes. I think it's kind of good on Undying if you get a lot of zombies built up and you pop Drum. It's kind of sick because it makes your zombies attack really fast. It's good on some heroes like Vengeful Spirit. You give your team raw damage with your aura. You lower the enemy armor, and then you can increase your allies' attack speed and movement speed. So there's a couple heroes that it's like decent on, but generally it's seen as a bad item right now, which is a bit unfortunate because it's cool still. But I mean, it's powerful aura. 45 attack speed is huge. Enchanted Mango cost is reduced by 5. They were a bit costly. I still buy them a lot right now, but yeah. Looks like they're reducing mana regen as a whole, except for Arcane Boots. Yule Scepter mana regen is decreased as well. Falcon Blade getting buffs because it was too bad. 2 more attack damage. I cannot believe it only did 10 damage. Jeez. 2 more attack damage and 25 more health, so now it's a 200 health item, which is pretty good. Because you buy a Vit booster for 1,000 gold right now, and that gives you 250 health. This is 1,100, and you get 200 health. So it's a pretty inexpensive way to get your HP up if you also need mana regen and damage. But keep in mind that like this may be them also saying like, hey, buy Falcon Blade. Look, we're nerfing all of these other items that give you mana regen, except for Arcane Boots, just to like encourage people to buy it more often. And I could definitely still see heroes like Tusk buying this without a doubt, but other supports, it's a little bit more iffy because if you're not attacking, it doesn't feel right to buy the item, basically. But maybe there's some like mid heroes, you know, solo mid lich, some other support heroes that shouldn't be playing mid, but you are, and now it's like, well, I might as well buy a Falcon Blade because I don't have any HP. Heroes like that, it might make sense. Snapfire support Falcon Blade. Snapfire doesn't really need the damage that badly. She doesn't really need the health that badly either, and the mana regen's good. But I would say not good on Snapfire support either. Like it literally doesn't do anything for her until she hits like level 20, and then her damage is dealt through Snapfire ulti or the thingy. Earth Spirit, yeah, Clinks is Clinks can do it for sure. It's not bad on Clinks, but still kind of expensive. I mean, 12 damage is good. Generally, I'd rather you just buy an Orchid, but 200 health on Clinks is excellent though, I would say, because his HP definitely can struggle at times. But it can work. Like I'm sure we'll see cores buy it more, but you know, I'm not sure. We'll see. Leap and air bonus int increased by 4, bonus strength and agility, and projectile speed is up. This item's kind of good. It's expensive. I do see it bought sometimes, and it can be very good. I mean, it does 220 AoE damage when you activate it. That's pretty excellent. But it's really expensive. 6,150 gold is so much gold. But it's an AoE root that has some value here for sure. And making it a little bit better stat-wise is okay. It's clearly a much better int item, and that's maybe one thing they're aiming to do with these like this 4 buff to int instead of the 2 to strengthen int, strengthen agi that is. Try to make it more of a utility support kind of item. But if you're not like a hoodwink type hero that has like ways to proc attacks, or like Earth Spirit or something, it just feels a little bit, or Ember Spirit, it feels a little bit too expensive to me. Helm of the Overlord, rework the recipe. Now requires Helm of the Dominator, Vlad's, and a 1,000 gold recipe. Okay, that's a lot better, and kind of reflecting of what you're doing, right? You're making summons to Deathball with you and your allies. So now if you buy in Vlad's is way too expensive as it currently is before this patch. I don't know if they change it, but you know, they do accomplish some thing. Helm of the Dominator Vlad's on like a Beastmaster, super normal build-up, right? So now you'd be spending 1,000 gold while getting this to now get a big boy. So it's basically the same cost, but this is just so much better because before, like, assuming that you still get Vlad's Aura, yeah, it basically just gives you Vlad's Aura. So if you are considering buying Vlad's and you already have Helm of the Dominator, this is like an obvious upgrade because now you just get a dominated big creep. More movement speed, way more bonus damage. This was actually really needed. Now can only dominate 1 creep. That's right, they changed it so you could dominate 2, I think. But way less bonus stats, but that's fine because the bonus stats is not really something that you need for like a summoner type or like a creep pushing type build. It was kind of a waste. Like why spend all this gold just to get like an ancient creep? It makes more sense to put an aura in it. And then the other thing is that now your Vlad's isn't taking up one of your item slots. That's really good too, actually. So for those heroes that do buy Helm of the Dominator plus Vlad's, whether that's a Brewmaster, to be honest, like you could possibly justify this on Brewmaster. Now, Vlad's is probably still too expensive, whatever it does, if whether they change it or not. But you know, clean up your item slots a little bit. 4 bonus armor as well, a little bit more movement speed. These are all pretty solid. I like this. All right, Hurricane Pike, Hurricane Thrust duration increased from 5 to 6. Really impressive. That's big stamina increase. And the Hurricane Thrust max attacks increased from 4 to 5. Which is pretty good. A little buff to Hurricane Pike, which is fine. Hurricane Pike is still kind of a shitty item, but the issue is that there's just a ton of heroes that have mobility built into their toolkits right now, and that just makes their heroes like really strong. Oops, I tried to alt tab, not tab to the top. It just makes heroes, mobility heroes just punish heroes that are weak to it. So if you have to buy a Hurricane Pike, you're kind of already in trouble. Generally, you're sniper type heroes, so buffing Hurricane Pike is one way to help make those heroes better. Like this is a buff to sniper or drow type heroes basically, who want to get people away from them. You could also say buff to like OD or Enchantress too, because Hurricane Pike is really good on those heroes too. Mage Slayer reworked now requires Oblivion Staff. That's the like 1751 cloak and a 400 gold recipe. So the cost massively drops from 3250 to 2400. And keep in mind it doesn't have any agility parts anymore. So now it does 20% magic resistance, 20 damage, 10 int, 15 attack speed, and 2 mana regen. 2 mana regen? Mage Slayer is really good now. This is like Echo Saber basically, but different. It's like better. It's like a different Echo Saber. It's an Echo Saber that gives you. It's obviously better on int heroes, but look at this: 30 damage on int heroes. Okay. 30 damage on int heroes and 15 attack speed and 2 mana regen. Like this just looks great on a lot of int heroes that are right clicking, frankly. And it still has the same debuff, I'm guessing. Yep. So pretty cool. Doesn't give you HP, of course. So if you are a squishy, buying this item is going to hurt a little bit more. And you could probably still buy this on a non-int hero, but obviously it's a little better on them because you get 10 int. But the cost is low enough that maybe you'll see people start buying this instead of like a hood. I'm not sure about that one, but it's got mana regen built in. That part's pretty sick. If this didn't have mana regen, I'd be like, has some issues. Like, doesn't really do enough jack of all trades, but Mageslayer looks pretty sick right now. I feel like to any like gap closer type hero, like Spirit Breaker or something, it's just really solid. It feels like not that expensive. Int, mana regen, damage, attack speed, magic resistance. Like I can't help but think any hero that's good at diving basically and dives, it's gonna feel good on those heroes. I feel like even if you're like a Clockwork or something, this doesn't feel too bad. I don't think. Maybe Clockwork's overkill because it doesn't give you HP or gives you magic resistance. I was gonna say resistance, but gives you magic resistance. It could work. Quap and Puck. Yeah, it could definitely work on some of those heroes. Quap's a little dangerous because your raw HP is not too good until later, but yeah, these are nice changes to Mage Slayer. Rod of Atos, bonus int buffed by 4 and these buffed as well to coincide with the Gleipnir. Projectile speed increased a little bit, so a little bit harder to dodge. It's fine. Rod of Atos still has its place sometimes, but it has some issues too. Sange status resistance lowered to make you have to buy the Sange and Yasha or Sange and Kaya. So status resistance a little bit worse. Replenish time decreased on sentry wards. Duration reduced. I think this is fine. Lower the duration, increase the uptime. This gives you more opportunities to find wards. And like 7 minutes is already so much. It's like plenty for giving you time to like play in an area around like an invis hero. The downside to this though is that if you invade an enemy jungle, for example, and you put a lot of wards down, and your opponents defeat you in a fight there, and it takes you longer to get back to that area, then you're more likely to be needing to replace it. But as long as you're not like losing team fights, which I'm sure none of you guys ever do, then you should be completely fine. Like it should still be better. So I think this is better overall for the average player who uses a lot of sentries to ward and deward, or mostly to deward. So I like this. Silver Edge recipe rework now requires Shadow Blade, Crystallis, and a recipe. So now it can crit. Total cost is decreased by 350. So it used to give a bunch of stats, I believe. No, it's not Ultimate Orb anymore. It's like Oblivion Staff and something. I can't remember. So 60 damage, 40 attack speed, 30% chance of a crit. So raw damage basically. It's raw damage. And attacks breaking out of Invis now deal a guaranteed 160% crit with 175 bonus damage. That's pretty solid actually, because you are dealing your damage plus the bonus damage, so you're getting 60% more of this 175. So right off the bat, the initial hit is going to do more damage. It's going to be more of a burst item as a result, and it's not just going to be about break, which is kind of cool, because that was the issue with Silver Edge previously. It's like it literally was only good if you're breaking, if you need break. But now you could say like, I want to guarantee that I get a little bit of a crit on my first hit, to try to use it as burst while giving you break. So this is a different way to make the item valuable. It is just damage, but if you want to increase your damage, this seems like an okay way to do it. It's still very expensive. 5,300 gold is still a lot for 60 damage, 40 attack speed, but it's kind of like a nice blend. 40 attack speed's a pretty good amount. I guess regular Shadow Blade gives you like, what, 28 or 30 or something like that. So it seems okay. Could buy it on like a Sven type hero who needs raw damage. Seems alright. Slark would love it, yeah. It can be good on Slark. Slark generally likes HP and survivability as well, but it's probably still bad on Slark. Shadowblade's kind of just bad right now. There's a lot of sentries. A lot of towers stay up. Feels like people defend their towers. Like Shadowblade's definitely good on the hero though, but I feel like it's just safer to go like Echo Saber BKB or even like or even Mage Slayer instead. Magic resistance, damage, a little bit of attack speed. Maybe not though. But I like the change. I think this is cool. It's something to think about. Mage Slayer, Silver Edge, definitely items to think about right now. Helm of the Overlord's more straightforward, and everything else so far is pretty much the same. Outside of like mana regen issues that are going to hurt some carries or some mid players especially. A lot of mid heroes are going to be hurt on mana from this, but Smoke Good Heat max stocks from 2 to 3. Thank God. I'm gonna have so many less smokes. Nah, that's not true. I'm still gonna have them. This is beneficial for 2 reasons. You don't have to buy smokes right when they're at 2. It also doesn't force you to purchase smokes in the early game, even if you don't want to use them, because if it's not ticking up, it's not worth it. So if the stock starts at 2 and it goes up to 3, then you're not instantly wasting your smoke by not smoking right away or buying one right away. For bad players, this is better as well because it's very common for there to be 2 smokes there. So it having, like, if I see it's at 3, I'm going to buy like 2 now instead of just 1. That way there's still 1 if somebody else wants to use 1, for example. But I would definitely buy 2 if they're at 3, and now I have like a 15-minute window to notice again. There's a higher chance of us having more smokes. This is just going to increase the amount of smokes in the game. Legitimately increase the amount of smokes in the game for 99% of us. Because there's just going to be more smokes available when people start buying them. So, Wind Waker recipe reduced by 300, total cost reduced by a lot. Still a very, very expensive item. And still situationally good because you could save your allies. But it is rarely purchased. A lot of mana regen though, 6 mana regen still on it. But Yule's and the Mystic Staff and the recipe. So still expensive. Witchblade damage per tick reduced by a lot. Oh, never mind. Duration increased by 1 second. Damage decreased by 33%. So damage goes down by 33%. Duration increases by 33%. So should do equal damage if my math is correct. Fix interaction that causes Witchblade to get permanent true strike against magic immune targets. Jeez, that sounds good. So, importantly, what this is going to do for Witchblade is Witchblade will still do a lot of damage, but it's not going to burst it as fast. That means players will have more time to react to the damage you're taking to prevent it. Whether that is, oh shit, I'm getting attacked, I need to Glimmer Cape, but then by the time you press Glimmer Cape, it's already done 2 out of the 3 seconds of damage, so it's like, what's the point? Now, your Glimmer Cape is going to be able to protect you for like half of the damage instead of 33%, for example. It's also going to give you time to pop BKB. It's going to give you time to Yules, to disrupt yourself, to do something else. So this is just a nice change. Ultimately, it's going to hurt the item, but it's very good on Puck and some other heroes right now. It's probably overpurchased in the average pub, but it should still be useful, and most importantly, it's now better for control than it was before. If you wanted to use Witchblade to slow your opponents, it's just better now. So if I'm playing like Necrophos Witchblade, I like this better than before, because now it gives me more time to have a movement speed advantage over my opponent. So if you're looking for Witchblade as I want to right-click as an int hero, because it's usually best for int heroes, gives int, armor, and attack speed. Those are armor and attack speed especially are things that a lot of int heroes suffer with because they have bad agility gains. But if you have those things, I want armor, attack speed, a little bit of damage, and slow. Witchblade is now a better buy than it was previously. Is Necrophos, should Necrophos buy Witchblade? Probably not ever, no. But doesn't mean I'm not going to try it. Ags Witchblade. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, you can still play it on A. I don't see what the big deal is. It'll still work. It's just like the duration. I don't know. It's still gonna work. It's still fine. You're still gonna do a lot of damage. Okay, Fated Brooch is removed. Oh man, they're removing a lot of stuff. Okay, Brooch is gone, which is probably fine. The movement speed was really powerful early game, frankly. And it was one of those items where, like, a lot of times it feels hard to pass it up over a tier 2 item because you're like, movement speed's so good. So this is probably for the best to help solve some mobility creep that happens. That's already been happening. Because if you're playing like Sniper and you're 330 movement speed and some guy has like, if you're playing against like a Void Spirit and he's got a Fated Brooch, you're like, what's the fucking point, dude? Might as well like stand still because they're always going to be faster than me. So removing this is probably for the best. Ironwood Tree being removed, a little sad. Because it was cool with like Hoodwink and Timbersaw and heroes like that. But it's fine. Impclaw is removed. That's fine. Illusionist Cape removed. I'm okay with that. It's kind of cheesy. It's like really strong on the right heroes, but I don't think it really needs to be in the game. I don't really feel too bad about that. Any like Illusion Hero spammers can be sad, but Minotaur Horn being removed, I'm comfortable with this too. It felt like another item that you like have to use because it's just smart to use, but I didn't want to use it. I wanted to use something else instead. It's probably best. Orb of Destruction, really powerful on the right heroes. The slow aspect of it, I kind of like ignored for a long time, but I'm comfortable with them being removed. Like some of these are just kind of blah, and it's like, that's fine, get them out of here for now or forever, who knows. Ballista removed. That was a fucking pig just now. A lot of complaints about Ballista. It's either it's amazing because they have range heroes, or it's fucking bad because you don't have a range carry. So Ballista kind of felt a little bit crazy. And there's a lot of times too where like if they have like a agility ranged hero, like Ballista would literally stop. You like couldn't gap close. It was like insane. I definitely have encountered that before, seen it before. Where it's like you just keep getting pushed back and you can't get away. So I think that's fine. A Pig Pole, a new tier 1 item, grants +6 to all stats, so basically the same as Ironwood Tree. Active Pig Out. Turns the owner into a pig for 4 seconds and grants +10% movement speed. Cooldown's 25 seconds, mana cost is 50. That's really, it's not a sheep stick, guys, it's a pig pole. That's great. I think that's cool. Is there any benefit to this? Other than the movement speed? Pig pole is cool, man. The main reason you'd use it, it's like a 30%, or it's a 30 movement speed advantage basically when you use it, because most people's base movement speed is approximately 300. Escaping from situations where you're gonna die, for example. It could fuck up some people's stun bars. Some of their stun bars might look weird, so maybe they'll mess up their stun stacking. But other than that, I can't really think of any other reason that you might want to be a pig on purpose. Unless it's like smaller click box or something like that. But yeah, maybe they're basically trying to make it like what they wanted Ironwood Tree to be. Like nobody really uses Ironwood Tree to like block while running, you know, because it always goes on carries because it's attributes, and carries want attributes over other things. So you didn't really see it often on supports where they'd be like, oh, let me just plant a tree in the way. It's like it was basically just used for people that have tree abilities. So Pig Pole will be a nice medium that you can either use it to initiate, move across the map, or whatever else. And the fact that it costs mana, 50 mana especially, is going to mean that it's not just something people use just for movement speed all the time. They have to be a little bit careful. A Tumbler's Toy, new tier 1 item, grants 200 mana. Okay. And Vault propels your unit forward 300 units. 30-second cooldown. Goes on a 3-second cooldown when receiving player-based damage. Okay, cool. So it's basically like, it's like the thing that you would use, the Walrus one that you got from Siltbreaker, where you jump 2, but it'll just do 1. So basically, it's a 300 unit. It's a half distance force staff on a 30-second cooldown, and it gets interrupted if you take player-based damage. So this will effectively replace what Fated Brooch is, but has more use potential. Most importantly, you should be able to force yourself up and down cliffs, which is really strong for supports at all stages of the game, basically. A lot of cores would love to have this item. I mean, it's a tier 1 spider legs effectively. That's insane, actually, for what it provides. But again, you can't take damage. So if you are being chased, using it might sound better than it really is. But being able to run up and down cliffs is massive. The biggest thing you're probably going to see this in terms of how it changes the meta is what a lot of pro players do with spider legs especially is when they are invading an enemy jungle and they're smoked, what they want to do is they want to not walk up the ramps, because players will stand in positions expecting ramps. So what they do instead is they will run up the cliff where there isn't a ramp. That way, when they spot somebody, it's not going to be where their opponents expect them to be. And number 2 is their position, the enemy's position won't be nearly as good. So if you run up like a cliff with spider legs as a carry and you spot the enemy, then boom, it's easier to take your fight. So more mana, but also the ability to move around a bit. I could definitely see some cores wanting to use this because you can increase your farming patterns for sure. Like, go push out a creep wave, then you're running back to Ancients, but you force yourself up a cliff instead of walking all the way around. That'll save you a couple seconds, and that could increase your farm speed by a couple GPM. So that could be useful. That's cool. How far are we in? Are we about 40 minutes? Okay. We'll get to an ad eventually, but for now, Briggins Blade, new tier 2 item, grants 10 damage and 10 attack speed, which is pretty shit, but let's see what it does. Passive Dark Mercy. When attacking an enemy, deals +7 damage for each 10% HP the enemy's missing. This is cool, so it counters Huskar and any other armlet hero. +7 damage for each 10%. So it's like a shitload of damage if people are low. Right? Because if somebody's missing 90% of their HP, it's 9 times 7, which is a number that I will not do on stream. 10 times 7 is 70, minus 9 is 61, so it's 61. 61 bonus damage, so it does like 70 damage, 10 attack speed. Mostly damage. Doesn't increase your attack speed. 63. Fuck, you're so right. 9 times 7. I did 10, 7, so it's 1 less 7. Yeah, not 1 less 9. My bad. 63. Still fucked it up. God. That's right, I have a hot dating profile. I don't need to do math well. Pretty cool. Also, you can use it for jungling too, actually. Because it says enemy, not enemy hero. So this should be a really good item for jungling. With that said, like tier 2 items, I mean you're still jungling a decent amount of tier 2 because we're talking what 13 minutes or 17 minutes. There will be jungling, but I don't know, this is kind of cool. Pretty sick on Huskar, honestly. Really good Huskar item. Good against Huskar and good on Huskar. Because think about Huskar's ulti, you do damage based on how much HP they have. So right off the bat, you can drop their HP by like 40%. So this is going to give you like a pretty damn good raw damage item. So in some ways you can compare it to what Imp-Claw does. But it's cool. It's a little bit different. I like the icon. Sounds good. Any other heroes? Anybody that does burst right away. Any like burst into hero would really like Briggins Blade as well. Any burst right clicker. Puck, Queen of Pain. They'd love this item. Jump in, do a little burst, and now all of a sudden your Briggins Blade is instantly doing like 30 bonus damage. A Life Stealer, not going to like this item as much. For example, it'd work nice on anybody that has a Spirit Vessel. Spirit Vessel does more damage when they have high HP. Briggins Blade does more when they have less. You could argue that there's some synergy there. What else? But mostly burst. Anybody that does a lot of burst up front but doesn't necessarily have kill potential but does right click a little bit, Briggins Blade will be nice. So, but a lot of carries have a little burst, so this is cool. I like this item. Fey Grenade, new tier 2 item, 20 movement speed. With an active of Shadow Brand, throws a bomb to an enemy within 900 range, dealing your attack damage and applying a debuff that provides vision of the unit and deals 20 DPS for 7 seconds. Cooldown is 20 seconds. Interesting. So the base stats are obviously terrible for a tier 2, but 20 movement speed, we'll get past it. But you get to apply your attack damage and apply a debuff. Does that mean you get to apply an attack? So you could proc Maelstrom with this? If so, cool. Could you apply Orb of Venom with it? Either way, 20 DPS for 7 seconds. Let's do the math. Now if we do 7 times 10 and then take 8 7s away, I think the answer is 21. Did I do that right, guys? No, I didn't. Just kidding. Am I? 14. 140. There we go. Got it. Got in my head trying to think of the cool, funny joke, and then I just fucked it up again. That's okay. 140 damage is pretty shit for a tier 2 item, but vision and damage over time is good. It's great against Blink Daggers is the main thing. It's great against the Tumbler's toy. So that part is really cool. There's just like situational stuff where it's kind of good, frankly. Use it against a puck. You get vision of the unit, invis heroes that are going to escape. It's basically like an item that allows you to not have to rely on dust quite as much, which is cool. Since you're going to have vision of the unit. So 900 range is huge. And you can deal your attack damage. I don't know how fast the projectile is, but I assume you have to like chuck it. So you can probably dodge it if you're trying to not get hit by it. But I think it's cool. Looking forward to using it. 25 mana for 20-second cooldown. It's like a shitty urn for very low mana. So, I mean, it's not. I guess it's not terrible. It's like free damage. Like if I'm a support and I'm like, do I want like a Nether Shawl or do I want a Fey Grenade? It'll be like Fey Grenade's pretty good. Movement speed and you just deal damage. You could possibly use it twice in a fight, just extra damage. It's not terrible. A little bit more burst. 7 seconds of vision is a long time. That is true. It's a lot of vision, definitely, especially against heroes that are going to weave in and out. But either way, a little damage. I think this is a cool item. I don't necessarily think that we're going to see like cores using it because the duration is long, so it's going to take a long time to do. 7 seconds is a long time to do damage. It's really just a shitty version of Urn. But hey, if you got Urn and Fey Grenade, you just throw the item nukes onto them. Blast Rig, tier 3 item, grants 8 armor. What tier 3 items got removed? Illusion Escape was 4, I believe. 4/4. They removed Orb of Destruction. Imp Claws 2, 1/1. Okay. Blast Rig, tier 3 item, 8 armor. Oh, that's right, because they removed that Craggy exterior. That item was so good. Passive hair trigger. Next time you get attacked by a hero within 300 range, explode, dealing 300 damage to all enemies within a 300 radius, and applying a 100% blind for 2.5 seconds. Okay, that's pretty cool. Great defensive item for supports. Potentially good defensive item for cores. Obviously very cool with like Axe or Legion Commander. The downside is you're getting blind. You're blinding them as well, so it is ensuring that they can't hit you. I can't remember if Spin or Moment of Courage works from a miss. But if they don't, then it's a little bit bad. But especially because you're calling that on everybody. But the fact that it could give you this like 2.5 second window to miss is cool. 8 armor is great on a lot of supports. I could definitely see cores buying this item without a doubt. With that said, it's not very good. If you're a core and you're diving support, it's not good. But on supports, this is going to be excellent because against any melee carry, that's going to jump you because it's going to buy you a little window. Against your like Slark type heroes, it's not going to do that much because he's going to just Dark Pact it off. But against a lot of other cores, this will be effective. If they have BKB or whatever, not that big of a deal. But hey, 2.5 seconds, that's a lot, guys. Because a lot of supports play the game in the sense that they are the target by the enemy core, and if they can buy themselves like 8 seconds before the carry kills them, it's a really big impact in the fight, because then the carry can't kill them and then go help kill their carry as well. So it's a really big deal, actually. This could make a really big difference. So I think Blastrig is cool. 8 armor is not massive, but being at tier 3, I think that's a great time for a lot of heroes who'd love to have armor. There's a lot of times cores will be like, I need Bloodstone, or I need Kaiasand, or I need BKB, and now I need an armor item, and being able to just like toss in some like 8 armor item is really nice. There are not that many armor items right now, actually. You have to buy like an agi item like Aquila or something, and that's only like 3.5 or something. Any other big armor items that I can think of? You got Nethershell, -3 armor. Vambrace is like 1.5. There's not really too many armor items right now, if any. Leveler is like 6. Maybe I'm missing some other ones, not sure. Spin and Axe still works on evasion or damage reduction. Okay, cool. So it'd still be good on Axe potentially. Well, unless you have Blade Mail. If you have Blade Mail, obviously it's bad because you want them to damage you so that you can reflect that damage. But in some cases, could be really good. I think it's cool. Alright, Aesthetics Cap. Let me just double check. We are just about an hour. New tier 4 item. Grants 300 health and 10 regen. So raw HP, passive endurance. Whenever a debuff from a player controlled source would be applied to the owner, grant 50% status resistance for 3 seconds. Okay, cool. So if they apply a debuff to you, you get status resistance. So like this could be like a Veno Poison Sting, which would be kind of bad. But you know, against hard disables or something like that, it's great. Hex, Line Stun, for example. There's a lot of disables or initiations that this is going to be amazing. It's basically like Lotus Orb. It's very similar. I mean, it's so similar to Lotus Orb. 300 health, 10 health regen, and when you get debuffed, you get status resistance for 3 seconds. Like, very similar. On a 30-second cooldown? Isn't this just kind of like broken? Am I crazy? Global Silence? Yeah, could be good against Global. I mean, maybe it's hard to control what it is. Like, if they are smart, they'll do something like apply slow to you first, I guess, before they stun you. We'll have to, like, learn what this is going to proc against. It could be Medallion. You could Medallion him, proc Aesthetics Cap, and then disable. But the problem is that the status resistance still lasts for 3 seconds. It's not just against that debuff, I guess. Like, you're getting the status resistance no matter what. You could probably Yule somebody, and it wouldn't matter. Would it proc on Yules? Or you could proc it and then Yules them. There's like some ways you could play around it probably. Or you could just kill them. Give this a Spear Breaker, can't stop the Space Cow. I mean, he'd still get disabled though. He's already got status resistance, so it's a little bit redundant. Other than the fact that unless they can Yules you, obviously Yules is so good against him. Witchbane, this looks cool. Tier 4 item. Passively causes your hero to deal extra magic damage to its target equal to 4% of its max mana on attack. This reminds me of other games personally, a lot. In other MOBA-like games, usually there's an item like this that lets you like increase your damage based on some other stat kind of. The fact that a neutral item can do this seems really good to me. If you have 1,000 mana, and that's your max mana, this deals 40 damage, which is pretty sick. If you have 2,000 mana, we're doing 80 extra damage, magic damage. So on your int right clickers, this item's obviously fucking amazing. And it has an active as well. This spell dispels all enemies and allies within 300 radius. Cast range 500, mana cost 75, cooldown 20. This is really good too. Obviously Flicker is the best dispel item, but this is pretty solid too. 20 seconds. I really like Stormcrafter these days. I'm really learning to appreciate him more. The amount of damage you can do with it is like ridiculous. It just zaps people all the time and you just don't notice. You have to like look at post game screen and you're like, holy shit, that did like third most damage of all of my abilities, for example. Oh, I'm sorry. It's based on your target's max mana. I thought it was your max mana. Excuse me. Yes, very good against int heroes, basically. So this is a Witchbane. Okay. So this is basically like an anti-mage type item. Dealing extra magic damage based on how much mana they have. But it's not terrible against there's a lot of cores that are buying Scotty and therefore giving themselves a lot of mana. So it's not terrible. The fact that it does magic damage is kind of cool as well because it gives you a way to differentiate the damage you're dealing to your opponent. Obviously, you've got the, what's that blue sword? God, I can't remember the name. Blue sword. Mindbreaker, of course. That's going to scroll me down as it does. So kind of similar to Mindbreaker, but I think this is cool. Very situationally good, depending on how much mana they have. Either way, it's going to give you a dispel, so it's got two ways to make it effective. Dispelling yourself, I assume it's just a regular dispel, not a hard dispel. If it was a hard dispel, it'd be broken. Like, if you could just remove stuns with this, it'd be way too good for a neutral item on a 20-second cooldown. Like, there's no way. 500 cast range. Oh, it's an AoE. You can pick where to click it. Huh. It's very good, though. It doesn't kill illusions, though. Normally, Dispel does kill illusions, for sure. Yeah, probably similar to Stormbrew Dispel, just much smaller. The radius is not that big, I don't think. That's kind of big, actually. 300 radius. It's pretty big. Arcanus Armor. More armor. Tier 5 item. 5 armor and 20% magic resistance. So passively grants 5 armor and 20% magic resistance to all allies. That's really cool. What a cool item. Does that mean you get yourself 10 armor, 40% magic resistance? Well, it's not 40, but you get 10 armor and you get 2 sources of 20% magic resistance. That's really good then. Double, yes. Okay. Really cool item. I like this a lot. Very good on your offlaner type heroes, like amazingly good on those tanky heroes that want to stay alive longer or can stay alive longer to give the buff to your allies. This is a good way to like end games and like make things easier. 20% AoE magic. Imagine playing Zeus late game and they just drop Arcanus Armor. Be so mad. Every time. Active Mega Shield gains a 35% damage reduction aura in a 900 radius affecting allied units for the next 5 seconds. Cooldown is 20 seconds. It's really good. Bristleback is 40% damage reduction, by the way. Damage reflection, not reduction. Damage reflection. Ah, okay. So it's like AoE Blade. It's AoE Blade Mail. Reflection as in like just it's Blade Mail, AoE Blade Mail, correct? Right? Is it dispersion though? Does it block the damage and reflect it, or is it just reflect the damage? Like Spectre? Only affects the one damage dealer. That's true. So wouldn't like where Spectre does AoE based on how much damage she takes to everybody, so she does more. Just reflection? That's kind of what it reads like. If it was 35% damage reduction, it'd be way too good. It already does tons of damage reduction. If it has another damage reduction, it'd be insane. Damage reflection, sure. With 5 seconds. I think this is kind of cool. It's a fucking tier 5 item, so it's fine relatively. Alright, let's run some advertisements. Thanks everybody for tuning in. This is my 7.30 patch stream. You can kill Enigma, yep. Enigma, your Tinker type heroes. It should help games get ended by spammers is the main thing. Is I think basically like the point that you're making, that if they have heroes that are very good at high ground, this item's going to help you break them. It's going to give you AoE armor and magic resistance for you and your allies, and you can AoE blade mail basically. So if they do AoE damage, you're reflecting 35% times 5 against them, and it's very possible they'll die first before you do. So very good for ending the game. Witchblade, Bane on Windranger ult versus OD is just insta-delete. Yeah, that would be really good. Witchblade on Windranger would be really, really good. Anything that does bonus damage upon proc is very good on Windranger, because usually that doesn't get reduced. That's why Blue Sword, the Mindbreaker, is so good on Windranger, because it's just like a whole, it's like another Javelin. It's better than a Javelin right now, actually. Thanks for the sub, Whiskey Jack, Sodium Jim. Diatis cheered for bits. Thank you. Roughneck Rico, thank you for subbing. Drunkeel, thanks for subbing. Psycha DS, Flying Monkeys, King Koala. Many follows, thanks you guys. DJ Cylon. Animal Junkie has cheered 100 bits, thanks guys. Patro Dota, Ecatop 13, Demon Beats, Demonic Force, thanks for the subs guys. And Soul James cheered 100, thanks guys. Okay, cool. Thanks for the sub, Red Crane. And Biohazard Curl, because Biohazard's taken. Okay, we will continue, I believe. Yeah, I got 20 seconds. Let's go. Chip Vest, HP regen reduced. Fairy Trinket bonus health reduced. This needed to happen. This item was like way too good in so many circumstances. Possess Mask, lifesteal rescaled from 7% to a flat 7 HP per attack. This is not bad, actually, because if you get Possess Mask before you have 100 damage, it's just better lifesteal. So for a lot of heroes, they're actually going to deal, get more lifesteal in the early game, and it also means that you're not going to hold Possess Mask as much until mid game. It also makes Possess Mask much worse on heroes like Morphling. Morphling can amp up his base damage so high that Possess Mask like basically replaces his itemization and is a little bit too good on him. So making it a flat 7 HP is super reasonable. With that said though, Possess Mask is now really cool on fast attacking heroes like Windranger. You're attacking so fast it doesn't matter that you're doing no damage, you're getting 7 HP per attack. So maybe there's some potential for using on heroes like that. Cool though. Worse on Ursa as well is another good example. Possess Mask against Roche is not going to be the salvation that you expected it to be anymore. Blue Sword is the Mindbreaker. There we go. I almost went. I didn't want to go. Dig cooldown reduced by 5. I think this needed to happen. The shovel was a little bit too weak, in my opinion. Unless you all have shitty items. Like, there's going to be more tier 1 item slots. You got to make the shovel better. Not like, oh shit, we have to dig. It's like, oh, well, 50 seconds is worth digging, you know? Enchanted Quiver bonus damage decrease, but the cooldown decreases well. I think this is probably best for the item. I really like Enchanted Quiver on some heroes because it's just so much damage. But using it on ranged heroes, like ranged DPS heroes, generally felt a little bit iffy. If you're like a ranged occasional attack hero, totally great. Great on Hoodwink, you're like Windranger type heroes or whatever, but lowering the cooldown a little bit is probably better just because you're going to be able to proc it more often. over the course of 20 seconds, for example, you could proc the original one 4 times. Let's do some math, guys. That's 1200 magic damage. Now you're going to be able to proc it 4, 8, 12, 16, 5 times. So it does a little bit less damage, DPS. 1200 versus 1000. So DPS decreased by a decent amount, but you're getting more true strike and more bonus range. So it's probably fine. Ceremonial robe debuff is no longer visible if enemies don't have vision of its holder. That's good. That needed to change. I made the item. I've gotten kills because of that before, for sure. And it forces people to have to like backpack items all the time. It's just like a lot of upkeep. Flicker cooldown increased from 4 to 5. That needed to happen. The 4 seconds was insane. Now blinks in place if the owner received damage in the last 3 seconds. I think that's a really good compromise, actually. The item was definitely too good. In some ways, it's better for the owner as well, though, because like now it can fully do what it's supposed to do, which is a dispel. And you can't use it to like blink up trees, blink up cliffs and stuff if you're taking damage. It just like removes the damage. And then if they want to prevent you from blinking up a cliff, then they have to deal damage to you again. I think that's super reasonable. But yeah, if you're using it offensively or defensively, just blinking in place is fine. I don't really use it that often to like, oh, I want to go faster to like get some gap distance, but yeah. Spider legs no longer considered a boot. Movement speed bonus has been reduced down to 25. So basically, you don't get to abuse spider legs as hard if you don't have boots. So it's a less good. It's going to be way less strong as like a 60-min item. So carries are going to be sad about this because now they can't like 6 slot as easily. With that said, though, it's still pretty solid. If you're not selling your boots, it's basically the same item. It's the same item. If you're not selling your boot, it's the same. Yeah, and if you have boots of travel, it's a better item. Yeah, if you have boots of travel, spider legs is just straight up better now because now you're actually adding movement speed. So spider legs on Batrider, for example, really good right now because it's extra movement speed. So better for some heroes, worse for carries late game, but other than that, not that bad, not that different. So still buy spider legs, guys. Yeah. Stormcrafter no longer triggers if the holder is invisible to the target. Okay, that is good. That prevents you from using the item basically because it reveals that you're there, obviously. What is doesn't considered a boot? It used to be considered a boot, so for example, it used to give 65 movement speed. If it gave 65 movement speed and it wasn't considered a boot, that means if you use spider legs, you just have 65 more movement speed, which is broken. But if you have brown boots, which is 45 movement speed, which is a boot, and you have spider legs, which is 65 movement speed and it's a boot, the reality is that spider legs is the better boot, so you get 65 movement speed. You don't get any of the boots movement speed, so you sell your boots, and now you still have good movement speed. But now because spider legs is just 25 raw movement speed and isn't a boot, I can use brown boots 45 movement speed and spider legs 25 movement speed and put them together to make myself 70 movement speed. So having boots with spider legs is good. If you have boots of travel 100 movement speed and spider legs, that is a boot that's 65 movement speed. It was bad to use spider legs with boots of travel because you didn't get any extra movement speed bonus except for when you use the spider legs. Spider legs was best when you sold all your items. And usually need to keep boots for movement speed, so carries would sell their boots, use spider legs, and then buy a new powerful damage item without having to worry about it because they still had movement speed from spider legs. So, like I said, nerf to carries, buff to boots of travel spider legs users, and generally just other than that, it's about the same. So Stormcrafter better on invis heroes. That's great. That way you can use it more often on ganking type heroes without revealing that you're there or having to like inventory management. And Fallen Sky cast range reduced by a lot. 1600 range is insane actually. Like your ability to like initiate and then follow up on the stun was really good. So lowering nerfing that item is good. All right, let's see some nerfs. Slax's baby Abaddon, strength changed. 20 less HP at start, a little bit worse strength gain, but basically gonna be the same hero. Cast range increase for Aphotic Shield. Okay, so he gets buffed. And then 20 talent, reduced the cooldown reduction, it removed cooldown reduction talent, and Aphotic Shield health increased by plus 100. So it'll block up to 200 damage instead. 300 damage, excuse me. Alright, and level 25, Aphotic Shield health replaced with -1 Curse of Earnest attacks required. I think that's fine as a swap. Getting the health talent, the shield health talent at 20 is nice because it'll help you remain effective as a buffer at 20. Getting to 25 and getting it's like It's good by all means, but like getting to 25 is so rare. This is gonna help make you a little bit better of like a shield and healer at a more reasonable level of 20. Replacing Curse of Avernus attacks, only taking 3 is nice. It's gonna increase the uptime that you're cursing towers, and also make it easier as a support in the ultra late game to actually like silence somebody. Because 4 attacks is a lot. They have to like really fuck up, or you have to have attack speed. 3, super reasonable. With like 1 or 2 disables, you can actually silence somebody with curse and make it feel useful, which is cool. Talent and shard. Oh, that's a really good point, because the shard will apply Curse of Avernus with every effect that you apply your opponents with. So if I put Aphotic Shield and it blows up, it hits 1 Curse of Avernus on everybody. So now you could use Shield and use Mistcoil, and that's 2. So you only have to hit 1 time after that. That's a really good point. So it basically makes your shard super viable at 25, like super, super viable at 25. Really good point about the shard. Yeah. Water. Alchemist. Unstable cooldown reduced by 3 seconds, necessary to make the hero more viable as a support. This is good. You can maybe play him as a support now as a result of this. And the mana cost is going to be 100 all levels. So, alright, yeah, basically just buff to support Alchemist right here. Berserk Potion gives you 30 movement speed as well. 50 attack speed, 40 health regen, 30 movement speed for 10 seconds. 400 health, a lot of attack speed, a lot of movement speed. So basically like an SNY or something on an ally. But yeah, support Alchemist. More viable. It's probably still bad, but if the mana cost goes down, basically, even if you max out Unstable Concoction and you can use it more often, it's certainly more viable. I still doubt that like the hero is going to be great as a person to like, you know, feed to like farm ags, like Slacks likes hitting creeps and buying ags and that kind of thing. But yeah, making Unstable Concoction more viable is a good way to make the hero making it look more low cooldown. Gives you a much better ability to actually do fighting Alchemist. Like it's just not worth maxing Unstable Concoction early game Alchemist on basically any role you play. Support Alchemist isn't really viable because they nerfed the bounty rune talent so much, which they needed to do to nerf regular Alchemists. And there's only 2 bounties on the map, so buffing Unstable Concoction, nothing else, is fine. It like I see somebody in chat saying Seb Alch is better, but it not really, guys. It really like the biggest buff is the they reduced the Unstable Concoction talent cooldown talent. Good, because if they left that in, then obviously your cooldown would be stupid low, and they increase it. They do a radius, which is cool. Better way to get an AoE stun. That talent's probably really good, but almost no alchemist will bother to level Unstable Concoction in the laning stage because it's just not worth casting. You can't spend mana on both Acid Spray and Unstable Concoction to fight heroes. It just ends up being a little bit too much until you get like a Soul Ring or something, and even then you're losing HP to do it, right? So if you're leveling Unstable Concoction and Grieval's Greed, or get like Unstable Concoction 1 Grieval's Greed, then you start getting Acid Spray, and then you're like a support fighting, then it's more reasonable. But the cooldown was so high that like your windows to land disables on people was not very good. And the mana cost for both was just too expensive, so like it just didn't feel good to spam. But hey, if I can roll up and stun somebody for 4 seconds and do some good physical damage, it could be good. But with that said, it is physical, and a lot of heroes are just going to naturally have like really high armor. A lot of carries, a lot of edgy heroes are just going to have like 12 armor right away, so like it's still probably bad, but hey, if they're buffing the skill, it makes it more viable to potentially skill it in lane. Maybe they could have an alteration where they get less Grieval's Greed and they go like Acid Spray and Stun, and they actually fight with Alchemist, which is something we haven't had in a very long time. You just have to hit creeps on the hero because it's just so much more worth than anything else. But with Unstable Concoction being buffed, maybe that's an option. Especially with the AoE becoming better, it's going to make your team fight stronger. Maybe you get like 2-man stuns, 3-man stuns more often. Alright, AA get nerfed again. His win rate was very good during DPC. He got nerfed a little bit. Now it's even worse. Cold Feet cooldown is increased. So, and even at level 4, the cooldown's pretty high now. 9 instead of 7. And then the cooldown for Ice Blast is dumpstered. 60 seconds at level 1 now. That's like a legitimate cooldown. 40 seconds is like, it's always ready to go, basically. But 60, you got to be careful with your Ice Blast now. It is a very powerful ultimate, though. And now, ulting across the map is going to feel less good. And I think that's why they wanted to keep the cooldown low the whole time, because they wanted to be able to encourage people to be like, oh, I'm going to do these Ice Blast combos across the map, which are fun. But 60-second cooldown when your other abilities kind of suck. A's getting to that point now where like everything on the hero is going to be butt on except for the ulti, unfortunately. Level 15 talent HP regen replaced with plus 150 cold feet break distance. That's cool. Basically gives you a better chance to land your stun on people even if people are fast. Because if you don't have an Atos or a stun set up with cold feet, you basically never proc it on people. But now, more cold feet break distance, heck yes, you can actually like skill that talent and land cold feet on people. That one's going to be quite good, I'm sure. And I personally like getting the 12 HP regen talent sometimes, so I could definitely see myself getting the cold feet break distance depending on the game and how fast my opponents are, how likely are they to get out of cold feet. Anti-mage strength gain increased by a pretty good amount, 0.3 is a lot. Rework shard counterspell now also passively grants a 900 range offensive aura, reducing enemies' magic damage by 10%. Grants triple the effect to enemies within 300 range. Wow, that's cool. This is better because they had what like weird stuff with like, was it the Ags that you blink a illusion in and then it casts counterspell? I think it was. The shard, God, I can't remember what it did. Decrease your blink time or something. Blink cooldown by 2 seconds, something like that. Pretty bad, pretty boring. This is cool. A literal anti-magic aura. Minus 10% damage, and once you blink on Zeus or whatever else, minus 30% damage. Magic damage. That's a lot of reduction. Witchblade anti-mage? Good luck doing anything. Witchblade shard anti-mage? Just blink on people and reduce their damage by like, I don't know if it stacks, but 65% potentially. That sounds fun. Range and cooldown blink. Okay, that's what I thought. Blink Fragment Scepter now is 3 charges. Fragment Scepter? I don't know what that is. Am I spoiled? What the fuck is a Fragment Shard? Fragment Scepter? Does it just give you 3 blinks basically? It's the Ags. The name of the ability? Ah. Okay. Alright, level 10 talent, 15 attack speed replaced with minus 1 blink cooldown. So now he's got strength or blink cooldown at 10, so he's not going to farm nearly as fast in jungle. And Anti-Meta has really low BAT as well, so this is probably a big nerf. Level 15 talent, less armor, replaced with Mana Void Stun, and then the Mana Void Stun replaced with Blink Cast Range. So pretty big nerfs to his talents, actually. These are really big, because these are going to take away a lot of his combat capabilities. Like, he doesn't get stats anymore from them. Just 9 strength. So if you either get strength or blink. I feel like a lot of people are at strength, but 15 attack speed is kind of insane. And then either mana burn or mana void stun, and then either mana void damage multiplier or blink cast range. Okay. Arc Ward and Magnetic Field. Shard slow increased by 10%. So it, I believe, pushes people out, slows them, and gives everybody magic resistance in there if you get the shard. So a little bit of buff there. 15 talent, 8 armor at 15. Okay. And 40 attack speed. I think it's good they're removing cooldown reduction talents just because they're kind of like GPM ones. They just like feel too good. You have to get them. You just had to get them. You're like, oh, God, I don't want to get the GPM. It's boring, but I have to get it. I have to get it because you get it with Midas or BKB or whatever else. It's just too good not to pass it up. So now you can actually like be more flexible. Magnetic field attack speed, or do you want 8 armor against these like gap closing guys because Arc Warden has really bad agility gain. And then rather than 40 attack speed, it's magnetic field attack speed. So that one's just a straight nerf. Just a straight up nerf. With that said though, you do attack a lot in magnetic field, so it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, it's straight up nerf. And then attack range replaced with plus 40 flux damage per second, which is okay. Flux I think deals up to 60 damage per second. It goes 15, 30, 45, 60. So 100 damage per second, I think it lasts for 6 seconds. It's pretty good. 40 times 6 is some magical number, 240 or something like that. So pretty good damage increase. If you want, I mean, either one's a nuke, right? You do want flux damage, you want spark rate damage. I think almost everybody will go spark rate damage, but flux damage can be very effective against the right heroes. But spark rate, you could buy Ags and double it, so I don't see why people don't do that. But reworked Axe Shard probably needed to happen. Axe Carry was like too strong, and remove him from the meta. Now causes, unless it still does something, now causes Counter Helix to apply 6 seconds stacking debuff that reduces attack damage by 20%, increases Counter Helix chance by 10. Okay, so I mean, you could effectively get 100% damage reduction, right? Assuming you get a shitload of spins, and I mean, I'd have to do the math, but I assume you could potentially get like 6 of these or 5 of these and do no attack damage. Usually that just applies to like base damage, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember if they're separated. It almost never happens because you almost never like reduce somebody's base damage to 0. But if you have like a rapier and you have a apex, you can reduce that apex damage down to 0, but you can't reduce the rapier damage down to 0. I think is how it works, but I might be wrong on that. Either way, it's less likely to happen because it's not like you can have multiple axes proccing this as much. Unless like you have like use Manta and you're surrounding a guy and all of your guys are being attacked, for example. Then you could stack it easier, but increasing the counter helix chance by 10 is really cool actually. Because basically it means that if you get big calls, you're more likely to get a lot of spins. Because the spin chance right now is 20%. Buying the shard increased it by I think 5. It got reduced a little bit recently. But the fact that it just increases your chance to spin is cool because if you just land a monster call now or like call somebody in a creep wave, you're going to spin more often. And as that works, it's going to increase your chances to spin for a couple seconds. And this is super cool because usually what happens is you like call, you spin like 4 times and all of a sudden all the creeps are dead. So then you're only getting hit by like 2 heroes instead. But now if you spin a bunch of times from those creeps that were there in the creep wave, now your chance to spin is like 50%. So now these 2 heroes hitting you are also giving you spins. And obviously those debuffs are going to go away over time. But I think this is a really cool way to like solve the problem that Axe has where it's like you either have to like blade mail call somebody to kill them or you have to land like a monster call with like a lot of heroes or something like that because otherwise the creeps die too fast. So this is a really cool change to make Axe more viable in more situations. Obviously very good against like Meepo for example. Really good against Meepo. Really good against illusion heroes probably because you should just be applying damage debuffs against them and it'll stack really nicely with Vanguard. If you reduce their damage and then you have a damage block on top of that, they stack perfectly. That's why Anchor Smash on Tide is so perfect with Kraken Shell. Reduce attack damage and then damage block is going to cut a lot of damage off the top. So that's cool. 10 talent replaced strength talent, strength replaced with magic resistance. So magic resistance or mana regen. So now it's not just all survivability, it's just magic damage potentially. But this could allow you to shave off a hood sometimes, or against a Zeus get magic resistance and a hood, for example. And the 15 talent, less health, changed with counter helix damage. So basically, surviving on Axe is going to cost more money to get raw HP than before. But your damage goes up if you want it, and your magic resistance goes up if that is good for you. Alright, buffs to Bane, one of my fave heroes. Mana cost on Brain Sap is reduced. This is needed. 120 mana for 75 pure damage was rough. Your mana pool is like barely over 300, so like 120 per mana on Brain Sap, no thank you. Reducing that mana cost by 20 is massive. That is so much. That's going to mean that you cast at least like one more Brain Sap in the laning stage without even needing mana regen. And any mana regen you do use is now like 20% more efficient, because now you don't have to fuel this like brain sap. So this is a really nice change to the hero. Cast range increased just a little bit. That's totally cool. And the Nightmare now deals pure damage per second to enemy Nightmare targets. Okay. So at level 1, it is doing 60 pure damage, which is pretty good. It's going to stop blink daggers is the main thing. It's not going to wake people up, I assume. And at later levels, 7 times 30 is 210 damage. So decent. I cannot complain. Obviously, nightmaring and right-clicking somebody is nice if it can happen, but it's usually kind of a luxury. so I don't really see it happening. But yeah, interrupting blink daggers, that kind of thing, is a nice way to make Nightmare feel stronger. And Fiend's Grip cast point reduced a little bit. I think that's nice too. Fiend's Grip is such a long cooldown right now, 120 seconds, so reducing the cast point is helpful. Lower the chance that people get like Lotus Orbs off. If somebody Lotuses your Fiend's Grip, it feels so bad. So make cast point better. I like this. I'm into this. These are nice buffs. I'm happy with these. Bane's win rate is actually pretty decent right now, so I could definitely see him maybe be played a little bit more as a result. But yeah, level 2 Nightmare does 100 pure damage. Pretty good. 3 is 150. Not bad. Batrider Sticky Napalm, bonus damage increased at all levels, multiples of 7 now. A little bit better level 1. And Firefly damage rescale does 20 at level 1 now. So much better level 1 skill without needing Napalm, for example. How long does it last for? 15 seconds. So you can do 300 damage with Firefly at level 1 right now, which is not bad. You could certainly like Firefly level 1 and just run on somebody. Cooldown's really long though, 46 is a lot. That's why they upped the cooldown. So you couldn't just like Firefly somebody down and rinse repeat as much. But yeah, pretty good. Aghanim's Shard Call the Wild Hawk can now be unit targeted, which will cause the hawk to move in the direction of the target and cast dive when and if in range. So you could use it to like, you could like run it to the trees and then cast the target. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it only ground target before? I bought it like once. Unit target means you can click it on a unit, so that means it'll fly to range, and then like it says, then dive. But before, maybe you couldn't do that unless you were in range or something like that. I don't remember. But it'll make it a bit easier to use. Call the Wild Boar, damage increased a little bit at level 1. And the Hawk, more vision early, so just little buffs to Beastmaster early game. So he's been getting the bat a little bit. I don't think Axe is dead at all. I mean, Axe in pro games is not at all going to be the same because you can't carry anymore with just Shard and like Manta. You can't do nearly as much single target damage. But Axe is still going to be good at being Axe with Shard. He can call groups of heroes and get kills that way, which I think is admirable and good. All right, Beastmaster did that. Bloodseeker. Thirst now heals half the amount on denies. Okay, it didn't heal at all before, I think. Health threshold increased. So that means where thirst begins, I believe. So it takes, you have to deal, oh, I'm sorry, they give you movement speed a little bit earlier, I believe. Level 10 armor talent replaced by plus 10% blood rage spell amp. Okay, that's pretty good. And then level 15 talent lifesteal replaced by 10% HP rupture initial damage. I gotta look at the numbers.
My blade sings
That's
for
probably
blood.
really loud, sorry. So it does 10% currently as soon as you cast it, so you could double that up to 20%, which is pretty good. And Blood Rage Spell Amp goes from 30 to 40. That's pretty good. If you have a Maelstrom or a Mjolnir or a Gleipnir, Bloodseeker is quite good. I mean, that's an insane amount of like I see no reason why we wouldn't see like a Bloodseeker strat at TI where somebody picks Bloodseeker and like Zeus and you just Blood Rage him and you're like, here's 40% spell amp at 10 minutes. Like I feel like this is a mistake in some ways. With that said, most Bloodseekers are going to level their second 2 skills unless they're like a core or something. Maybe, but probably still max their second 2 skills. But still, that's a lot of spell amp. It's a lot of spell amp. Sorry guys, the sound is weird because I'm just using a headset that plugs into the laptop, but this is what we got. I'm overseas. It's either this or no patch. I don't want to like bring a bunch of mics and stuff. It would have been like a pain in the ass, so this is why we're like this. Where are we at? Hour and a half. Cool, cool, cool. Can I half the master volume? Oh, I'll half it again. Okay. I knew I was going to do that shit. Bounty Hunter, Shuriken Toss. What time is it? 6? Cool. I got like 3.5 hours. We got plenty of time. Cooldown reduced from 8 to 5. Wow, very low. Mana cost goes down a lot. Damage is reduced a lot. Cast range is rescaled, a little bit worse, but better later. Scepter no longer reduces cooldown, and Scepter cast range increases. So Scepter is now broken on Bounty in some ways. It's broken on Bounty. You're gonna get so much freaking gold from Bounty now with the eggs, because the cooldown is just slower. What's the 5 seconds? Because it's not about the damage. Obviously, your burst on Bounty is worse right now, by all means. But your ability to throw shurikens, bouncing shurikens in a team fight is just way better. Because you're going to throw more. So it's not, it's okay. I think the nicest thing about this, honestly, is it's two-factor. Number one, it's way better with Ags, because when you Ags Shuriken, it applies Janata, which is a lot of damage and gives you a lot of gold when you have Ags. So that it makes Ags better without a doubt. Step 2 is, it's not going to feel as bad to throw a shitty Shuriken now. The problem before is, like, when you play Bounty Hunter, you're like, alright, I got to get the most Shuriken value, guys. Let me track this guy. You wait 4 seconds. Then I'm going to track this guy, and you're like, I could Shuriken, but I shouldn't. And you're like, I'm just going to track one more guy, then I'll throw the Shuriken. Then you track the third guy, and you throw the Shuriken, but at that point, the team fight is so spread out because it's been 12 seconds that it only bounces, like, twice. Instead, it's going to be like, oh, a 5-second cooldown, track, instantly Shuriken. Track again, wait 2 seconds, Shuriken again. Like, you can now toss 2 Shurikens pretty easily in the period of tracking 3 people, whereas before you'd pretty much always wait for the third. If you didn't have an opportunity to, like, toss it at some guy that wasn't tracked in, get, like, a 4 bounce or something. So if you have Ags, you're going to do way more gold steal here, which is good. Scepter doesn't reduce cooldown. What did it reduce cooldown to before? I can't remember. That's actually relevant. Shoryuken? It's not spelled like that, guys. It's spelled Shuriken. Shuriken. See? I said it perfect. Anyways, now also causes Shuriken Toss to deal 1.4, 1.72 damage. Does that mean... Does that mean it just makes eggs even better? Because, like... So if they're tracked, the Shuriken Toss is going to do more damage. 1.4 is 80 damage. So if they're tracked, it's going to do 280 damage now instead of 200. This is just like an always, like, this is a pretty cool buff to Bounty. Like, because his issues is mostly team fight. So making it easier to throw his, you know, generic, non-branded metal disc is going to be simpler. It's certainly, you're definitely worse pre-6. That's the biggest issue, because you can't amplify the damage until you hit 6. So before you hit level 6, worse. But that doesn't mean you can't do, like, just max Janata instead. Not that that's necessarily good. This is kind of like nerfing the prevalent build sometimes, which I see, which is by good players, which they get more Shuriken tosses early. That way they can just do a lot of burst damage, but I think it's kind of cool. The mana cost being low is nice. You could just toss them out more often. Janata's an attack modifier. I mean, I see that it's disabled for autocast, but does that matter? You could harass people with it and not aggro creeps. That's cool. Because if you can toggle it to disable autocast, that means you can manually click it, and it shouldn't aggro creeps anymore. So that part's cool. Read track changes. I already read that. Amplifies the damage, so it does more damage later on. Alright, talent changes. No more movement speed at 10. Replaced with +2 Shadow Walk slow. I like that. How long does it last? 4 seconds? It's not bad. 6 seconds at 40% slow. That's really good. That could potentially justify leveling the skill up earlier. And you can hit that. You can hit people with that twice too. Pop it, hit somebody, wait like 4 seconds, hit him again. It's 12 seconds of 40% slow. It's like actually a real bounty hunter now. Oh god, I have so many heroes to do. Health replaced with 50% track bonus movement speed to allies. So he's individually going to be a lot easier to kill now. I'm losing that health talent. And then no more 50 attack speed replaced with track grants ground vision around the target. Very nice. And 40% evasion replaced with 2 Shuriken toss charges. which is also good. So basically just removed from him, like basically saying like, guys, stop. He's not a core. He's not a carry. Don't play him as a carry. You kind of still could probably, but his talents aren't good for it anymore. I mean, you can. You just have to spend more money on survivability items, which already was kind of good, to be honest. Like a Vanguard type thing on Bounty Hunter's not terrible, but might feel a lot worse now. But track vision, bonus speed to allies, that kind of thing is pretty nice, potentially. I don't know if I've ever seen a bounty hit 25 and get the track gold talent, honestly. That's so much gold. Alright, a Brewmaster. Oh, God. Brewmaster, another hero I am a fan of. Void Bruling base attack damage reduced. Really? But the base attack time increased. I did notice that he attacked really slow. So he probably does more DPS now, I would guess. Especially the late game. He does more at first level, yeah. Basically, they're just trying somebody buy the shard. The shard was bad. They buffed it again. I haven't bought it since then, but I know it got buffed. Even more damage from Void Bruling. This looks pretty good because you're probably gonna do a lot more damage. And Void Bruling now inherits Brewmaster's attack modifiers. Ooh. Maelstrom's Chain Lightning, Scotty's Cold Attack, Basher's Bash. So now more items that you can buy finally, which is nice. I think that was definitely one of the issues of the hero. They're also increasing the passive dodge chance by 5. So 1 point in Drunken Brawler gives you 15% evasion. That's a really good value point. Really good value point. And a little bit better later. So when you activate it, it now gives you a 90% chance to crit or dodge. Is that correct? Oh no, that's just passive dodge chance. So your dodge chance goes up to 90 when you turn it on. Whereas before it would go up to 75. And your crit chance was 72. Crit chance is still 72, but your dodge chance is like huge now if you max it out. Okay, so Brewmaster kind of gets like screwed based on item adjustments. If you, like when the armor aura got put into mech, it sucked. When Vlad's gets too expensive, it sucks for Brewmaster, for example. But hey, now you have other ways to play as a carry if you want to, whether that is by Chain Light Maelstrom, which you really shouldn't. You have so much AoE, it's kind of bad. I don't think buying Maelstrom makes sense. Obviously, it's tied under the Void Bruling, so you'd have to buy Shard. But this gives you like potential late game options like, oh, if I'm really farmed, I could justify buying a Scotty now because I can also get Shard. Then I can actually apply Scotty. Or I can actually buy a Basher on Brewmaster. When I split, I don't have to worry about like forming back into Brew to like bash people. Okay, Bristleback. Base nasal goo is reduced by 5. That will certainly help in those early games. Scepter radius reduced and Scepter max stacks reduced by 1. So harder to Roche. Generally, players don't get up to like 8 stacks, but Roche certainly. But yeah, reducing the radius I think is nice. And then stack duration increased for Warpath. So buff to compensate. I play against Bristleback semi routinely right now. I don't feel too bad about it. I guess good players will abuse it really, really good, but a lot of players in the middle will always go for like tankiness, like trying to survive with spell damage. It just feels bad. I feel like hybrid right click Bristle is probably better, but I haven't played it in a while. Ags is obviously very good still, but can't help but think that something like S and Y would still make a lot of sense on Bristleback, but it's a lot of items to buy, and get that the hood upgrade feels really good to go. Broodmother Spinweb now grants Broodmother and Spiderling's movement speed based on the health of the unit. Grants the full amount at 100% health and 0 when used at 20 or less. Okay, cool. I like this. Makes lore sense. Makes it easier to punish without having disables, because all you have to do is do damage to Broodmother, and then she's going to be slow as heck because her movement speed is 270. Spawn Spiderling's mana cost increase. The damage is also decreased. That's a big nerf right there. Harder to build up spiders, and the nuke itself does less damage. Spinner's Snare, rework the Scepter, doesn't give you bonus webs and movement speed. Rework Scepter, vector targeted. Broodmother creates a 900 width, invisible web line. Takes 2 seconds to form. Enemy heroes that cross the web line will make it visible and become rooted after 0.25 of 100% slow. They'll also be visible in fog and receive 100 DPS for 4 seconds. Cool. It's like a Shelob gank tool, like an actual spider gank tool. So now we got to play Techies, Broodmother, Arc Warden. What am I missing? Lineups. Broodmother's team is notified in the minimap whenever someone trips in a web line. Multiple heroes can trip on the same line until the duration expires. What's the duration? but illusions don't trigger it. Maximum of 5 snares can be active. Snares can't be cast overlapping each other. 2 charges. It doesn't say. TA and tree, that's true. You're correct, those are the other 2. So you get 5 snares, cast range is 600, 2 charges, mana cost 100, cooldowns 20 seconds. Seems cool. Like, buy ags really fast and use it. Oh, there's a lot of text on the screen. Does it say duration? It says 0.25. That's the slow. The duration's 4. Well, I knew that. Oh, so basically, like, if it lasts for 4 seconds, somebody also could get rooted, but it's going to run out. It's kind of like Ice Path, probably, like delays. It could, like, if somebody triggers it for 2 seconds and another guy runs in, he's not going to be rooted for 4 seconds. He'll just be rooted for, like, the remaining 1.75 after the slow. Okay, I think this is cool. It basically gives Brood the ability to be your hero still, which is playing in one lane with a lot of webs. You're going to have web issues, so you're not going to be able to control the map as well. You're going to be forced to play like one area of the map as Brood, which I think is fine. It's like a good way to, it's kind of how you're supposed to play anyways, and Ags is going to now give you a tool to be able to protect yourself from people that do this. Visible and fog map packs. Doesn't say if it affects invis heroes, but I assume that it does, so it's kind of cool. I like it. And then 20 talent, instead of attack damage, replaced with plus 50% damage to buildings. So, isn't this just worse? Well, it's obviously worse against heroes, because now it just doesn't work against heroes. Plus 50% damage to buildings. Most spiders do this. The spider ites, the one that you duplicate from like biting, are like 8 to 9 damage, and the other ones are like 15, I think. So if they don't all get plus 15, it's just less damage to buildings. And if they have damage block, it's kind of irrelevant because most damage block sources are high enough that like whether you do 50% more damage or you spider attack, like have 30 damage, it's still going to get blocked anyway. So I don't think this is that important. It changes where if you can increase the damage that your spiders do by a raw amount. So if you had like a damage aura that increases raw damage, this could be broken. But I'm not really thinking of anything that does that. So you can use Spinner Snare to cover Roche. That makes sense. Pretty strong. I mean, somebody can walk in and break it though. You know, it's just like walk in, break it, maybe go and maybe don't. That kind of thing. It's kind of like a TA trap or something, or like a Void Spirit first skill. You have people telling you opposite things. Okay. All right. Centaur Runner. Stun duration is reduced by 0.1 all levels. Stampede damage strength multiplier increase, so it does a little bit more damage, and slow duration increased by a little bit too. Stampede better, Hoof Stomp a little bit worse. Still about the same hero, should be fine. Strength and CK is reduced. Cooldown Reality Rift is nerfed. Lifesteal. Oh, I totally forgot that they changed him. I feel like I've played CK since this change, and I'm legit so confused. Did they fuck this up? Lifesteal decreased. Was there lifesteal in Reality Rift? It still says armor reduction. Like it's showing. It's like they put the wrong. They put Reality Rift here, but they forgot to put the passive here. Lifesteal's on the crit. That's what I thought. It's like right here. I think they messed up and forgot to put the Chaos Strike icon in, if I'm not mistaken. I was like, did I miss something? Does the lifesteal come from Reality Rift now? No more movement speed, Reality Rift target pull distance. I like that. Make it easier to grab people. Like you don't really need movement speed on the hero. Give more pull distance. That makes perfect sense. I like this. And then instead of stats, plus 20% Chaos Strike lifesteal. So more lifesteal from your passive. Get up to 80. Which puts it about where it used to be. This should just straight up be worse on the hero. Like you've got less strength gain. You've got less built-in lifesteal, which is fine, but not that great. And now you have to choose between farther Reality Rift pull or more lifesteal. Losing 5 stats is a little bit tough. You're gonna have more mana issues, and then they remove cleave and replace it with the bolt duration, which could make CK support more viable. What's cast bolt? Is it 10 seconds or 8? 10. Okay, so you could reduce it down to 7 seconds, and then use the shard to cast it more often, kind of PL like, which I don't think is terrible. It's okay. But yeah, he's almost certainly worse. You can't farm with the Cleave Talon anymore. Strength is good too. It has like similar win rate from what I remember, so it should be fine. But Chaos Bolt cooldown, that puts it down to 7, and you can min-max the time as well. You could actually make Chaos Bolt really good right now. Interesting. Chen, Divine Favor, Aura no longer provides heal amp. It's probably for the best, actually, because the number that it gave was like so mild. Does it still give you HP regen though? It does. So it still gives you HP regen, but now it also provides a shitload of armor. 5 armor aura, dude. What is this? Warcraft 3? These round ass numbers that I'm looking at right now? Beautiful. 2, 3, 4, 5 armor plus regen per second. That's cool. Makes going high ground much easier, especially against glyphs. That's a lot of physical damage. Give 5 armor to those creepies. That's like, what, 30? It's like 25. Yeah, it's like 30% extra EHP against physical damage. Plus you're healing them. Get one of those like little rings that give everybody armor, dude. Give your whole team armor. This is cool. I like this. Is there any AoE physical damage that we need to protect against? Hoodwink. It's the main one. Swashbuckle, Ember Spirit, those kind of heroes. Divine Favors can be good against it. Holy Persuasion rework Shard. I think it led you to send people back. Allows Persuasion to target 1, 2, 3 ancient creeps based on Hand of God level. Old Scepter effect. Oh, I was like, but what about Hand of God? And then Hand of God, rework Scepter. Now applies a strong dispel. Isn't this like incredible actually? This swap-roo they literally just made. They took something that 2 days ago was an Aghanim Scepter, a 4,200 gold item, and they literally turned it into a 1,400 item because that's how bad it was. They're like, this is so fucking bad, we have to make it a shard. Chen is probably good right now, honestly. This is like big ass Chen buffs. These are big ass Chen buffs, guys. Big ass Chen buffs. No heal amp? Fuck it, who cares? Makes your mech a little bit worse. HP regen's a little bit worse. Obviously, your Hand of God's a little bit worse. But like, 5 armor? 5 armor is sick. AoE 5 armor, hell yeah. Shard for ancient creeps, like you can push this so early now. Obviously you got to be like level 12 potentially to have like 2 ancient creeps or whatever, but still, that's pretty sick. You get the black dragon with a shard and divine favor, giving your team 8 AoE armor. Get 2 black dragons, 11 AoE armor. That's so cool. Very, very cool. Very nice. I'm fucking playing Chen when I get home. And then Hand of God now applies a strong dispel, so you can buy Ags to do what? To AoE save your whole ass team, which should work on all of your creeps and all of your allied heroes. Ravage? Buy Ags. Just don't get ravaged. Hand of God, boom, everybody gets unstunned. Mars ulti. Like, I just don't see any way that Chen doesn't get played at TI now. Well, his laning is still kind of ass. But surely he gets played at TI now? Am I crazy? I mean, it's a lot of gold. I don't know, maybe his laning is too weak compared to somebody like Chen or Enchantress, but I don't know, this just seems good to me. Looks more fun to play. Clink, Strafe removed. Goodbye, Strafe, you have been around for a long time. Burning Barrage. Well, then they took it away. Yeah, because they had Death Pact for a while, right? And they put Strafe back in. It's been a lot. Burning Barrage, new ability. Burning Barrage channels for 1.5 to 2.7 seconds. Oh, is he shooting arrows? Like, shooting up to 6 piercing arrows in the target direction, up to 900 distance away that hit all enemy units, dealing 60% attack damage and applying attack modifiers. So that would be arrows or slows. Arrow width is 200, but isn't this just like Drow's third skill? This is very similar, basically. It's an AoE skill, that's the most important thing. So it allows you to farm, but it's basically Drow's third skill. How is this not like literally exactly Drow's skill? Am I crazy? Just a straight line instead of a wave, but I mean the same principle. You're still farming. It's an AoE 60% attack damage. So okay, so let's think about how this is gonna change him. Can't cast spells without breaking invis on Skeleton Walk. Mana cost reduced for Searing Arrows, so your laning stage is gonna be better. Death Pact can be casted from Skeleton Walk without breaking invis. Okay, so yeah, because otherwise you could cast Burning Barrage while invis. They still allow Death Pact while invis though, which is good. And then no more Agi talents, magic resistance or mana regen. And then Skeleton Walk cooldown nerfed because that was too good with the shard. And 20 straight cooldown replaced with +2 Burning Barrage arrows to make this skill better. So things to think about. Ganking with Clinks is going to be harder, much harder now, because your single target physical damage is insanely worse, with no doubt about it. Strafe gives you stupid, and expensive attack speed. It is skill points for attack speed. One skill point was like 90 attack speed, and every one you got after that was 30 attack speed, or something like that. It was a shitload of attack speed. So you just instantly get damage with your ulti and your Searing Arrows, you strafe, and you kill somebody. And you just basically buy damage items or disable if you need it. Now it's harder. You are not going to be able to do nearly as much single target damage, and now you're going to be more justified in buying attack speed items on Clinks than before. But the upside is you don't have to kill heroes to farm. Now you have Burning Barrage. You have an AoE ability which can be used to push creep waves, and therefore Clinks is now going to be more of a traditional carry, which is probably the main reason that he was kind of fucked in the first place, because he just couldn't farm AoE fast. He could single target kill really quickly, but it shifted him into a playstyle where he does a mix of ganking and solo killing heroes. And if that doesn't work, your hero sucks. Period. But now with Burning Barrage, you can farm too. You're still going to need mana regen because you got Burning Barrage and Searing Arrows. So maybe the new sword thing that gives you mana regen and damage and HP will still be good on Clinks. Orchid is probably bad on this hero now, honestly. Just not that good. So probably stop buying Orchid on Clinks. Because like your single target damage is not what it used to be. So what are you buying this guy now? Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer is probably not bad at all. Breaking invis, being like, hey, I'm here, I'm fighting you, but you're gonna deal way less damage to me. It doesn't give you raw HP, but it gives you mana regen, which is good. It's going to be able to actually AoE apply Mage Slayer too if you hit it through multiple heroes, so that's kind of cool. Mage Slayer could be good. I wouldn't necessarily buy like Diffusal Blade. Maelstrom could be good because if the arrows apply attack modifiers, you can do Maelstrom. So Maelstrom Clinks is certainly an option to farm faster if you want to go Maelstrom. What else? You could AoE apply Deso. It's probably still fine, but not like the best. Falcon Blade early maybe. Shadow Blade guys. Witchblade interaction on Clink's Q. It'll apply in the first person it hits and then go on cooldown. So not very good. I guess those are the main ones. Like obviously you could still buy like MKB and other damage items and stuff, but Bloodthorn upgrade's a little stronger if you do go Orchid, but I don't know, I'd have to play it, but I have a feeling that you just farm a lot faster with the burning thingy. Alright, Clockwork. Overclocking bonus movement speed decreased by 10%, and movement speed talent replaced with plus 60 mana cogs power, or power cogs mana burn. I like that. Does it deal 200? I'm gonna have to click and fuck everything up. Or you can get -2 rocket flare cooldown. So that puts that at like what, 12 seconds? Which is not bad. He loses the armor talent, and the mana burn goes, oh, it's 140, so go up to 200. Huh. You can definitely proc that on people twice if you use like Force Staff or something like that, so it's definitely not terrible. Does that do more damage? It doesn't explicitly say. Do not know. If it's damage, it's pretty good. If it's not damage, it's situationally useful, but either way, 200 mana burn's pretty solid. Rocket Flare cooldown's really good too, though. More vision, better for controlling Roche Pit. I can't help but think that people wouldn't just get that one most of the time. Crystal Maiden, base attack speed reduced, so she attacks slower now. But they're going to buff the mana cost on Crystal Nova, so she'll be stronger at level 1. Explosion distribution is now more even across its radius, and Shard now also increases total explosions by 20%. So it'll do 20% more damage when you buy Shard now. which is fine. In some games where people don't have stuns or disables or whatever, the shard seems really strong, but if they have literally everything, the shard feels pretty bad if you don't have BKB. Kind of similar to the past issues are still there. So it also increasing your damage, I think, is really necessary to make it feel more viable for sure. But this one is a bit interesting. So rather than like novaing and right clicking people a lot, you're just gonna nova more often at 115 mana. Could potentially justify like could that justify like core CM better? Probably not, even though you're doing more damage per mana. It definitely makes support CM better. Like if you're scared, CM's just straight up gonna be better with this. Maybe could better justify you leaving Crystal Nova at level 1 as well, because now it's just way less mana. Because the mana jumps by 20 per level instead of just 15. So you could just leave Nova at 115 just and cast more Frostbites. Feel like you just have spend less mana for your rotation, for example. It's kind of a nerf a little bit, but depending on how well Freezing Field works, this is like one of those things where you have to like play it to feel it. To like, is it really better? Like, how much stronger am I really on CM right now, for example? You got to figure that out. Anyways, let's run some ads. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm gonna drink some water. Not everybody's gonna get ads, guys. Very normal. A lot of you guys saying these are nerfs to CM. It's very possible. You're also gonna D-ward slower. That's one thing that sucks about it. Like you're not gonna be able to kill. You're not gonna be able to kill wards nearly as quickly. But your level 1 is probably a little bit better. Like your base damage is not that high in CM, and your movement speed's not that great. So like chasing people down was not like super viable, anyways. Even though you're slowing people, so I don't think it's terrible. Like it straight up just makes your level 1 probably better though. Your level 1, level 2 are just probably better. If you're using Nova correctly, you're just gonna do more, without a doubt. You just won't right click quite as much, but you're gonna Nova more often, which lowers their attack speed. So like, if your carry fights with you while you Nova them, it's pretty solid. But yeah, maybe overall just a win rate reduction. Takes longer to ward, deward, things like that. But your ulti's better. They're just trying to make the ulti better. Impossible to kill a courier early on since it takes 3 attacks. That's a good point. That's gonna reduce your win rate by a little bit, but Germany going well so far. My train got delayed, but it went past the Rhine River, which is really pretty. I tweeted about it today. It's very beautiful. It's basically like a river, and there's lots of little like villages, towns like centered near the river, and then there's just like not mountains, but like big hills like surrounding the river. It's really pretty. Like it used to be higher, and the river just kind of carved everything out. It's really green, really pretty. I mean, Nova is certainly buffed here, and I always skill it at level 1, but you have 15 less attack speed, so your damage has gone down, without a doubt. Your damage without attacking has gone up, but your damage is weaker. The floods destroyed a lot of that in that area, therefore repairs are delaying trains. That's what I was thinking, because when the floods happened, I was like, oh weird, they're getting flooded out. And I remember seeing pictures, and I was like, oh, it does kind of look like this area. Like lots of cities right near the river, so it makes sense the trains got delayed. But the sad part was that Slacks took like the same train like an hour later, and his went the fast way, so that sucked. So I got there like the exact same time as him. What inspired me to make the dating advice vids? I was just doing online dating, so I figured things out and I wanted to make a video series about it. That's all. wanted to teach you guys things that I learned. And I know that like a lot of the tips are stuff that other people have said in the past, but I was like, I didn't give a fuck. I just didn't watch those videos basically. I read like one or two tutorial things online just to make sure I wasn't missing anything obvious, and I just made my own series. That's how I like to make stuff. Just like find something that I like talking about, and I make a tutorial. Never use Grinder, so I guess. Okay, let's resume. Darkseer Surge, fixed self-cast behavior not working on the AoE. That was the one where like if you'd self-cast it, your hero would sometimes turn around to cast it, which didn't make sense. Wall of Replica duration reduced from 45 to 30 seconds. That's fine. Normal Punch now is True Strike, good for it. I've seen people complain. Illusion duration increased from 5 to 8 seconds. That's really necessary, actually. The 5 seconds felt so long, felt so short. You wouldn't get many hits in. Max damage increased by 50. I remember getting this in ability draft one game. It was really nice, actually, on a core. It was just nice to be able to like stun for that long, for like a second or two every 12 seconds, 14 seconds, because I had like double shard benefits. Anyways, 75 Iron Shell Radius replaced with 20% Wall of Replica illusion damage. Very early to get that actually at 10. Cause I mean this would up your damage to what, 90%? Could be powerful, frankly. It genuinely could be. Because right click damage is a lot of damage in the early game. Basically. So if you get this at like level 10 and get a good vacuum wall, I mean it's not terrible. It's a decent damage boost. With that said though, it's like an extra point of Wall of Replica. The damage goes up by 15% per level, so like, but you could definitely justify leveling that talent instead of getting like level 2 wall ulti, you know? Because the mana cost goes up by a lot, and the move and everything else doesn't change much. So, Iron Shell Radius they put at 15, so basically you can't farm quite as fast, do as much damage in team fights, and they replaced the 50. They basically just swapped the talents, so it's just arguably a nerf. But now you can get armor if you want. That part's cool. Do you want wall damage or do you want armor? Do you want vacuum AoE or do you want... I guess those are both damage. 20 talent reduced from 60 Iron Shell damage to 50. And then minus 30 wall replica cooldown to minus 35. I forgot about that one. So that's pretty good. Put your ulti at 65 seconds. That's pretty darn low cooldown. Doing that every 60 would be really good. Dark Willow. Oh shit. Oh, they didn't buff it. Okay. I was gonna say I was crushing with this Cursed Crown talents. Like legitimately. I don't play much Dark Willow, but I just got the talents. And I got an Aether Lens in the shard, and I just cast Cursed Crown constantly. Stun duration was reduced. It's totally fine. Makes it worse at all levels, 0.25 less. Level 10, a nice round number here of 0.5. So at max it'll do 3.5 seconds of stun instead of 3.85. That's fine. And then 20 talent, 50 damage replaced with +2 Shadow Realm duration. Cool. So you can stay in Shadow Realm longer. Very good, obviously, if you have Ags. That's the big thing. Because then you have 2 more seconds to auto attack. But the fact that as a support, you can now be invulnerable for up to 7 seconds. It's pretty cool. 7 seconds invulnerable if you need to get out of dodge. I like that. Both very cool talents. Yeah, the 50 damage talent is kind of like just silly. It's like, look, we know she's supposed to be a right clicker if you buy like an Ags or whatever, but it's like you don't need a 50 damage talent. Do something like this that's like totally fine even if you don't. I know her attack speed is good, so 50 damage is kind of good, but like give her the option of utility, you know? More Shadow Realm duration if you want survivability. Does it increase your damage actually? Maximum is reached. Okay. So it doesn't actually increase your damage the longer you stay in because it maxes out at 3.5 seconds. But yeah, being able to hide in there longer I think is fine. I would say just straight up nerf to the hero though. Like the stun duration on Cursed Crown, it doesn't proc all the time, but it does proc. So stun duration there reduced, and then but it's not much. This is like the biggest nerf. This one, the 50 damage talent, I don't know how many people grab it, but probably not that many, unless you're buying Ags. So I think it's totally fine. And either way, it's still good if you have Ags, right? So little baby nerf, moderate nerf. Like people cast Cursed Crown all the time early game, so it's definitely worse. Dawnbreaker. Starbreaker no longer ignores movement restriction abilities like Kinetic Field. Oh, so you can't like Starbreaker through Kinetic Field. No longer gets canceled if Starbreaker gets rooted instead of just the movement is interrupted. That's fair. Yeah, there's a lot of things that would interrupt it. So yeah, rooted. If somebody bought like a Atos and could just interrupt Starbreaker consistently, that's broken actually. That would be such a good counter. Just like, oh, root. Instead, you just don't move, which is fine. And then added Agam Scepter, grants magic immunity during Starbreaker. Okay, pretty fair. Probably. It's very strong, though. But a good way to make the skill better, especially when you get your 2 charges. Reduces Solar Guardian channel time. Wait. Oh, that's the shard, excuse me. The shard. Okay. That's really good. It's only 1.1 seconds, I guess, so it's just a little magic immunity, but still great, right? Depending on what kind of things are being thrown at you, you could use it just to save yourself. Very similar to like Egg Shard on Legion Commander. Like just a little burst of magic immunity is great. But yeah, being able to guarantee that it actually finishes, excellent. Better chance to get the heal from it, the damage, the stun, whatever you want. Cool. And Solar Guardian, add Agam Scepter. Reduces Solar Guardian channeling time to 1 second instead of... It doesn't say. I can't help but think it's like 2 seconds, though. It's a long time. Oop, I gotta sneeze. Oh, fuck. I alt-tabbed wrong. I was like, oh no, I alt-tabbed in Firefox. 3.5 seconds? No way. Anyways, is it really 3? I don't know about that. I think it's like, yeah, maybe it is like 3. That's a long time. 4 seconds? Definitely not. 4 is a lot. It says on the tooltip. It says landing stun duration. After a short duration, she flies to the target location. It's a short duration, obviously. Anyways, reduces it to 1 second, so you can definitely hit people. That means that, doesn't it just do a lot of damage then? Like, how many pulses does this do? Damn it, Valve, come on. Landing damage is up to 190, heal per pulse up to 95. Those are going to happen faster. Like, does it do 6 pulses? I don't know. I can't remember. 1.7 channel and 0.8 from landing. Okay. That's not bad. So that's like 2.5 seconds total. So now it'll just be 1.8 instead of 2.7. Also, it can be cast again upon takeoff to land early. Okay. So basically, if you want to get somewhere faster and you don't care as much about the heal or the damage that's being dealt, then you can jump faster, which is cool. So basically, you can basically use it to escape this way as well. If you want to escape from enemies, you can just instantly cast it to go somewhere else on the map. Okay. Now it gives allies in the area plus 60% evasion while Dawnbreaker is airborne. Does that mean after you finish casting for that 0.8 seconds? Is that it? Demo? I haven't demoed yet. Increases heal per pulse as well, and total airborne time by 3.5 seconds. Oh, okay. So you're going to be in the air a long time. Let's read these talents for a bit. So you can basically stay in the air longer. What if it gives you more heal? We'll find out. No more strength. Celestial Hammer slow, that's your second skill. 20 movement speed replaced with 30 Starbreaker swipe damage, which is quite a lot, yeah. And that's crit stuff too. 15 talent, instead of 20 attack damage, you get more luminosity crit damage. 20 instead of luminosity crit damage, which used to be 20 talents, now 15 talent. It's replaced with -1 luminosity attacks required. That's really good. That's really good talent. Holy crap. Like, carry Dawnbreaker is definitely viable now, I feel like. This is so good. Crit talent at 15, and at 20, you only need 3 attacks to luminosity crit, which heals your whole team, by the way, I believe, especially if you're Starbreaking. You get so much heal when you proc luminosity. 2 Starbreaker charges replaced. Okay, I was wondering if they were going to keep that. They moved it to 25, but yeah, with the shard, it would be too good, probably. 20 with shard, you just like 2.2 seconds, you just can't be stunned. It's like way too good. Replaced with Solar Guardian radius, and the 25 one gets removed. Okay. But you can Solar Guardian earlier, which basically means that getting Ags is going to feel way better on Dawnbreaker now, because than it would have in the last patch, because your radius wouldn't be really increased until you hit 25, which kind of sucked. Non-CM, good point. Dawnbreaker, Echo Saber. I mean, Echo Saber is a really good damage item and mana regen item stuff, but like, Armlet's really good. But I guess everybody buys Echo right now. Let's just level up. My mouse
Don't waste the day.
is too fast. Create hero axe. Thank you, friend.
Stay the course.
In the air, landing. I'm sure you guys can't hear me because this is so loud. New computer. Oh god, definitely not that. That's not what I want. Turn this ship. Thank you.
Of strangely high quality for this realm.
He's still getting healed and dealing damage.
Wherever you need me.
Wow. Okay. So heal's way higher. Is that too loud? Does feel too loud.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm ready for anything.
Sounds better. So it just triggers way longer.
It's the speed of light.
Okay, but once it's done channeling, then you can cancel. Okay.
It's not wise to stand in my way.
Okay, I think it's a nice change. Yeah, carry Dawnbreaker is certainly better. The talents are a nice buff. Shard is going to be a nice way to transition, give you like a BKB light option. Looks good. Dazzle, base agility reduced by 1, nerfed into the ground. Poison Touch now only refreshes its duration when Dazzle attacks the target. Oh god, I cannot wait to read the rest of this because it's going to become good finally. Oh, so many things about Dazzle are just like broken, and thus they have to make the skills ass. And this is probably one of them. I mean, it's cool to see people combo with like Sleight of Fist or like PL Illusion with Spirit Lance. You lance a guy and Illusion attacks him and refreshes it, but like it's going to be less ass now, and I can't wait to read it. Base slow increased by 2, and now increases its slow by a percentage every time it's refreshed. Okay, I'm into that. So the longer you chase somebody with Poison Touch and the more attack speed you have on Dazzle, you can like slow people really heavily now. So it makes the attack speed talent on Dazzle much more appealing. The level 15 one, the 60 attack speed bonus. That talent actually looks good now. Because if you actually catch somebody and dust them or whatever else, and you just start slapping them. Good, thank God they reduced his agility by 1. It would be way too fucking strong otherwise. Am I right, guys? This 1 extra attack speed from the base agility, way too strong. Way too strong. Thank God they did that. But yeah, I think this is cool. This is effectively already how Poison Touch works. Obviously, there's some circumstances where it's going to be worse, but... And yes, Poison Touch slow against some heroes isn't really that good, but the ability to basically just attack somebody... Like, if I just cast this on a carry before they get BKB, and I just stand there attacking them like 5 times, the slow becomes pretty significant. Actually makes it good against a lot of carries. Whereas like 20% slow, it's like, yeah, okay, people can keep applying it, but like... It's not really that much punish for like 3 guys to attack a Poison Touch target for like 2 seconds. It doesn't make a difference, right? But now if like I can sit there on Dazzle and hit somebody a couple times, it actually like is a real threat. I like this a lot. This is a cool change. Shadowgrave mana cost rescaled, makes it better with level 1 points, which is great for laning stage. And 25, the heal on Shadowgrave end is removed. I think that's fine because it was a little bit too good. Replace it with 20 strength though. That's an insane amount of strength at level 15. Or you get attack speed. 20 strength is a lot. 400 HP, a little bit of HP regen. Great way to like get level 15 on Dazzle, and if you are a core, your burstable ability, your ability to get bursted is much less. Oh, I see they moved it to 20. Remove movement speed talent. That talent was quite good, but I'm okay with it being delayed. But the 20 strength talent, very good for supports and cores alike, because if you're buying something like Greaves to abuse the cooldown reduction, you tend to have some raw HP issues, so 20 strength is a great talent to solve that. If you're a support and you're worried about cores killing you and you get to level 15, which is super reasonable, 400 HP is going to do a lot to keeping you survivable in those small moments. So I'm pretty into this. I think this is cool. Poison Touch, very dispellable, very dodgeable, but I think this is cool. I'm into this. Poison Touch DPS looks better now, for sure, because now I know that I could like really slow somebody. And there's that Poison Touch slow talent at 25. So like Poison Touch, like really trying to become, they're really trying to make it the skill. which makes sense as well because it does physical damage. You can lower their armor by casting spells. So cool. I like this change. Definitely gonna try Dazzle. I have a feeling it's gonna feel about the same as normal. But if you go on some core when he's out of position and you chase him a bunch, could be really good. So I like it. I wouldn't necessarily want to buy boots on Dazzle, but it could be good. I like bounty rune fights and that kind of thing. Yeah. Death Prophet base strength increased. Silence now fires a 1000 speed projectile towards the target area and silences units in the AoE upon impact. Cast point is reduced. So 1000 is pretty fast. They're probably just doing this because silence is like way too good sometimes, especially like support Death Prophet. It really sucks when like a support hits you with like a 6-second silence and you're like literally a support or like an offlaner or something, someone that doesn't have BKB necessarily, feels real bad. So being able to dodge it or something like that I think is good. 1000 is still fast though, I'm pretty sure. Cast point gets reduced though, so maybe it's easier to cast but easier to dodge or something. Exorcism cooldown increased by 5, so a little bit worse as a core, but about the same. They removed the movement speed talent, which is good. That one was weird, and replaced it with Crypt Swarm at 15. Yes! Yes! That means, oh, it's 3.5, so that puts it at like 4 seconds, I think. And the Crypt Swarm talent replaced with plus 20% Spirit Siphon slow, so you can actually Spirit Siphon slow people. Okay, we gotta demo this. I like Death Prophet a lot, so I want to see what this looks like. Disjointable. It's an AoE, so it won't be disjointable. So like, watch. Oh, that's slow. That's cool though. It's like I'm playing Pokemon or something. Shadow Ball. That's like so much more dodgeable. It's gonna suck to play Death Prophet against like Puck now, and like the farther away you are. That's the other cool thing. Like close range, it's totally doable. Close range, basically instant. But the more distance you put, not gonna be able to catch people. So you can't necessarily like run into fights and like nail this like amazing silence. People can rage, get ready to manta, dodge it, that kind of thing. Blink dodge. This is a necessary change, I think, that definitely made the hero a little bit strong. With that said though, Crypt Swarm cooldown of 15. That would put you down to 3. I want to see what this feels like.
It is foretold. Tell your fortune.
Wow, it's off cooldown so fast, guys. It's still really good. This is going to make like the Bloodstone build more viable that I keep trying to force. Because I like getting Bloodstone, but the talent was at 20, so like the timing doesn't hit right. Now it's going to hit better. So like mana regen items on this hero is going to feel a lot better. And I can't help but think that people aren't just going to get this a lot. Like this is really good now. The 15, very, very attainable. Makes eggs better too, actually. Lowers cooldown on Crypt Swarm means that you can apply more often. Like I could definitely see like an Axe Rush build be better. Even if you do something like a Kaya or something, just to increase your mana regen. Yule's is worse though, got mana regen reduced. That's gonna be worse on the hero. But yeah, lowering cooldown, pretty good, especially for creep waves. 2 of these and any creep wave dies, unless they're like super creeps or something. So like, yes, it's a lot of mana, so that's why like something like Bloodstone is kind of nice, but Bloodstone's really expensive. Could work on the hero though.
A warrior of the light arrives.
Death Prophet. Disruptor kinetic field, formation time reduced, so easier to land. I like that. And Thunderstrike slow per strike duration increased based on the level that you've leveled it up. Ooh, okay, so I'm gonna be happy with this one. That's also attack speed slow, by the way. So leveling this up is gonna make you way more able to protect yourself against cores. Any DPS core, way more survivable. Like way more survivable, especially with a shard.
The war storm is upon us.
So the buff gives movement and attack speed, but like being able to reduce your opponent's attack speed by 100% for 0.4 seconds every 2 seconds is really high actually. That's a huge amount of time. That's 20% of the time their attack speed is slowed. So that feels really good actually. Could allow disruptors to play other roles a little bit, but more importantly, like it makes it a little bit better in terms of trading if you max Thunderstrike a little bit earlier now. So usually people get like 2 points and stop there. Sometimes 1 point. That's a little bit less common these days, but 2 points and stop. Slacks 4-1-1, of course, but it's more justified against the right heroes. Like if they have some like PA or something and you're disrupting, your team has no stuns, maxing Thunderstrike genuinely makes some sense now because they're not going to be able to kill you quite as rapidly, which is kind of cool. So I like that. I think Eternal Shroud's a better alternative to Bloodstone DP. You're right, but it doesn't give you mana regen, which is the downside. But you're right. You get Eternal Shroud at an early time, and then with that early timer, you are you better hit your hero's timing. Bloodstone is like a farm to go late item, but Death Prophet doesn't really go late super well. So you're right. Your build is better without a doubt, but you won't be able to spam them Crypt Swarms as well. That's the downside. If you don't need magic resistance, though, Bloodstone may be better though. Probably better. Doom int gain reduced. He is dumber. Bonus gold rescaled to be worse. Cooldown reduced on Scorch Earth. The damage is increased actually. Duration decreased though. So 180 damage instead of 150 plus another 220. So a little bit less damage level 1, but you can use it more often. This could encourage support Doom because you could use Scorch Earth more often to harass. But is it about the same later? Yeah, same late game. A little, one more tick of time. So weaker early game, better mid game. And then Infernal Blade, burn base damage increased all the way up to 40. So that's 12 times 4 extra damage if you max it out. So 48 extra damage at level 4, which is better. Still probably asked to max this out, but it could be that. That's actually kind of what they're doing here. By putting the Scorched Earth cooldown and the movement speed, does that still scale? It does still scale based on the level, but like you could maybe better justify going like 1-1-4 or something. It's probably still really bad though. You're doing 5% of max HP times 4, so 20% of max HP. I don't know, maybe it's okay to level now. Oh, it's really 20% of max HP at level 4, huh? I mean, you are a melee hero, so you can't really apply it all the time. But against like a melee, some kind of like melee carry, like if I'm playing Doom against like Spectre or something, maybe you can genuinely max Infernal Blade now. Because you're just getting that like extra 40 damage. 160 base instead of 28 times 4, which is like 130 minus 8, 122. Did I do that right? Yeah. 40, 80, 160. Yeah. Position 1 Doom viable? No, it doesn't change it. This doesn't change him being a viable position 1 at all. If anything, he's a better position 1 in the last patch. He got more GPM gain from Devour. He had more raw int. Like, this is certainly, like, you just, the problem is that Infernal Blade has been, like, nerfed a lot, so it just doesn't, it's not worth leveling it to try to out-harass somebody. It's just better to do Scorched Earth. The damage ratio is just so much better. Infernal Blade is just like yeah, it's there and I like it, and it's going to help do damage late game. That's all it is. But, like, you can't max it anymore. There was a period of time, too, where you could do Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade. In fact, you could probably justify doing that a little bit now. If you want to really try to beat somebody up and you have the mana for it, you definitely could do that. Since it scales better. Go, like, 0. Go, like, you'd have to get 1 Devour because you want at least 1 creep aura, probably. But, or maybe you go like 2-2-4 or something. I don't know. It's less good to get Devour right now. They nerfed the GPM, so, or the gold gain at the end. So yeah, they're just trying to like make more playstyle variety here. Worse Scorched Earth talent at 15 and 25. A little bit worse Infernal Blade damage to make the ability a bit less good. Probably found that it had like too high of a win rate or something like that. Dragon Knight getting nerfed before TI. Dragon Knight stun reduced by 0.25 at all levels. The health regen is worse. Way worse, actually. Way, way worse. So way less health regen, which is probably necessary. The hero is like way too hard to kill in lane. It's 4 less regen late game. And then black Elder Dragon splash damage reduced by 15, and the magic resistance reduced by 20. That was necessary. 40% magic resistance you get by buying Ags and using it. It was like insanely good. 20, reasonable. 40 is a lot. DPS on Fireball has been reduced. I knew this shit was good. I knew it. And the damage debuff now lingers for 2 seconds. Okay. So damage reduced, but it lasts longer. So if you stand in the Fireball, it's less strong, but generally. But if you get out of it really fast, it's better. Like if the Fireball lands, you run away. So if they're stunned, it should be fine. Draw Ranger bonus marksmanship damage reduced. So Draw was nerfed. Scepter split arrows no longer consume mana. Okay, that was probably rough, but this is ultimately a buff to the hero. Better AoE. The Scepter... Oh, I'm sorry. The split arrows consume mana. Oh. I was thinking Shard. That's like if you hit somebody with a Frost Arrow, the other 2 that come out will also be Frost Arrowed, and that will consume extra mana. So you'd burn out of mana a lot faster with Ags. I did not notice that, but I think at one point I knew this. They replaced 5 stats with plus 15 Frost Arrows bonus damage. So that would put it up to 35. Pretty good. Makes your 3rd skill do a lot more damage, basically, because those always get Frost Arrows, so that's kind of nice. But yeah, not bad. A good way to just increase your damage in the short term. A little bit more single target damage. You could use it to jungle, kill Roche, whatever. 10 agility replaced with Gust with. I love a wide gust, let me tell you. Prefer wide gust over narrow gusts. Like Gustin everywhere. So a lot of heroes I'm seeing, a lot of carries actually getting stats removed from their talents, which is interesting. Basically, it's going to make carries like accelerate a little bit slower. They're not going to be able to just be as strong by leveling. Leveling is going to matter a little bit less. It's going to affect their skills still, and skills are still valuable, but you have to use your skills correctly as well. So it's kind of how I'm looking at it. Gust with is not terrible though. They really want people to go these Gust talents, but they're just fucking bad. Maybe they'll get them now because it's not stats at 10. They're like, well, I'd have to cast Frost Arrows against neutral creeps to benefit there, so I might as well get the Gust Blind finally. Could use it in these early engagements, but I don't think I've ever seen so. I've skilled it, didn't feel good. And 25 talent, no more cooldown reduction, replaced with +2 multi-shot waves. Okay, so you can multi-shot for 5 waves instead of just 3. Which, for farming purposes, is really good for like ancients and shit. I mean, it'd be really good in team fights too, honestly. Really good on team fights, because if you're shooting 5 waves of multi-shot and catching a lot of heroes with that, that's a lot of slow. Because the slow lasts for like 4 seconds, so. And not to mention your ability to affect a team fight from far range. Whereas normally with multi-shot, like, you usually want to do it like medium range so you hit multiple heroes, but now it's like, oh, I could ping that CM like 5 times from mega far range. Like, that's really valuable. Alright, Stone Remnant charge replenish time decrease, so you can use stones more often, use your ulti more liberally. Level 10 talent, 60 damage replaced with +2 magnetized duration. All Topson is crying right now, literally still crying, even though this patch came out 24 hours ago. Still crying about this. Playing mid Earth Spirit, not going to be in the cards as much anymore. +2 magnetized duration, I mean, that's good. It's a lot of damage. But like going Echo Saber and Earth Spirit, it's not going to be the same anymore. It's like nerfed into the ground. I mean, it's still probably okay, but like 60 damage was a shitload. That was like really strong. But yeah, more magnetized duration, that means you are using less stones to magnetize and less stones to refresh magnetize, and they recharge faster, so you're just gonna have way more stones now. So if you're an Earth Spirit player that doesn't play mid, you're probably jacked about this because the hero's just gonna be stronger. But he basically hasn't been touched much recently, so. And then 8 armor talent replaced with +300 boulder smash push distance. So that would be when you push a hero or an ally or creep. They will be pushed farther. Also, your boulder smash, if you punch a boulder, it's going to go farther too. So you could probably snipe people from farther away with the slow. So no more armor talent, no more 60 damage. You're more on your own in terms of survivability, which is probably for the best. The damage talent, I'm very comfortable with them removing. 8 armor, it's going to hurt if you're up against something like PA type heroes, but you have solutions. Punch them away after they blink on you, that kind of thing. Movement speed increased by 5 for Earthshaker. He's getting quick. Intelligence gain increased as well. A little bit more into naturally. 10 talent buffed by another 10 damage. So Earthshaker core is going to feel way better. Because this 30 damage gets amplified by Enchant Totem. So this being 50% better is crazy, actually. Speaking of which, Earthshaker, Silver Edge doing your pubs right fucking now before it gets nerfed. It's actually so good now. It's so good. Enchant Totem, use a Silver Edge, run in, slap a guy. You're getting a guaranteed crit. You're getting a fucking guaranteed crit, even though it's only 40% damage increase. You're getting a guaranteed crit off of Enchant Totem damage, and it gets bonus Shadow Blade damage. It's like it's good. Has anybody talked about this yet? Surely they have, right? It's got to be good. It's got to be good. Shadow Blade was already pretty good on Earthshaker with Daedalus. Like it's basically this. It's better now. Core Shaker, buy rush Silver Edge and go punch somebody. The problem is that like if they have sentries, it's gonna feel bad. But I mean you can get into the fight with movement speed. Totem isn't a crit. What do you mean it's not a crit? I know it's a damage increase. Of course it is. What are you talking about, guys? Guys, Shadow Blade's upgrade, Silver Edge, guarantees that you crit on your first hit for 40% bonus damage. People were saying crits don't stack. Yeah, I know. You don't buy Daedalus and Silver Edge or Daedalus and Crystallis in this case. You just buy the Crystallis for this after the Shadow Blade and get the Silver Edge upgrade because it guarantees crits on your first hit. And it's important because Totem gives you so much base damage, gives you so much damage increase based on your base damage that damage gets increased. So if I get 30 base damage talent at level 10, that gets increased by 400%, I think. So that is what, 30, 60, 90, 120 damage. So by getting this talent, every time I enchant Totem level 4, I get 150 more damage. But wait, with Silver Edge, that also gets increased by 40%. So that gets increased by another 15 times 4 times, which is another 60 damage. So every time that I hit with Silver Edge with this talent alone, I'm getting 210 more damage. It's like so high. And then any strength item you buy that increases it by another 5 damage per strength, not 5 actually, excuse me. Another 7 damage. So every point of strength you get increases your damage with your Enchant Totem Silver Edge hit by 7 damage. 1 point of strength equals 7 damage in this circumstance. Now Silver Edge is still pretty expensive, guys, and you're still gonna have to get levels on Earthshaker, get level 4 or whatever, blah blah blah. And you have to enchant Totem Silver Edge, run in and slap a guy to get this combo off, but like it's cool. It's definitely cool. Like you should definitely buy Boots. Treads is really good on Earthshaker. Remember what I said about strength damage? Strength being a lot of damage? Treads on Earthshaker is excellent for that reason. 10 damage translates to a lot. So anyways, level 10 talent, instead of 200 mana, replace it with 80 fissure damage. I like that. That's cool. Let Earthshaker be more of a fissure hero like he used to be, rather than like have to spam spells. I like that. 50 or 80 fissure damage. That's cool. I think each point gives you 50 right now. It's like 110, 160, 210, 260. So 80 damage is pretty good. You can grab that if you want it. And then 7 armor replaced with 50 aftershock damage. Interesting, a lot of armor talents being removed, but they added it in as an item. Kind of cool. But yeah, 50 more aftershock damage is cool. You should be able to farm a lot better this way. 15 is pretty late though, to the point where it's like, I guess if you're like a support Earthshaker, it lets you push lanes later. Not that you couldn't before, but you know, that's an extra 100 damage if you do a enchant totem plus fissure and a creep wave. It's an extra 150 if you do a combo later on. And he actually gets to keep his movement speed talent, one of the few. And then 25 talent, magic resistance talent replaced with 200 aftershock radius. Oh my god, we have to test this. This is going to be fucking insane. Aftershock radius, that's his AoE stun.
Moving.
Like, this is going to be so good.
You feel that?
Prepare for battle.
Alright, here's my radius.
Forward.
Let's stand somewhere where it's going to be noticeable.
Oh, yes.
Okay, there's the radius. Aftershock damage is going from 150 to 200. Alright, here we are again.
Quick with power.
There's the AoE. Isn't this just insane? This is fucking insane. I actually can't believe they just put this in the game. This is so good. This is so good. Look how big that got. The radius was 300, now it's 500. It's like if I just enchant totem anywhere here, I get him. Also, it's gonna work with shard. Oh my god, how many times do I have to tell you? You dang game. Watch. Watch this. Everything. Everything on the screen. Everything on the screen gets stunned now. Again, you gotta hit 25 on Earthshaker, but like, holy crap, dude. How am I not skilling that every game? Like, look at that AoE. It's so big.
Yes.
Does it give you movement speed? I don't think so.
Moving.
It's so big. Okay, very cool, very cool. That AoE is huge.
I'm well practiced in my craft.
What time is it? 7:10? Alright, I got 2 hours. I gotta pick up the pace, I think. I don't think I'm gonna make it otherwise. Let me see. What time are we at? 2 hours, 34 minutes. And I got like 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, I gotta go faster. Okay. Elder Titan Echo Stomp. Echo Stonks damage is reduced and duration increased for spirit. So they buff the spirit but make your damage from Echo Stomp worse. So support ET is worse in mid and late game, but support ET in punching people is just straight up better. 2 extra seconds duration is great. So buffing ET at level 1 basically, but a little bit weaker mid game. So Fogged and anyone that wants to buy items on ET will be happy. Ember Spirit Searing Chains damage per second rescaled to be slightly higher late game. Flame Guard absorb amount increased, so better at level 1, more likely to be able to block like a full ability. And Aghanim Scepter maximum travel distance reduced by 500. Okay. So a little bit harder to like go stupid distance. Like you can't jump 3,500 then 3,500 distance with 2 Fire Remnants now. You can only do 3,000 then 3,000. So that's pretty important for your ability to go crazy on Fire Remnant. But yeah, buffs to Ember otherwise. This is a little bit of a nerf, but it's gonna be fine. And then, ooh, instead of 8% Spell Amp, replace with +1 Searing Chains targets. I like that a lot actually. 8% Spell Amp at 20 is like pretty delayed, but being able to Searing Chains 3 people is better. Genuinely, 3 people root. Better chance that you don't catch creeps in the late game. That just seems really, really solid to me. I like it. Just wish the Searing Chains talent didn't go left and then right, and the Sleight of Fist didn't go left and then right. Enchantress range for enchant is reduced by a lot, so you can't slow people from range as easily, and you're gonna have to get closer to creeps. Level 10 talents reduced by 2%, basically little tiny baby Enchantress nerfs that really aren't going to affect her too much. These are going to be like situations where you're like initiating a gank and you usually cast enchant, so like better players will keep themselves away from like the places where Enchantress is likely to approach from, which means that her setup with enchant is going to be harder. So, which is fair. Harder to dispel allies too. Can you dispel allies? No, just dispel enemies. But yeah, Enchantress has a terrible win rate in pubs because you have to kind of coordinate with your team, but pro players are really effective with the hero. So either way, nerfing her is worth it because she's been banned a lot. Multiple instances of Midnight Pulse no longer stack, so that means when you go Scepter now deals 5% bonus pure damage instead of the current level of Midnight Pulse. Okay. Didn't it work similar? I think I remember a time where I bought BKB against Enigma who had Ags with the sole purpose. Oh no, I bought a hood actually. I bought a hood specifically so I'd take less Midnight Pulse damage, but then I found that when he had Ags, it actually did the Midnight Pulse damage through Black Hole unless it was pure. So this is probably not that different unless they fix that since it last happened. No more Ags double stacks? What does that mean? In the sense that like it doesn't do as much damage now, which is true. It used to do 7% times 2. Is 5% pure better than the 12 magic? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, 7 magic times 2 is 14% magic. That's going to reduce by 25, so it's going to be like 11.25 or something like that. Somewhere around there. Whereas now, Ags used to stack with Midnight Pulse. What do you mean used to stack? Of course it stacked. This just means, I'm pretty sure this just means that if like, This means if you, right now, it means if you buy Refresher, you can't double Midnight Pulse on the ground and like do double the damage. It stacked before because you could Midnight Pulse and Black Hole would apply another Midnight Pulse basically, so it needed to be able to stack. But yeah, before you could buy Refresher and like double Midnight Pulse the same ground. So I guess I would say like if you have Refresher on Enigma, very common. You blink, Midnight Pulse, Black Hole, refresh, Midnight Pulse, Black Hole. Now you've got 2 Midnight Pulses in Black Hole without having to buy Ags. That can't be done anymore. But the second Black Hole that you do after you refresh is still going to do 5% extra pure damage if you have Scepter. So in Refresher circumstances, it's worse, certainly, but it should do a little bit more damage. It should do about the same damage, is what's happening. It's an 80 nerf. Midnight Pulse with Rearm was one of your favorite builds. Ooh, that does sound really good. That's a really good point. Midnight Pulse with Rearm or anything else? Maybe cooldown talents. Like you could probably do it with like Chakra Magic or something. Nah, it's too high. 35 out of 12. But yeah, that's a really good combo. Midnight Pulse Rearm would have made sense. Level 10 talent, Idle on Health replaced with attack speed. I like that better, just to get them split a little bit faster. And cooldown reduction is removed. Thank God that's gone, so we don't have to skill it anymore. Now with plus 30 Malefice damage per instance. So 30 Malefice damage per instance or 200 Midnight Pulse radius. So that's like a 90 damage talent, which is okay for your skill. It's alright. Midnight Pulse radius has got to be better, I feel like. But I like the Idle on attack speed talent. That one's cool though. Ooh, the other one's Malefice stun duration though. But if you're very farm heavy, the Idle on attack speed is going to really increase your GPM by a lot. I don't see why people wouldn't skill that most of the time. Void Chronosphere cooldown is buffed late game. Surprised about this. Heard Void is getting played. 7 Agi replaced with plus 6 time dilation damage per second. Okay. Most people don't get that one. Oh, and they're taking strength away. Replaced with 0.5 time walk backtrack time. Okay, so now you can time walk 2.5 seconds of damage instead of just 2. That talent looks really strong. It's effectively strength. As long as you survive, it'll give you more heal. Time dilation damage per second can be really good though against the right heroes. Because I like that they're putting in time dilation talents though. It does like what 7 to 10 damage or something. So buffing it by 6 is pretty big. You go from 10 to 16. And it lasts for like 9 seconds or something like that. Or I can't remember. Alright. Health talent replaced with time lock cooldown. So basically you don't have all these raw HP talents. This is going to hurt Void a lot. This is why they buffed this Chronosphere. And then time lock damage talent is replaced with plus 7% time dilation slow per cooldown. So I think it's like, I gotta look at it. And 20 talent attack speed replaced with 120 attack speed and Chronosphere. Okay, cool. I like that. That's cool. More direct. Having Mask of Madness is always better than like 40 attack speed anyways, just because you need to kill them during Chrono when you have a chance. And then 20 minus 2 time lock cooldown becomes time lock damage, which is still kind of a shitty talent. Because you gotta multiply your chance to time lock by the damage. And your chance to time lock is pretty low. It's like what? 18 or something like that. So 18% of 70 is not good damage. It's not a good average. It's like less than a 15 damage talent. Obviously you can time lock multiple times, that increases the chance slightly, but like not a great talent. Alright, so let's look at the hero. Time dilation lasts for up to 11 seconds.
Pace beyond time, and time beyond counting.
I'm sorry, the chance is higher, 24. 24% times 75. Whatever that is. It's like 7, 14 plus another, I don't know, 4 or something. It's like a 19 damage talent. It's not great. But I guess you could buy, if you buy Ags with it, it's good. That part's good. Because then you apply time lock procs, so that's like guaranteed 70 AoE damage. That's kind of good. I guess that's the trade-off here that I haven't thought about before. So you can go time walk, cooldown, lower the cooldown to 4.5, and then go Ags with time lock damage. Okay. Alright, so time dilation is slow per cooldown. It's 10, so you get up to 17. I like that change to the time dilation ones. It definitely could make support Void feel better. Because now your abilities actually like do more. Even if time lock deals 2 times damage in Chrono, I don't think so. It hasn't been like that in years, I'm pretty sure. They changed that years ago. Anyways, yeah. Making time dilation a better ability, I think, is a good idea. I welcome it. I have not accelerated. Stroke of Fate damage increment per hit has been increased. And Inkswell duration increased from 3 to 4 seconds. Okay, that's a buff and a nerf. Buff in the sense that it does more Ink Tendrils DPS, so it has more time to collect damage to do more damage. That part's a buff. The nerf is that now the stun doesn't come till 4 seconds. So using it as a teammate initiates means you're going to have to use it ideally, and they're going to have to wait more before they go in for their stun to lead into the Inkswell stun. Whereas before it was pretty straightforward. Cast Inkswell, wait 1 second, jump and stun a guy, you pretty much always get him. But ultimately good and bad. More damage, delayed stun, delayed dispel, but more damage in laning stage. It's an extra 25 to 55 damage per hero. So, and more movement speed too. Your movement speed is on longer, so getting the movement speed talent's going to feel better too. So, kind of good, I would say. Maybe worse in pro games, but kind of good too. So, Gyrocopter agility gain reduced, intelligence gain increased. Rework the homing missile, or rework shard, sorry. Homing missile now constantly fires. Oh, okay. I thought it was like at Rampart. Homing missile now constantly fires a 700 radius rocket barrage starting 1 second after casting. Rocket barrage prioritizes the homing missile's target. Isn't this just like amazing? Kind of. Okay, so if the homing missile is going fast, it doesn't accelerate that much these days, right? But like, think of it this way: if the homing missile instantly jumps up and explodes, there's not much time to rocket barrage. If they're running away from the homing missile, they're going to take more damage because they're going to spend more time. Basically, if their movement speed and the missile's movement speed is consistent or close to the same, there's going to be more time for the rocket barrage to hit them. If they are running at the missile, or the missile, or if the missile blows up less than 1 second afterwards, then there's less time for it to damage. But ultimately, this is still. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the shard, excuse me. Shard, okay, that's the shard. With that said, is it's good? With the talent later on, probably, but it feels kind of not good to me. I was thinking this could work well as like a support thing. Make the hero feel a lot stronger in the laning stage, but it's obviously too early for that to work. It's free Rocket Barrage. It's still good though. Rocket Barrage does a shitload of damage. Like it does like 600 damage if it goes for 3 full seconds, and that's before the talent that increases the raw damage. So it's probably worth it. Sometimes, but it just really depends whether people run it. I feel like if you just run it at it or use Glimmer Cape, it's fine. If you don't get the Rocket Barrage damage talent, it's probably not going to feel that good either. Flat Cannon range reduced, that's fair, and cooldown is back to normal, that its cooldown scales down, so let's see what happens. So 16 damage replaced by plus 300 Flat Cannon range. So makes your Flat Cannon splash wider, back to normal range. So that's basically just a straight up loss. 15 talent, minus 40-second cooldown to plus 2 flat cannon attacks. That's really good. 8 flat cannon attacks at level 15. Makes Rapier so much better. Like, makes Rapier so good, actually. And 25 talent, 3 homing missile charges replaced with minus 6 flat cannon cooldown, putting it at 12 seconds. Rapier Gyro is just really good here. And 25 talent, global cooldown replaced with airstrike, causes cooldown to be vector targeted and fires 3 cooldown attacks in a vector direction. It's like boom, boom, boom. 5 in a range and 0.75 seconds from each other. Secondary cooldowns deal 50% damage. So does multiple 3 cooldowns. That's really cool. Just like changes the ulti. Flat Cannon is really good though. If you're going raw damage, obviously it's amazing, but like you could certainly go more spell damage gyro now. That's basically what they're pushing. They're like, hey, here's some options to like make spell damage gyro more viable. So if you want to go like E-Blade or like Veil, it's gonna be so much better now in gyro. Yeah, I should demo it. So I just got an idea for something else you can do. So Veil, Gyro with Force Staff and E-Blade is my idea. Or we could do maybe Arcanes. God, this is why I'm confused. I'm like, why am I not finding anything that I want to buy? Arcanes. but maybe treads.
For staff.
And I need shard. Let's say hypothetically I get this.
Yeah.
Is my picture in a really weird place? That's fine. So let's take this guy and level him up a bunch.
Affirmative.
I'm just gonna go up to like 25 so I can do the other one too. This man boots.
What's that? Here goes nothing. Yes, sir.
It's the whole time. I didn't realize it would be shooting while he was on the ground. I'm really surprised. That's quite good then. So like if you do some shit like I didn't realize.
Yes, sir.
That's quite good. So now it's more like
The skies are mine, firing and forgetting.
so my thought was I force staff he's gonna take a little bit more damage. In hindsight it's probably not worth it to do that, but
Wilco.
anyways. A blink.
I dare you to run.
And then you get the rocket barrage damage talent obviously. Homing missile stun. It's not bad. If you're going spellcasty, you just do shit like this.
What's that?
Oh, I see. So the second ones do less damage, but like,
Is under attack.
it's not bad. It's a little hard to hit everybody with it, unless you're like surged or something,
This
but
bucket of boat still has a few surprises.
makes your ulti a lot better. It's pretty good. Looks pretty good, honestly.
Quit your mumble.
Huh.
Fox
Fox
too.
2.
Raining hell.
Oh wait, I should just check to see how much damage it does actually. Refresh.
Come on.
Oh, this is already leveled up.
Dodge this.
That's pretty good. It's like 300 damage. So it's probably like 150, 200 or something like that. I wouldn't say it's like a terrible ulti, but like if you're playing like support gyro, it's not bad. Like it's gonna affect things better, but almost any core would get called on without a doubt. I'm sure the trend is like, yeah, oh, that's actually pretty close. Oh, look at the win rate difference here. Homing missile stun duration versus fly cannon attacks. It's not good. I feel like it was probably a nerf, like lowering his agility, but I like it. Gives you more options for playing the hero. I think I got an ad break here, and I need to really hustle on time. Yeah, let's do ad break, and then we'll be right back to speed away. No, I'm not going to play today. Not everybody gets ads, guys. Okay, let's continue. Where are we at? That was Gyrocopter. Hoodwink. Movement speed reduced by 10 necessary. She's got to get nerfed. She's too good. Bushwhack damage now dealt over time on a 0.3 second interval for the duration of the debuff. Damage stops if hero is released. Okay, cool. So now you can actually like save people by cutting the tree or reduce the damage she does. It's going to make her burst feel way less good. On the bright side, it's going to make Hunter's Boomerang better in a way because now you can apply Hunter's Boomerangs shortly after Bushwhack lands, and you can still get some of the damage benefit. So it's going to make that easier to use. Decoy sucked. Let's see what it does. Now throws a lesser Bushwhack towards the unit that attacked the illusion, spawns a tree in its location. Isn't that what it used to do? Oh. It was a target ability. So now it also does like attacked or hit with the target. It had to be an ability before. Now it could be attacked or targeted ability. Cooldown reduced, stun duration increased from 1 to 2 seconds. Okay, that's better. That's the biggest thing. The stun duration felt really bad before. On a 40-second cooldown, it's like way too crappy. Alright, Hunter's Boomerang can now be ground targeted, which is great. That way you can actually like do cool stuff with it instead of it just being like only hero specific. And then 10 talent, health talent's gone, so it's going to make it a lot easier to die. Plus 1 second scurry duration, and agility replaced with plus 2 acorn shot bounces, which is really good too, honestly. That's really, really solid. It's going to make farming creep waves good for cores. You won't do as much damage, but yeah, better bounce, better creep wave farming, better for like Maelstrom Hoodwinks, better for all Hoodwinks really. It's probably better than the agility because you're mostly skill related rather than like fully right click because your BAT is kind of weak. Thanks for the sub, Master AJ. Alright, Huskar movement speed increased by 5. Shard no longer reduces healing by 50. Shard now heals Huskar for 50% of the damage dealt to heroes. And 10% dealt. So it's basically got like 50% spell amp to use Inner Fire now. So you basically use it when you're about to die, which is cool. You can still use it while you're stunned if you have Shard, though. I mean, it's not bad. 310 damage. You know, reduce 25% of it, deal to a couple heroes. That's a pretty good heal if you get a couple. It's not terrible. Level talent replaced with plus 1 second inner fire duration, so it would disarm for longer, which is quite good, up to 5 seconds. It's either that or life break slow duration. Life break slow duration, which I think lasts 4 seconds normally, 3 to 5. So up to 7 seconds is pretty good. What's the slow on him again? 60%. That's pretty good. Is that level 10? I gotta say that's like, I feel like that's something you get at 10 maybe. Maybe not at 10, maybe delayed a bit, but not bad. Plus 2 seconds. And then 25 talent, so spell life steal, replace it with plus 16 life break damage. So that ups you to 60. 60%, which is a huge amount of damage. Not bad. I could make it more viable for sure. I hated just 10 talents. I think they were kind of shitty. So I'm glad they changed them. Invoker, base movement speed reduced again. Lift duration rescaled to be worse. Less lift later on. Tiny bit more early. Chaos Meteor, slightly less damage level 1, slightly more late. Burn damage slightly less, so just less damage. Less damage from the Meteor. Deafening Blast, less damage early on at all levels, and the disarm is weaker as well. Way less knockback, only 1.6 seconds instead of 2 late game. And 15 talent, 60 DPS Ice Wall replaced with plus 1 Forged Spirit Armor reduction. They removed that from 25, which is plus 2. Could be useful earlier, and replaced with 2.5. Oh, that's cool. So bonus Quas, Wex, and Exort passives. 2.5 is a lot.
Invoker.
I mean, it's like 14. I got a calculator. Sorry guys, I don't want to mess this one up. 14 times 2.5. That is 35 damage per orb, so you get 3 of those. So that's 105 damage from your orbs. It's not bad. Instead of 42 damage. Wex, that one's pretty sick actually. So we're talking 7 times 2.5. Oops. Oh shit, that comma's a period. I'm in Europe. Ugh. I was like, oh no, I typed a comma in the calculator, guys. Made a terrible mistake. So that means you're getting 17.5 movement speed per Wex. %. Let's multiply that by 3. 52% movement speed from Wex. It's actually so sick. That's so much. Regen, similar numbers, 52 regen per second with 3 quas. That just looks good. I can't help but think that's just like really, really good. So much movement speed. How are you ever gonna catch him, dude? Is that number real? 2.5 times Wex. Alright, what about the attack speed? Same thing. 50 attack speed, 50 movement speed on Wex. And it's like 30 some damage per exhort. 20 damage. No. 14 times 2.5. 35. 35 damage per exhort. Damn. The movement speed is busted. That's definitely the best one. The damage is good too, potentially. Attack speed's pretty good too. Quas is pretty good. No, I'm just kidding. Where are we going? Back. Boop. Invoker. I never said I was going to hurry. I really got to hurry now. IO, max tether distance increased from 900 to 1000. Heal amp increased by a little baby bit. Jakiro dual breath, cast point improved again. Ooh, that's a big one. 0.35 instead of 0.55. 0.55 is a lot, guys. 0.35 means more time for you to attack your enemies. That's huge. That's so much earlier on the cast point. So early. 0.2 seconds every time you dual breath is saved. Huge amount of time. Liquid fire burn damage increased as well, back to old numbers. So that's 15 times 4? 5. So that's 3 times 5, 15 more damage at level 1. Pretty good. 75 damage liquid fire now instead of 60. And later on, lots of damage. And macro power cooldown is worse at level 1, but scales down. That's fine. Just encourage people from level it to level it, I guess. That doesn't bother me in the slightest. This is a huge buff. Huge laning buff to Jakiro for the dual breath and liquid fire. Huh. Juggernaut, Blade Fury, damage increased by 5, basically nothing. Movement speed for the healing ward is reduced, level 10 talent. Movement speed replaced with Blade Fury Radius. Okay, okay. If you want to spin, you can spin. Keeper putting a piece of armor on, a little ring of protection or something. Illuminate channel time rescaled to 3 seconds at all levels. But why? Does it make it worse early, better later? Yeah. So Illuminate's worse early by a decent amount, but better later because you don't have to channel nearly as much. Not that it matters that much when you ulti, but and then Chakra Magic buffed as well. This is really big for ability draft actually. 2 less seconds on it. Pretty big. Good for Coddle too. Kunkka Ghost Ship fleet interval increased by a little bit, so it can't chain stun as much. Move speed slow rescaled from 35% at all levels to scaling, so it's less good at early levels. Slow duration doesn't last very long early anyways. It's like 1 second, so I mean it'll matter a little bit, but it's fine. Better later though, so it's better level 4 on. And then cleave percentage reduced, but the bonus damage is increased. I imagine the numbers are about the same. It just means that like late game Tidebringer is going to feel a little bit weaker. That's all. Although when you get that like later talent with the tiebreaker damage goes up, it might be better. I'd have to do the math, but I do not have time for the math. Press the attack, fixed level 25 AoE, not working correctly, self-cast, same as Darkseer. And then 10, no more strength, you get dual cast range. Ooh, very cool. So you could use dual cast range to duel like a Pangolier without having to buy an Aether Lens. You could buy an Aether Lens and duel people from like all the way across the fucking team fight, which is cool. Genuinely cool. Also, mana regen replaced with overwhelming odds radius, so that's your first skill to make the AoE better. And then 15, 20 attack speed replaced with plus 40 press the attack HP regen. Another case where a hero is just by its level is going to be weaker in terms of outputting damage. But I do like the dual cast range. This is like a nice change for basically all players. Like, it's just going to be easier to cast duel now. You don't necessarily have to get a blink dagger. You generally could just get movement speed in some circumstances and get duels off. 200 range increase is huge. Like phase boots and a windlace or a drum. Like if you go phase boots, drum, windlace, you're dueling people without a doubt. But like 75 cast range or whatever it was, 100 cast range, like that's hard to get those duels off. So I like this change a lot. Your hero is individually less tanky, but you should have more damage anyways. 20 talent to 15 kind of sucked anyway, so I'm happy to not get that one. More overwhelming odds hero damage or more press attack HP regen, which is a lot. 40 extra? That's so much. And after you win a duel, by the way, you get another press the attack, so you just get way more regen. But you have less attack speed and strength. So dangerous. Diabolic Edict deals pure damage now. Ooh, no longer deals bonus damage to towers. I don't know how much damage it did to towers bonus, but pure damage is good. Way better. It's just infinitely better at level 1. It did physical. So I guess maybe it's about the same because people don't have that much armor. But against like your Ogre, TB, PL type stuff, it'll do more damage. It will scale way better, for sure. Level 10 talent, no more +4 armor replaced with mana regen. Ugh. I have to skill that, aren't I? God. And the 25 talent, instead of magic resistance, replaced with lightning storm can bounce twice on units, only after there's no more jumps left. Okay. That's cool. I wonder how much damage it does to towers now. The fact that it does pure instead of physical, I don't know how that works. The type of damage it is, like a creep or a ranged creep or a hero, usually changes how much damage you do to a tower. But the fact that it's pure instead of physical probably does about. I'd have to check to see how much bonus damage it did to towers to compare, but who knows? We'll have to see. Anyone do numbers? I don't know. It did plus 40% to towers. That's probably about the same because they've got like 15 armor. That's probably like 40-50% attack speed or damage reduction or something. Alright, Lich Frostblast mana cost is reduced a baby amount, almost nothing. Sinister Gaze, better consistent cast range. Mana cost reduced a lot. That's so much better on Sinister Gaze. You can actually like get your mana back on it now, because you actually get mana back when you use it. Mana drain of 10% at level 1, for example. So if somebody has 800 mana, you actually get your mana back casting the spell. 800 is kind of a lot, but still. If you have 4 points, it's 25%. Not that you should level, like you shouldn't level it that much up, obviously, but let's say you got 3 points, 20%. Get your mana back with 4 if they have 400 mana. Yeah. So yeah, you can actually Sinister Gaze is gonna be very mana efficient. That's a nice change. Scepter now also lets you cast your other abilities while channeling Sinister Gaze. Ooh, that's cool. That makes eggs a lot better, because now you don't have to be like blink, Chain Frost, refresh, Chain Frost, double Spire, Nova, cast armor, then Sinister Gaze. Now you can just be like jump, gaze, juggling, throwing everything. You know, that's gonna make Lich so much better actually, even like as a core if you want to. Because whenever I played like Lich Core, it was really hard for me to balance that. My mechanics are not incredible. Like I'm nowhere near a pro player, but like if I can't do it, then it's the barrier is probably too high to like try to do like blink. But if you go like blink Ags now, instant blink Sinister Gaze, throw Chain Frost, throw Nova, put armor on yourself, put down the thing. Like that's a really nice change. I like that a lot. Chain Frost initial projectile speed is increased for the first one. I like that a lot as well, because now if you're throwing Chain Frost from range, it's going to get there faster and then it'll slow down, which is fine, because you just want that first one to hit so that they're slowed and caught in the creep wave a little bit more. And the 15 talent, remove the attack damage replaced with more Sinister Gaze duration, which is good. I like these changes a lot. This allows you to scale a lot better into the game with utility items like a Blink Dagger on Sinister Gaze. I think that's excellent. The mana cost coming down is excellent on Frostblast as well. These are great quality of life changes to Lich. I think that's just going to make the hero more fun to play and possibly feel more valuable as a hero too. Now that you can jump in and Sinister Gaze and actually like cast some spells after, which might help you win the fight, you know? Cool. Lifestealer movement speed decreased. And Fest can no longer target undying zombies. Thank God, that shit was so broken. Somebody's done that to me. It made me so mad. Mana cost reduced, and Scepter now also applies disarm to the enemy. It still probably sucks. Scepter also does damage immediately after infesting, so you get 1 extra hit. Ag's Lifestealer is garbage, but disarming is better now, because at least then like when you're infesting them, that they aren't also killing your team. But still probably bad. And movement speed replaced with plus 10% rage movement speed bonus, which is going to be about 30 movement speed. So in terms of rage, it's better. In terms of the rest of the fight, not so much. Lena base attack damage increased by 2. She's buffed here, and attack speed bonus per stack reduced. Okay, so a little bit weaker in terms of a right clicker. Harder to get last hits in the laning stage, but she's still going to be fine. Lion armor reduced by 1. My poor boy. I haven't seen a lion nerf in a long time, I feel like. Travel distance reduced. So it doesn't go as far. Cast range is unchanged, only the bonus length is reduced. Okay, so shitty players will never notice this. Scepter damage reduced by a lot, actually. Is this like nerfing line for weak players? Because like almost nobody buys Ags really. Just like weak players and turbo players and stuff like that. Ag's lifesteal replaces Satanic? What? I don't know about that. Nah, there's no way. Satanic's so good on lifestealer, dude. It's like 75 damage. Ags would give you 10 damage. Like, okay, you can heal, but Satanic is also a monster item, and you can use it to remove silences and shit. Satanic is infinitely better than Ags on lifesteal. You're so wrong here. You're just thinking about it in like, oh, I can go from low HP to full HP, but it's like Satanic does that and damage and gives you dispel. It does like 3 things. Ags is just like a little bit of HP, 10 damage, 10 attack speed. It's like, it's not good. Mana, it's not good. Ags is not good. It's not good. I just won't believe it. And level 10 talent, less damage here. So a little bit nerfs the hero. Lone Druid, Savage Roar, fixed shard granting 40 attack speed to allies instead of 60. Okay, cool. Good to know. Spirit Link, attack speed increased. True Form, Entangled Chance increased. Affects only Lone Druid. Okay. That's pretty fair. Up the chance when you're in True Form. And Demolish bonus damage increased. Up to 60%. So basically just makes you're better than the bear for some of these things. You still wouldn't want to put the items on you, but like in the few times that you usually get opportunities to hit somebody, you're more likely to make them count, which is good. Luna Lucent Beam cooldown increased by a shitload. Shard Glaive's acquisition range reduced, so Shard is worse. Lucent Beam alone is worse. Basically, you can't get like one Lucent Beam and still abuse the hero. You're gonna have to like suffer with having a long cooldown Lucent Beam in the early game. So this is gonna hurt Luna's farming ability a lot. Like they can't both get the laning capabilities of like 1 or 2 points of Lucent Beam while also having the really good farm capabilities of maxing out glaives and your aura. And the damage reduction percentage is increased as well. So you farm slower, your laning is worse. And then 15 attack speed talent replaced with minus 8% Moonglaive damage reduction. So you can farm better with that. Interesting. And then instead of movement speed, it's Eclipse cooldown reduction. Oh, okay, that's cool. So you could actually go Death Star a little bit easier. I think the cooldown's like 100 or 120, somewhere in there. So lowering it by 20 is pretty good. And then all stats replaced with Global Lunar Blessing. That's your passive. That's very interesting. If I could remember what it actually fucking did right now. And then Lifesteal replaced with 35 Lunar Blessing damage. So basically trying to make...
In the service of
It's just damage bonus and night vision. Okay. Couldn't remember which version it was for some reason. Global Lunar Blessing, plus 35 damage to all heroes on the map. Kind of cool. Actually, you know what's busted about that is the night vision. That's by far the most broken thing. If you are playing Luna support against a Night Stalker, oh, sucks to be Night Stalker. He's going to pop his ulti and everyone's like, I don't care. I can still see literally everything. But like the fact that it can make your team just like obviously Luna's usually going to be there with your allies, but if you have like people that are more solo independent, that talent is so good. Global Lunar Blessing for when you fight or like run around the map at nighttime. It's so good. It's really, really good. The damage, fine. Very cool. I like that in a lot of ways. I think that's a cool way to change the hero. This is like ultimately kind of bad for ability draft because it's all very skill specific, but so there's gonna be like more gold talents rather than like other things. But I think this is fine. People are kind of shying away from the lifesteal talents anyways due to the amount of like anti-healing that you can get right now. So we'll see if it affects her win rate much, but so far it looks like it's going to be okay. Her win rate's really solid right now. What's Eclipse cooldown? Oh, it's 140. Sorry, I was way off. 20 is still nice, but yeah, not that great. And then nobody gets Lunar Global Blessing that much, but Lunar Blessing damage is worth it though. It's a talent for 35 damage for yourself alone. Pretty solid. Okay, cool. Like in Shard Wolves now have low attack priority. They'll only acquire enemy aggro if they're only unit in aggro range, similar to catapults. Shard Wolves now can cripple towers, does not affect regular wolves. Cool. So they can like reduce the attack speed, I believe, of towers, which is actually pretty huge. That'll help a lot in killing buildings. Howl duration increased to 8 at all levels, and the cooldown rescaled. So Howl is just kind of sick right now. How much time do I have? I have about an hour and some until somebody comes and knocks on the door, basically, before they leave. It's still light out? Yeah, it is. I guess Is Germany that much north or more north than me? I'm not sure. Magnus Skewer damage increased by a little bit per level, so a little bit better. And power duration reduced to make it worse on casting on your support or your cores and running away from them. And then level 10 talent damage replaced with empowered duration. Okay, so it can go up to 45. I'll make core Magnus a little bit worse, but it'll make you won't have as many mana needs because it'll last longer. Mars Spear cooldown is buffed. As you level it up, cooldown goes down. Arena Blood cooldown is nerfed though, so it's a high level at all levels. Remember when it used to be 60 at level 1? You guys remember that shit? Level 10 talent, 15 damage replaced with God's Rebuke slow, so your second skill will slow people for a really long time. Movement speed replaced with minus 10% bulwark penalty. How much does it do? Only 20? Oh, that's not bad. So you could actually bulwark run, not at a terrible speed. And then armor talent replaced with Spear Mars damage. Spear Mars damage talent replaced with plus 10 and 5 bulwark front and side damage reduction. Interesting, that's a 20, but I mean bulwark is quite good. Isn't it like 60% damage block or something like that? 70? It's kind of a lot. Because if it's 70%, I don't need to reduce. It's like all these fucking sounds. If it's 70%, you're reducing it by another 10. You're reducing front damage by 33%, which is a lot. It's similar to PA. If she has 50 evasion and you get 25 more evasion, you're getting a second 50 evasion, is what you're getting really. So reducing it by 10 and 5 is still pretty solid. Especially if you're blocking damage. It's going to really help eat up damage that's being thrown at your team. Mars. Alright, Dusa. Jump radius reduced on Snake. Damage per mana reduced. Basically just worse early game, but otherwise about the same hero. Meepo strength gain reduced. Agility gain reduced. Poof damage reduced. But it now deals pure damage. Okay, so it does about the same damage. It does way more at level 1, though. Level 1 it does more damage than it did before. No. The ratio is, okay, it's the same. It's 3/4 at all levels. Okay, so it does way more damage late game because it's doing pure. That part's good. You're getting a little bit less HP and agility. They rework the shard. Divided We Stand can be cast from any Meepo as long as there's another Meepo within 300 radius, causing the nearby Meepo to fling you towards the target within 900 range, dealing 100 damage and slowing the target's movement speed by 50. The fuck does this mean? I'm very confused. You just cast it and they like fling you towards somebody? Is that how this works? Just throw the Meepo in, 100 damage, slowing their movement speed by 50%. Just throw them in. It's like Blink Dagger. You don't need Blink Dagger anymore, basically. And 15 talent, reduced from 50 poof damage to 40. I saw somebody say that it's broken. But yeah, if you can just launch yourself on without needing Blink Dagger, and you can do it on like a pretty low cooldown, it's pretty good. Okay. No blink needed, I guess. Just buy a shard. Sacred Arrow max stun reduced down to 5. Oh, I'm sorry, it's worse early, 3.2. Vision reduced, that was needed, the vision was too good. 15 damage replaced with -2 Sacred Arrow, that's pretty good. People will like that. Health replaced with Leap Distance, that one's good too, potentially, against the right heroes. Sacred Arrow cooldown replaced with Moonlight Shadow gives 20% evasion. Evasion active during Moonlight Shadow, even when units are visible. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's a cool talent, actually, I like that. Against the right heroes. 20% evasion's not nothing to scoff at. 8 spell amp replaced with Moonlight Shadow cooldown. And Moonlight Shadow cooldown, which was super high, 60. They removed that, thank God. It's going to make pub games feel better. Replaced with plus 180 Starstorm damage. That's really good, actually, because the Starstorm does extra damage based on how much damage the Starstorm does. 75%. So if I'm increasing the damage by 180, that is 380 times 1.75 is how much damage I can do. So it does 665 damage now instead of 525. Yeah. So it's an extra 150 damage basically. That's not true actually. I did that. It's not 380, it's 480, sorry. 480 times 1.75. 841, 75 damage. No, I typed it in wrong. 480, not 41 times 1.75. 840 damage. So it does 840 damage at 25 instead of 525. And if you buy Ags, you get double. So if you get Ags in that talent, it's really good now, because then you're doing like 480 AoE damages. You're basically doing like 1,000 magic damage for a double Starstorm, and you get that extra burst on whoever's closest to you. So that's pretty sick, actually. That's going to make Ags actually valuable, frankly, because Ags kind of, it's like okay, but it's not that good. But being able to do a high damage double Starstorm, really solid. I guess the Arrow Starstorm doesn't do the double hit, I don't think, but alright, let's slowly continue towards Monkey King. What's our timer at? Okay, we got a lot of time till an ad. Tree Dance, cast point decreased. Just always okay. That's like the shard. Travel speed increased, so it's just easier to Tree Dance now. Jingo Mastery, Lifesteal increased. Rework Mischief now reduces Mischief cooldown to 8 seconds. Increases the invulnerability time to 0.5 and disjoints projectiles on transformation. No longer reduces your movement speed below your current one. Oh, it's a shard. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, this is so fucking broke. Why would you change it to 8 seconds and like up the survivability time? It's a shard now. Okay. Alright. So, but most importantly, Tree Dance cooldown's really the cast point time is really low. This is, you used to have to get the shard for this. So now Tree Dancing is just so much easier. So you're gonna see a lot more monkeys like fitting in Tree Dancing in combat, like all the time. It's worth it just to like jump around. Cool. Lifesteal is better on Jingu. 25 instead of 15 means Jingu at level 1 is going to feel so much better. So much better. But the shard, potentially really good, obviously. Destroys projectiles, so against the right heroes, it's amazing. Vengeful Spirit kind of thing. And it no longer reduces your movement speed, so pressing it wrongly doesn't hurt you at all. Really. Attack speed talent replaced with Boundless Strike stun, so that's going to hurt him. And the Boundless Strike crit replaced with +2 Jingo Mastery charges. That's pretty good, actually. Because one of the issues with Jingo Mastery is that, like, even if you go right click, it's like you have to attack 4 times to get 4 good right clicks. But now it's like 4 and 6. So that's going to feel way better DPS wise. Getting that Jingo Mastery and having 6 of those, it's a lot of lifesteal. These changes seem good. I think they're overall good. Like, back to Jingu a little bit. Tree Dancing is easier. Jingu's obviously still really annoying, but it's only lifesteal, so it's like, you know, it's kind of a trade-off here. Shard is kind of cool. I like the talent changes. I like this. This feels good. Makes the hero more about Jingu Mastery late game, where normally it's just really bad, so it's not worth it. Waveform mana cost reduced by 10. Base damage for Adaptive Strike reduced heavily, so Adaptive Strike sucks for harassment. And Morph no longer steals Shard Scepter abilities. If Morph doesn't have Shard Scepter. It wasn't like that already? What? Oh my god. What a piece of shit, Morphling. Naga Siren agility gain reduced. Rework Shard now makes Song of the Siren heal allies for 5. It's back. Another Ags channeled straight into a Shard. 5% max HP per second. That's pretty good. That's like 35 heal if you get the full time. Damage for Riptide increased, and mirror image damage replaced with 8 agility, which is probably about the same damage. It's probably better at the time. 10 agility replaced with 13% mirror image damage. Okay, they just give you more damage later on. This makes more sense because like at level 10 you're not spamming your illusions maybe quite as much, so making your hero better with agility is good. And then at 15, where you actually have more agility items, you're getting a bigger chunk of mirror image damage. So I'm quite sure this is overall better for Naga Siren. I guess he lost some agility gain over here though. And then Strength Talent is buffed, and Song of the Siren cooldown replaced with 10% Riptide change, which I believe puts it at like 27. So you can do a lot of damage with just Riptide now. And then 25 talent, -5 Riptide armor increased to -6. Okay. It's a lot of minus armor with magic damage. Nature's Prophet base mana regen increased. Fix multiple instances where destroying shard sprout trees wouldn't spawn greater treants. So bug fixes there. Vision range reduced for sprout by a lot, down to 250. Nature's Call tree HP regen base increased by a lot. And damage per kill increased up to 6 for Wrath of Nature. Cooldown reduction replaced with 75% miss chance for sprouted units. Cool. I like that. It's worse though, for sure. Well, 75 misses a lot. Like it's at level 20, people's Quellings are gone, so like it's kind of cool. I don't know, could be really useful, I feel like. But they're gonna have BKBs and stuff, so I don't know. But might make them make hard decisions. But cooldown reduction is definitely really good. Strength gain reduced on Necro, damage for Death Pulse increased, and the heal increased, and then self restoration amp reduced. So from Ghost Stride, your second skill, so you don't get as much value with just 1 point as you used to, and you have less strength gain. But it should be fine because you're doing more damage and you're healing more. Should be fine. And then 25 damage talent replaced. Yeah, that one was pretty ass with 100 Reaper's Scythe cast range. It's good. I don't know if I'd skill it generally. Slax will. Slax is definitely skill in that one. Night Stalker base damage increased by 2. Very needed. Dark Ascension is nerfed. 6 armor replaced with Dark Ascension duration. Oh, I like that. 10 more seconds. Goes from 30 to 40. That's pretty worth. The other one's like the nuke. Yeah, the void damage. Like that. I'm definitely down for that. I would definitely skill this one consistently. Get 10 more seconds of flying. And then 12 strength replace with Dark Ascension damage. That's a lot of damage. 50 damage is so much. 35 damage replaced with 25 strength. Okay. So just all right click, basically. Nyx's base strength reduced by 1. It's 20 HP, 1 less base agi, less base regen, and less HP and mana regen from Burrow. So you're going to be less invulnerable. That's a huge reduction. Losing 0.5%. Ogre Magi strength gain reduced, less strong, less smart. Shard Fire Shield no longer procs on creep attacks. Good. Fixed recasting Fire Shield on an ally, not replenishing its charges. Oh, I did not know this. Fire Blast damage increased. That's kind of a lot, 10. Because you're getting a pretty good chance to multicast, so it adds up. And unrefined mana cost from 30% of current to 35, so they made it worse. Interestingly. And mana cost for Ignite. Finally, thank God they buffed this. This needed to happen so bad. They nerfed Ignite damage so much. It was doing like 100 damage for 110 mana. It was so bad. So bad. Now it's going to at least do 100 damage for 80 mana. So you can actually like maybe play more like Slax's Ignite plus Fire Blast build. Because you're not going to spend nearly as much mana on Ignite. It used to be like 85, but then they buffed the damage a lot, so they'd increase the mana, and now they reduce the damage, now they're reducing the mana again. Thank God. So, casting spells on Ogre is going to hurt way less bad, and they nerfed the 20 talent for the bonus attack speed because it's too good. Omni Knight. More base strength, more strength gain, more agility gain, more bonus strength for Heavenly Grace. Cooldown reduction for a Guardian Angel, and Hammer of Purity no longer heals Omni on attack. That's fair. Can no longer be cast on creeps. Okay. That's going to hurt a lot. Can now put a debuff on the enemy here, which reduces enemies' outgoing damage by 60% for 4 seconds. Ooh. Mage Slayer, Hammer of Purity, baby. The new anti-mage. You slap him with the Hammer of Purity and the Mage Slayer, these do no damage. 60% reduction for 4 seconds. That's cool. Mana cost increased by a lot, and cooldown increased by a lot. So, much worse as a damage skill. Doesn't heal you, but it has a debuff. That basically means buying it as a support feels good now. Because before, like, healing as a support doesn't feel good because you just fucking die. You're like, oh, I healed, but I have no HP because I bought a freaking 1400 gold shard. But now, as a support, you can be like, I'm dying to their Storm Spirit. You slap him, you give him the hammer, and now it's like, put a little band-aid on him, or a Nerf bat. It's like swapping his items out. You put boxing gloves on his hands or something. Which gives you a way to live, either yourself or allies. It's still going to do a lot of damage, but you just can't do it every 4 seconds. So ultimately, hurts core Omni Knight, but makes support Omni Knight better, and you got generic buffs. So, is this good? Omni Knight's still probably kind of bad, but support Omni Knight that buffs your allies with Guardian Angel and Heavenly Grace is certainly better. Oracle armor increased by 1, incredible cooldown increased for Purifying Flames. You probably can't cast 2 Purifying Flames on somebody with 1 skill in W, 1 point in W. So that's a little bit of a nerf for early game. His healing's gonna be much worse, and false promise duration is less too, especially early game. So just big nerfs to like Oracle's early game, other than the fact that he's just gonna have more armor, so he dies less commonly to physical damage, which is actually kind of a big deal because he can make himself magic immune with his second skill, so kind of good. Outworld Devourer, Orb now affects Roshan, so Roshan is going to be Cakewalk for OD now. A nice advantage for him. Astral Imprisonment fixed the debuff not displaying correctly. Yeah, I did notice that all the time. It was like broken. Grants an additional plus 5% mana capacity steal to Astral Imprisonment. What grants? The Shard? What grants this? Also allows allies to move at 40% movement speed during Astral Imprisonment. They are visible but untargetable and can't perform any other actions. The Shard? We're talking about the Shard here? What? Shard? It is Shard? Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, this is pretty good though. Shard to be able to protect your allies and they can still run away. And with Ags, for sure. It's kind of cool. Is it worth the money? Probably not. But if you buy Shard, it's offensive and defensive. You get 5% mana capacity steal, which it translates to damage. They can walk out of Chrono. That's true, but yeah, there's certainly some good uses. Pangolier Shield Crash slows enemies. Always. Okay, just always slows enemies. Damage reduction per hero increased. Damage reduction rescaled. So it's way worse early at giving damage reduction, but it slows people, which means you can shield crash into your first skill much more likely, which is probably something weaker players struggled with. And until you max it out, the damage reduction duration is really weak. And then cooldown reduced also. So just straight up better. Skill's like quite good to max, I feel like. I mean, why wouldn't you just like max shield crash and like beat people's asses in lane? It seems so good. Like this is way too good. Am I fucking crazy? Oh, Lucky Shot doesn't slow as well. Okay. If Lucky Shot was the same, this would be so good. You would just max shield crash and Lucky Shot. As weird as that sounds. Maybe not because your stats aren't that high, but like your mobility and like trade advantage would be so good, I feel like. It still disarms but doesn't slow. I'm actually happy with that because I hated just like they jump in with like Swashbuckle and like not only do they hit you with Echo Saber so you take all the damage, but then you're like slowed afterwards. So then you can't even get away afterwards. That was really annoying. So I think ultimately this is a good change because now if they want to slow me, they got to use Shield Crash as well. They can't just jump in a Swashbuckle and like wreck me. So Shield Crash, incredible ability. It's going to be really fucking good in ability draft. Like an amazing ability draft skill. AoE stun, mobility, and it slows for 3 seconds at a good percentage, and damage reduction. Excellent skill. Much better skill. But they're not going to be able to just like slow me with a Swashbuckle and find an opening for an easy kill. They're going to have to Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, or Shield Crash into Swashbuckle, which I think is a nice improvement. So now if I get slowed by Echo Saber, whatever, I'm slowed for like 1 second, I get to walk away if they don't Shield Crash me. Very pleased with this change, actually. Will it affect his laning that much? Maybe. You're going to proc, well, it's going to hurt your skill build a lot. Because like the early game, you're going to be a lot more limited on skill points. You like have to get Shield Crash now, because otherwise you have no slow. Or you just don't get Lucky Shot early. Maybe you just don't skill Lucky Shot anymore. Or maybe you just get like 1 point in Lucky Shot to have the 4 armor reduction if it procs. And then you max out like Shield Crash in the other one. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. We'll see what the Pango spammers do. But it's going to kind of mess up your laning effectiveness a lot, I think. Phantom Assassin slow duration increased. And level 10 talent health replaced with Phantom Strike duration. That one's going to be really good. That's your attack speed when you blink on somebody. So increasing that attack speed when using against like jungling and Battle Fury and stuff, it's going to increase your farm speed a lot. But I guess Stifling Dagger cooldown also does that. But I would definitely prefer Phantom Strike duration. Gives you more DPS. Phantom Lancer. The problem with like Pango support though is that you don't have that many. Like Pango stats are really bad. Your movement speed I think is good, but your raw HP is really low. And your agi gain isn't that good, I don't think. So like you're like, I guess if you go like Orb of Venom or something, definitely like you could max Shield Crash and run around like roaming. Sorry, what's the cooldown? Down to 10 seconds. It's pretty good. You could definitely easily use it like twice in a small skirmish. But yeah, maybe something like that could work. Who knows? Juxtapose Ag Scepter cooldown reduced heavily. Yeah, this was like way too high. 60 was insane. And then Ag Scepter also increases max illusion count by 2. Okay. Maybe it'll be worth buying this soon. 40 seconds is pretty good though. Phoenix Icarus Dive dash length reduced. Based on what level? Okay, or yeah, how many points you have in it? That's fair. Sunray max health as heal per second reduced. So just a little bit weaker. Phoenix is too good, and Fire Spirit radius increased a little bit, so it's easier to land these. Puck base damage get reduced by 1. Yes. Cooldown increase for phase shift again, 8 seconds. Ooh, and phase shift at level 4 being up to 6.5. Dang it. That is gonna hurt the hero. Your ability to do things like, most importantly, like Yule's, phase shift, Yule's, phase shift into blink. Do I have that right? You can't like phase shift, do some shit, be in trouble, Yule's yourself, and then have phase shift up again as quickly. Basically, this is a big difference. It's half a second extra, huge deal for Puck for sure. It's going to be a lot harder now to stay alive in those like time periods between phase shifts. Dreamcoil no longer has an initial stun. It still cancels TPs. So that means like if you're about to, it was pretty useful because like you would try to cast spells on Puck, he'd interrupt your animation with his ulti, then he would silence you. It was like a really good way to delay things. So it's gonna be easier to catch Pucks now for sure between these two changes. And 10, 25 attack damage replaced with orb distance. So harder for him just to like right click the shit out of you with his old Witchblade. There we go. I was like, pink sword. Nerf Sunray again? I mean, it's a pretty big nerf, dude. It does like 20% less healing than it did before. It's a big difference. Pudge. Meat Hook mana cost rescaled 135 at all levels. Now instantly kills any non-ancient creep it hits. So it's like Marana Arrow. You can just one-shot large creeps. Which is cool in multiple ways, actually, because now I think the nicest thing about this, actually, the nicest thing is definitely that you could like hook creeps to accelerate your farm. The second nicest thing is that now if you hook a creep, the creep doesn't pull to you and reveal where you are, which is a big deal actually. Because sometimes you hook like an enemy creep, and now the enemy creep starts attacking you, breaks your tranquils, breaks your blink dagger, that kind of thing. I think I saw Fog tweet about this, so I guess this was spoiled, but it was not confirmed. But you could also hook your range creeps to deny them. With that said, Meat Hook is a really long cooldown, so like it's not exactly something you should do regularly, because if you hook your range creep, you can instead hook like a large creep, right? But yeah, it's something you can do now. Ultimately, a good change. It's going to help you make shit happen and get things done. It's going to make it a lot easier for you to jungle, actually, because normally you use rot to jungle, but you have to lose a lot of HP to do that, and it gets a really high HP creep. That doesn't feel good. So now you can actually like rot to kill small creeps and then hook to kill the big creep, or hook to kill the big creep then rot kill small creeps. So I think this is a really nice change for the hero. Obviously mana is still going to be a concern, but something like Soul Ring Tranquils could be good, or maybe you don't need Soul Ring, I'm not sure. Dismember Shard cast range on allies reduced. Oh, I didn't know that increased the range for allies. Very good. Pugna, Nether Ward no longer has a mana reducing aura. Good. Now additionally heals 2 hits whenever it triggers. Heals 2 hits? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, the ward itself heals. So if it's missing HP and somebody casts a spell, the HP goes up. So trying to kill the ward while people are fighting is going to be really hard. That's cool. That's really cool. That means now, like, if you go to defend the ward and you decrep it, you're actually buying time. You're not just buying, like, 4 inevitable seconds. You're, like, buying time where if your opponents cast spells, the ward gets healed. So actually fighting around another ward is going to be a lot more fun now. That's very cool. A little bit griefy for your team because your team can be like, why'd you cast a spell? I almost killed it. That kind of thing. But level 15, but it doesn't reduce mana anymore, which is genuinely might reduce the win rate. It's like one of those things where you just don't notice it, and all of a sudden, like, oh, my mana's been drained because I've been Netherward for 30 seconds, and now we can't push again. So the win rate might go down, but I think it's going to be cooler this way. So even if Pugna's win rate goes down, I think ultimately in the long run, this is better. So level 15 talent improved from Netherblast cooldown back up to 1, so it looks nice. That's good. Little buffs to Pugna. Quap base damage increased by 3. Shadow Strike now heals Quap for health on every tick, heals 50% on creeps. Cool. But the tick damage is reduced by 10. Okay. I mean, does anybody... It's basically Brain Sap on Bane. Is this not... Do you not just play support Quap now? Because, like, that's one of the benefits of Bane, is that you deal damage, but you also heal. You don't get a lot of ticks. I think it's like 5 ticks. But you're still doing, like, 30 damage plus... So it does less damage. It does 130 damage, but you heal 50, which isn't bad. It's okay. It's still really good on mid, though. If you get 2 points and it doubles, you get 20 health per tick. So that's 100 HP per Shadow Strike, while dealing 200 plus 60, 260. It's not bad. And you can use it on creeps to heal if you really want. It's not great, but once you get AoE Shadow Strike, it'll be good. Level 15 talent, cooldown reduction replaced with +2 Shadow Strike damage instances. Same duration, ticks happen more often. Okay, that's nice. So you get more heal. Up to 40, so up to 80 more HP, which is going to help keep her alive, number 1. And just more damage. 2 more ticks, that's like a lot. It's like 160 damage. That's a cool talent, I like that one. 30 attack speed is really good too, but hey, if I'm more focused on casting spells, looks nice. And 20 talent, 30 lifesteal replaced with 120 Scream of Pain damage. So basically they like take spell lifesteal and they put it directly in Shadow Strike, which is kind of cool. Spell lifesteal talent hasn't really been the same for a while. Just because you can get spell lifesteal from items really easily. So replacing it with 120 Scream of Pain damage, that's cool. Either AoE Shadow Strike or your Scream of Pain does 440, which is... Yeah, your blink is not based on Scream of Pain, but still, that's good. Yeah. Cool options. AoE Shadow Strike, very good. Hit a whole creep wave, basically, you get healed from it. So getting heal is really easy. Razor Eye of the Storm now applies its armor reduction before applying its damage. Okay. So it's going to do a little bit more damage, basically. Not bad. It's not going to change that much, but it will kill people a little bit. It's probably not true, actually. That's actually a big deal. So basically what that means is that every tick of Eye of the Storm does 5% more damage. That's what that means. So if every tick does 5% more damage than it did before, Eye of the Storm does 5% more damage. They buff the damage by 5. Doing this is exactly the same as increasing the damage by 5% at all levels. Because if your first tick instantly applies armor, instead of doing 60 damage, it's doing 60 damage minus 1 armor, you know? So this is a pretty nice change. It's going to make Ags better as well, of course. 10 talent instead of health replaced by +30 plasmic field damage. That's really good. That's going to increase your farm speed a lot because that triggers twice. And it probably, I wonder if it's the min and the max. Not sure. It's probably not bad though. And then 8 armor replaced with +6 static link duration. Oh, I like that actually a lot. Because there's definitely times where static link feels inadequate right now, where it just doesn't last long enough, where it's like, just doesn't feel like you do enough damage. So now you get the option. But reducing a lot of armor talents. I feel there's been a lot of armor talents reduced. I feel like minus armor heroes are going to be stronger. I think this is probably also why they reduced Orb of Corrosion. They wanted to remove all these armor talents, and now it makes sense. Like, you could argue it's buffs to Slardar though because of that, because he has so much natural minus armor that like anybody that can still minus armor is gonna be really nice counters to these cores that are weak to individual physical damage. Razor, Viper didn't have an armor talent, but you know you kind of get the picture. Darkseer, I guess now. So a couple of those heroes are gonna be weak to minus armor again. Shadow Fiend will reign again. Damage increase for Blink Strike, so better at early levels. Damage per attack reduced a bit, but the sleeper attack count. Scepter attack count increased by 1. Okay. So when you Ags ulti on Riki, not only do you hit 2 units instead of 1, but you also get more attacks. You get 5 attacks instead of 4. Okay. And the cast range goes up when you use Scepter it. And Sleeping Dart nerfed because it is too good, I guess. Cast range reduced, mana cost reduced. So comparable. Spellsteal cooldown reduced. TI is coming after all. Projectile speed increased, so the spell gets to you faster after you steal it. And 10 talent Fade Bolt damage, borrows your damage replaced with plus 10% Fade Bolt damage reduction. So it'll reduce a little bit higher. I can't remember what the number is. 34. Oh, that's pretty good actually. It's a lot of damage reduction. Alright, that's where we were. It's about here. And 100 base damage replaced with minus 25% stolen spell cooldown. Cool. That will not stack with items, I believe. So, a lot of good spells to steal with that. Burrow Strike, etc. And they can do more spell amp at 25 too. Epicenter, Strength Gain reduced on Sand King. Shard now also grants plus 20 damage per pulse. So Shard is just better, straight up just better. They removed, is it because the Shard? I guess they took the Talon away. I mean, you get an extra talent now, arguably. If you didn't get the 20 damage Epicenter talent, then Shard is straight up better. But if you did, then you could argue it's the same. So instead of that, they replace it with Sandstorm DPS. So Sandstorm damage can go up to like 100 or something like that at level 10. And then Sandstorm DPS replaced with Sandstorm Radius. Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. That's nice. It should make it a lot easier to play around Sandstorm because there's more space to run around. Health Regen replaced with Caustic Finale damage. Pretty good on creeps and stuff like that. It'll probably help you farm a lot. The other one's Burrow Strike cooldown. If you get Ags, obviously Caustic Finale damage is really good too, but 120 damage on Caustic is a lot. It is, yeah. Yeah, it's basically like double damage that creeps do. I think they do like 120 base plus the percentage, if I'm not mistaken. It'll increase it by like 50%. It's definitely very good on creeps though. If you get attack speed and slap all the creeps, then kill. Like if you get Sleight of Fist with this talent now, 2 Caustic Finale talents, Caustic Finale slow and Caustic Finale damage with Sleight of Fist, be insane. Alright, Disruption cast range increased. Shadow Poison stack damage increased. This is necessary. Level 1 Shadow Poison was really bad. Only did like 340 damage. It costs like too much mana to 5 stack. So like really delays when Shadow Demon feels dangerous. Costs just way too much mana to get those kills. I don't know how much damage it'll do now, but probably like 450 or something. I think it did like 320. Maybe it'll do like 400 damage or something. Soul Catcher now temporarily gives spell amp for each hero debuffed. Ooh. That sounds really fun. So cast Shadow Poison, land the monster Soul Catcher, and just blow everybody up. This seems really good. It's like you're playing Nemesis, dude. Get like a good 20-30% damage buff and just triple ulti a guy with Ags. Do like 3,000 pure damage. I think it's magic now, but alright, Shadow Fiend Necromancy. Rework Shard. Necromancy is now an attack modifier that consumes 1 soul, granting your next attack 170% crit with a 3-second cooldown. Additionally, enemies killed grant an extra soul. Ah, okay. 170% crit means that buying raw damage on Shadow Fiend will be insanely good. Like rapier type stuff, like every 3 hits you get a guaranteed 70% damage increase. But yeah, right click SF. Certainly could be really good here. Crit with lifesteal is obviously great. Slow rescaled, worse early, better later. Level 10 talent, more attack speed, more spell amp. Movement speed replaced with 80 Shadow Rays damage, and the 20 Shadow Rays replaced with plus 3 seconds Requiem of Fear, slow per line. So the max possible fear is 3.3 seconds instead. So much easier to do like ulti and triple rays on a guy that has a Sanj. And cooldown reduction is this Requiem Souls cooldown, which makes sense. That's primarily the reason you wanted the cooldown reduction. It's really good on raises too, but this is actually a buff in some ways. Like if you mostly care about Requiem combos, then yeah, this is a 40% cooldown reduction on a Requiem. So, and you can still get cooldown reduction after this, by the way. So this lowers that down to 60, and then you can get like a Quickening Charm or something to lower it even far, or an Octarine. You could have a 45-second ulti on Shadow Fiend with Octarine. Not that Octarine's good on the hero, but yeah, 3-second cooldown Necromancer. If it was every attack, it'd be way too good. What's our time? Close. Shaman, Mass Serpent Ward. Cooldown rescaled to be worse early. Mana cost is a little better late game. Health talent replaced with -3 hex. That puts you at like, I gotta look. It was 5. It went down to, it was 13 down to 8. So they'll put you at 10. 10-second hex. Shackle duration at 15 now. So 10 is hex cooldown or shackles damage. Huh. It doesn't, I think scaling it lowers the cooldown by 3 as well. Goes 20, 17, 14, 11. No, I must have the numbers wrong. Because it wasn't 11, it was like 13. Let's stop it. 1 shackle duration at 15, so I'd put shackle up to 6 if you want it. Serpent ward attack damage range increased to 100. Yeah, that one sucks. Nobody gets that, I don't think. +2, it's not bad probably, but yeah. +2 shackle duration replaced with hex breaks. Ooh. That's at 20? Level 20 hex breaks. That's really interesting. It has to be defensive passives, right? Because if it's an offensive passive, it doesn't matter. They're hexed anyways, right? But against like your bristleback type heroes, not bad. It's very late game, obviously, but it's an item solution, or it's a hero solution against break. Viper, that kind of thing. It's pretty good. Silencer's strength gain reduced. Now Arcane deals double damage and slow when target is silenced. Okay. Penalty duration reduced from 5 to 3. Because it does way more damage if you cast more spells, it doesn't last as long. But if you global and then curse people, way more damage. Oh, and it slows double as well. So yeah, you can slow up to like 36. So like curse and global silence at the same time is really strong, actually. 80 damage for like 4.5 seconds. It's really good. Armor replaced with arcane curse damage and more damage, so it goes up to 55, so 110. Ooh. And then arcane curse damage replaced with attack range at 15. Perma int kill replaced with 10% arcase. I hope they just remove this, honestly. The perma int steal thing is just really annoying sometimes. And they replaced it with 10% arcane curse slow, so you can go up to 28 slow, which would double. These are good changes because it gives Silencer more burst damage, which is important. It makes your ulti feel more valuable because you could literally just Arcane Curse and Global Ulti just to do more damage. You don't have to do it so much about like preventing silencing at the right time, which I think is good. You can enhance your damage earlier. You can add more slow, which now makes your hero more effective against heroes like PA. I can now cast Arcane Curse and Global Silencer and run for my life, and at least I know that he's like really slowed. He's slowed by 60% for like 5 seconds. That's good. And the 20 talent lose attack range, but you get 400 health. But you get attack range earlier if you want to go that, so that's fine. And then 20 Arcane Curse slow replaced with 1.5 times last word and multiply. That's really potentially good. It's like 150 damage. Ags on Silencer is really strong too when you get it. Farm creep waves, use silence heroes constantly, and then 25 talent number cooldown reduction replaced with last word mutes items. So if last word procs, they just can't use their items. That's kind of next level cool. If you get Ags, it's insane. Once BKBs are gone, or their like mantas are gone, you just mute their items. I like these changes. They're very cool. Definitely gonna make Silencer more effective as a support. He does have worse strength gain, so he's not gonna have as much HP, but I think this is a really nice way to change the hero to make him more viable as a support. Alright, we had ads. Alright, let's run ads quick. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a good stream. Sorry the audio sucks. The reason I have bad audio is because I am not at home, if that wasn't clear. I am in Germany right now at the ESL offices, and the patch came out yesterday while I was flying, so I didn't have a chance to do the patch notes before I left. So that's why I'm doing it here. I'm not sorry about everything. How did you know? Keep that to yourself. It sounds so good at the moment. Probably yeah. That looked pretty good to me. He looked good. Worse strength gain, so he's not gonna have as much HP, but like Arcane Curse does double damage now. You basically have to max this skill now, without a doubt. Max Arcane Curse. You should still get at least one of your glaives. But I would one glaive for laning, max Arcane Curse, get a last word before 7. That way you can also do extra damage during last word, which lasts for 3 seconds. So last word already does a lot of damage. And then it's also gonna like increase your Arcane Curse damage by like a lot more. It's like an extra 120 damage. Your last word does like 120 more damage now. It's really good. Clings is probably bad. I don't know though. It's getting hot in here. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, no Tango Cam. Sorry guys. She is very far away from me right now, unfortunately. Got a minute remaining. We'll continue. Skywrath Mage, Arcane Bolt, base damage increased by a lot, 15. Very needed. The skill was like pretty bad level 1 for 90 mana. Concussive Shot, movement speed slow, rescaled to 40 at all levels. Okay, so now you don't have to max it out anymore to do damage. It still is good to level up, but basically they're trying to buff Arcane Bolt, make Arcane Bolt justifiable to max. Yeah, you like literally don't have to level this up anymore now if you don't want to. If you want to do maximum possible damage with your ulti combo, it's probably better to max Arcane Bolt now to go like a 4-1-4 build, I would have to assume. Because then you can cast Arcane Bolt multiple times. Maybe they'll be convinced to do it. Like, you just want slow duration to be up, because otherwise it's hard to land full damage from your ulti, is the big thing. This is also very mana effective. 95 mana at level 4 just to do damage, like, it's so easy. Whereas Arcane Bolt you have to cast like multiple times. But if you Arcane Bolt somebody twice when the silence is on them and ulti them, it does a lot of damage. So it's probably a little more viable to go like a 4-1-4 build right now. So, and Mystic Flare duration reduce is huge. This is like actually pushing Skywrath a lot closer to where he was when he first came out. I think it was TI4. I told everybody on Zephyr, I was like, Sky is really good. Sky and Ogre are good. And they wouldn't let me pick him. And I was asked, so I was going to go bad. It was going to go bad no matter what, but maybe we would have won more games if I got to play those two heroes. And then they became the heroes of the tournament. But yeah, Sky is going to be more viable for sure. Arcane Bolt, higher damage, especially at level 1. Like, it'll add up a little bit. Damage the same, just quicker? Yes, damage the same, just quicker, which is important because typically you don't get a full duration Mystic Flare on somebody. So if it deals the damage 0.2 seconds faster, that means multiply whatever percentage of time that they've been standing under it as a percentage of the total. It does more damage. It does more damage. Slaughter Guardian Sprint cooldown increased from 17 to 32 to 17. Bonus movement speed increased. But why? Alright, damage rescaled. Just basically nerfs to Slardar, kind of. Is this because they nerfed all the armor talents? I don't understand. 10 talent, 20 attack damage replaced with -3 Guardian Sprint cooldown. That's it. It's like they really want you to max this skill out, I guess. And then 20 HP regen replaced with plus 10% Slither Crush attack and movement speed slow. Thank you for watching 9 ads in a row, Sergeant Chuckles. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for the money. 20 talent lifesteal replaced with plus 100 Slither Crush damage. That looks fine. These are all okay. This shit's kind of weird though. It's more movement speed, so I guess like for a small window you can get more kills, but I'm a little surprised. I mean, if you get like Orb of Venom with Guardian Sprint on Slardar, you can probably kill supports so easy. Especially if you're a support too, maybe. Maybe not that, because you kind of need levels for that to work well. Sark Dark Pack self damage reduced to 30%. Cast that shit all the time, guys. Farming is going to feel way better. Shadow Dance cooldown reduced. And, oh, this is why. They removed Strength Talent, and it's Dark Pack cooldown. So it can go down to 5 seconds. You can spam it, like, very often. Lifesteal replaced with 50 Shadow Dance attack speed. Okay. And the attack speed talent replaced with 80 Dark Pack damage. Okay. Shadow Dance attack speed is probably the one that people are going to get. Because there's a lot of kills you usually get mid-game with Shadow Dance. Maybe you're on level 15. 50 attack speed's a lot there. Let you pick up the stacks, get a kill, start the rest of the fight well, kind of. And then 20 Dark Pack damage replaced with +1 agi per essence shift stack. Okay, so every hit you steal 2 agi from your opponent, so you get twice as much attack speed per attack. That's really good. Dark Pack farms really fast. Yeah, I bet. I mean, lowering the cooldown down to 5, and then increasing the damage later. Like it's a really good farming skill. 30% damage. That's not much. It means you're only taking 90 damage total instead of 150. So that's a huge change. Really huge change. Snapfire, strength gain increased. Mana cost for Fire Snap decreased. Burn damage increased. Cooldown increased a little bit, but not bad. And movement speed talent goes to plus 1 second scatterblast slow duration, so up to 2 seconds slow. Slax's new favorite hero has been buffed, the Granny. Sniper, let me see them buffs, dude. This hero's so bad. Damage increased from 20 to 65 to 25 to 70, so 5 damage buff. Take aim no longer grants True Strike. It did the whole time. I did not know this. I just thought I had a higher chance to headshot. Active self move speed slow increase, so even worse for slowing yourself. Active headshot chance increased to 100%. So basically you guarantee headshots. Cooldown reduced by a lot. Mana cost reduced by a lot. Duration reduced by a lot. This is the right way to do it. So basically completely kneecaps your movement speed. Oh, until you max it out though. Oh, that's not bad then. Oh, that's a big buff. This is a really big buff. Bad early with only 1 point. But it's 100% headshot. Like, if you just get attack speed and you level this up, you can actually just like perma headshot somebody, reducing their attack speed. This looks pretty darn viable. And the fact that it's 100 just makes it really straightforward. You know what you're getting yourself into. You're like guaranteed. If they commit to you, you can perma headshot them. And then later on the movement speed's not that bad. But with that said, if you max out take aim, then and it's not bad, you really don't have to level it up. Like, this doesn't look terrible. Like, you're gonna really neuter your movement speed when you use it with only 1 take aim, but if you like max out like shrapnel and headshot, you can certainly fight sidelines, I feel like. It doesn't look terrible. Because the cooldown's only 20 seconds. Fight to death, fuck it. Turn on take aim and start headshotting them every hit. Doing 40 damage extra a hit. That's not bad. That looks actually really viable. Good for last hitting? Nah. You can use it that way. I guess you can. It's 25 mana, but 25 mana to get 10 to 40 bonus damage. It's not terrible. You're not wrong. Yeah, I guess you're not wrong. The damage is pretty low. Get a last hit and then attack a hero like 2 times. Yeah, I guess it's pretty good. This seems good. I feel like this is a side lane sniper thing, honestly. This just looks good to me. You can still go like the satanic build, of course, because then you turn this on, you get the heal and stuff, but concussive grenade, more knockback, more self knockback. It's basically like a better version of Hurricane Pike. It's really solid. Deals 125 damage. 10 talent, no more cooldown reduction, replaces plus 1 second take aim duration, so you get to shoot for longer, but you're slower. But it seems pretty good. If you just go like Mask of Madness with this, it's really good. There's no way it's not good. I don't see why you don't go Mask of Madness into Satanic or one of the other builds I've done before, like Deso or something. Because you get all this attack speed, you headshot every single time, and you attack quickly for the 3 seconds, so you just like shred people. I feel like. Looking forward to playing that. Alright, Spectre, rework Shard. Causes dispersion. God, how much more do I have? So many things, dude. Causes dispersion to fire Spectral Dagger every 300 damage to absorb in the direction of the last source of damage. I like that better than the current one. It was kind of weird. Can fire a maximum of 1 dagger every 7 seconds and only triggers off player-based damage within 700 range. So you get a dagger, basically. Debuff is now dispellable. That's nice. I like that. And then Shadow Step. Fix being able to target creep hero units. Creep hero units. Okay. Level 10 talent. HP regen replaced with 5 second Spectral Dagger cooldown. Puts it down to 11, so it's not perma anymore. And then the 15 talent is more damage from the dagger up to plus 100. So to make the shard better, if you want to get it. But having shard is a better way to like keep dagger going. But at least now like the dagger just isn't always permanent, more or less. So this is ultimately a nerf to Spectre in terms of like him being able to do random stuff. Spiritbreaker strength reduced, so nerfed. Mana cost of charge has gone up. Scepter no longer grants bonus movement speed. Scepter now pierces spell immunity and reduces cast point to 0.1. Does that mean you can now charge somebody that's BKB'd? Wasn't it like that? Dude, Greater Bash deals more damage to creeps. You're going to farm so fast by charging creep waves now. Which is probably needed, but like you're going to like blow up creep waves late game now. Because you can almost do that currently, but it doing more damage. Because when you charge through people, you Greater Bash them. So like killing creeps is going to be a lot easier. Which is probably why they reduced the strength a little bit. Um, Silver Edge isn't going to make him do more damage. It's based on your movement speed that Greater Bash is dealt, so you can't like crit the damage. But if you increase your movement speed, it does more. Regen talent replace the Bulldog's cooldown. They remove the Bulldog's cooldown, replace it with plus 200 movement speed during Charge of Darkness. That's really good. That's a really good talent. Basically, like every game, you'd probably get that. Or you can get a 10% Greater Bash chance. I don't think I would ever grab that over 200 movement speed during Charge. Because the Bash chance is not that good. If it was Greater Bash damage, then maybe. And then they replace the Bash chance with Bash damage, which is better, generally. Plus 25 Bash damage is a lot. It does 32, so you're like almost doubling the damage that Greater Bash does. Like, if you get to 25 on Spirit Breaker, it's going to be insane now. Whereas before, it was kind of like, oh, you can bash more often, but it's like you don't build that many right clicks, like attack speed items on Spirit Breaker usually. So, like, the bash chance was like not that important usually. But it being the damage talent, and you can get either Charge of Darkness movement speed or bash chance, like his scaling in the late game is so much better now. Oh, the Bulldoze one is 15, not 20. Okay, so you can get Bulldoze talent a lot earlier, basically, than before. Was that the night vision one? No, night vision's at 10 still. Okay. Night vision armor, damage or Bulldoze. Okay. Storm Spirit damage increased by a little bit. Starting mana cost for Ball Lightning is reduced. And 10 talent, static remnant damage, so more damage instead of health. Most people get mana regen, but this will make you farm faster, so in some ways it's also mana regen. Low 15 talent, static remnant damage replaced with 250 health. Okay, so you can make the health decision at 15 if you really want it, or you can get mana regen and health instead of having to make a decision between the two. This could help you a lot more in the mid game. Because the 15 talent sucked before. It was like, do you want to do more static remnant damage or attack speed? It's like both damage. But there isn't like the choice between like survivability and other things, you know? Sven Great Cleave damage rescaled, so a little bit worse early, but a little bit better later. Cast point on Stormhammer's better. Techie's proximity damage reduced to 740. Building damage percentage increased, so it probably does the same damage to buildings, but it does less damage to heroes and creeps. So ultimately, this isn't a big deal against creep waves because you're still going to one-shot them for like the vast majority of the game. But against creep waves in the ultra late game, it's going to be worse. And against heroes, you know, at like level 7 and on, it's going to be way less. Your chances of dying are just less. So ultimately, fine for the game. Not going to be terrible. You just won't be able to kill heroes quite as cheesily with like 2 proxy mines and a stasis kind of a thing. Psyblades, spill range multiplier reduced. Now deals 5% less spill damage to each successive enemy after the first one. Okay. That is going to hurt clearing stacks a lot. It's kind of like playing power shotting, like a 20 stack. You're just going to do less. So you're not going to be able to farm as fast on TA now, which is important because TA was by far like one of the fastest mid farmers. It's like why OG qualified, because they, you know, abuse it well to kill neutral creeps, push side lanes, everything. So you're not going to be able to cleanly kill creeps as fast as TA. Psionic projection channel time increased because this was too good too. The Axe was like insanely good. Increase the duration by half a second. No longer teleports if you're rooted or leashed, so you can't use it to escape cheesy situations either. 10 talent, 100 Psyblade range replaced with 110 psionic trap damage. 15 talent, trap damage replaced with Psyblade range. So you gotta wait till 15 to get the really good range. So it's gonna be harder to like hit 10, have Dragonlance and this, and then just like super outrange towers, or not outrange towers, but be like a ranged hero. So it's gonna be harder to like pressure towers and farm faster. It's just gonna slow TA down as a whole. So definitely just across the board big nerfs. Moderate nerfs that are gonna hurt our place in the meta. TB agility gain reduced. Meta duration reduced. Demon Zeal now applies a basic dispel. He loses HP when he uses it. Almost nobody buys this, but could be good. 10 talent, reflection duration instead of movement speed. Most people I think get evasion, but meta attack range replaced with plus 20 meta duration, which is not terrible for TBs. The range is really good, obviously, when you're sieging, but more time to hit the tower is kind of nice. 68 seconds out of 100. That's like so much closer to perma uptime, so you don't have to play the melee TB as much. So your windows aren't necessarily going to be as short, but you will be more vulnerable. So I like that change. Base mana regen on Tide is up. Gush armor reduction is down. -4 armor level 1 Gush is way too good. Bonus damage rescaled to be worse. Crackhold threshold timer increased from 6 to 7. What does that mean? I think that means that like the damage that you've taken will go away slower as an add up to Kraken Shell. So you could take, 400 damage in 6 seconds, then after that ends, it would have to refresh, but now it's going to last a little longer. So I think it's going to mean Kraken Shell procs a little bit more reliably, is my understanding. Movement speed replaced with more Gush Slow. Mana regen is replaced with minus 100 Kraken Shell threshold. Ooh, that's pretty good, actually. That one's really good. More Kraken Shell procs to debuff. It depends how many dispels they have, or like disables, or stuns. If they have a lot of disables and stuff, I feel like it's better to go this. But Gush Slow is pretty good too. Losing mana regen is going to kind of hurt, but it's alright. You get it here, I guess. You get half a mana regen at start, so it's probably fine. So it kind of became worse anyways. 200 damage replaced with 50% chance to proc Anchor Smash on attacks. Ooh, back like the good old days. That's not bad. 50% chance is good. If you get the shard with this, it's obviously amazing against towers. And the damage is 175 bonus, so it's basically like 175 times 50%, which is what, like 87.5 or something. So instead of a 200 damage challenge, it's like an 87.5, but it's an AoE, so it's pretty good. The only downside is it's going to encourage you. You're going to need attack speed probably. Is that true? It's nice because it helps smooth out the damage a bit more. So attack speed would be a little bit better on Tide, whereas normally you just didn't need it. Now it's like, it'd be kind of nice to have a little bit of attack speed late game. But yeah, carry Tide, a little bit more viable with the Kraken Shell change and stuff like that. And cooldown reduction replaced with Ravage stun duration, which I actually like better because I felt like I always had to get that. Because 20% cooldown on Ravage is so good, but just increasing the stun duration is an easier choice. Do I want the stun duration, or do I want to do more AoE damage? In a lot of cases, I might choose AoE damage. All right, Timber Whirling Death, damage reduced by 20 at all levels. Tree damage scale rescaled. So it just does way less damage for Whirling Death, and the debuff duration is increased a little. Timber Chain damage reduced. Fixed Timber Chain, except for late game, then it's the same. Basically, this is about the same late game too. So basically, Whirling Death and Timber Chain do much less damage at early levels. Fixed Timber Chain cast range being slightly larger than Timber Chain length, causing Timber Chain to sometimes miss, and 20 talent cooldown is changed with plus 3% Charcom Slow. Sure, I'm sure that's good. The other one is 16 strength. Alright, here's Tinker, the guy everybody's been talking about. Laser now splashes 100% of his damage on a 250 AoE. Only the main target gets blinded. Shrink Raid. Shrink Ray bonus cast range reduced, and Shrink Ray max HP reduced as well. So basically, if somebody is spread out, is far away from their team with a laser, it's going to deal more damage. If they are grouped, it's going to deal less. So laser against like grouped units is going to be way worse. But doesn't it bounce with Shrink Ray when you get Ags? I can't remember. If it does, it's still going to do like good AoE damage. It's not shared? Oh, I see what you mean. So if they're grouped up, it just hits everybody. Okay, cool. Alright, so basically laser does AoE now. Oh, that's what it says. It does AoE. Why doesn't it just say laser now splashes its damage in a 250 AoE? That would have been way more direct. Am I wrong? That's confusing. Shrink Ray bonus cast range reduced. Okay, we got that. Defense matrix is now basic skill. Mana cost reduced. Damage absorb reduced. Status resistance reduced. Cast range increased, and cooldown reduced heavily. So you can actually like lane with Tinker now as a support. I saw somebody say that, but yeah, absolutely. 12-second cooldown. Absorbs damage. Status resistance. With that said though, it doesn't do damage. It doesn't do damage. It does damage absorbed, status resistance, cast range. So basically you cast it on an ally right before they get stunned. It'll reduce the stun damage and reduce the stun duration. So could be cool. I don't think you'd want to max it. Yeah, I don't think you want to max it, but like it's okay. I'd like get 1 or 2 maybe. I don't know if I want to max it early though. Rearm mana cost rescaled to be worse early, better later. Keen Conveyance new rearm sub ability. Channel for 4.5 to 3.5 seconds to teleport to a friendly building. Level 2 allows targeting units, and level 3 allows targeting heroes. So basically you don't have to buy BOTs anymore. Level 1 TP building, level 2 targeting units. So before level 12 can't TP to creeps. And level 3 you can target allied heroes, which is crazy good. It's a pretty long duration, but still. 75 mana cost, obviously you rearm this. March of the Machine is now a shard ability. Okay, so missiles are the same. You still got laser. You got defense matrix. So you just can't farm as fast. You just straight up can't farm until you get shard. So they're changing Tinker in a big way. This is a big difference. Like Tinker basically he's no longer alchemist, you know? You have to sit there and hit creeps constantly, but then Tinker never gets played side lanes. And this is actually going to make Tinker viable side lanes. Laser can hit 2 heroes. You're going to missile 2 heroes. You can get defense matrix as well to elongate your laning stage. Looks good. Mana cost is high, and it just always does 30 damage. So it's not quite as good as level 4 March, but level 10 talent, 8% spell amp replaced with +2 laser blind. I'm actually happy about this completely. Like old Tinker, very rarely played, cheesy, sits back and farms, then does a bunch of stuff. Like let him lane for God's sake. He doesn't have to play mid for like fucking 20 years, you know? Change it up. Let's go side lane our Tinkers, guys. It's time. Blind lasts for up to 6.5 seconds, which is really high. 15 talent, so Merchant Machines can't do that. It's now reduced Keen teleport time, which would be down to 3 seconds, basically normal TP. 20, plus 150 damage matrix absorbs. That put it up to 470 damage absorbed, which you can rearm. That's pretty cool. And armor talent gets replaced with 10 spell amp. Okay. There's still so many, dude. They changed so many heroes. Tiny tree throw. Splash increased. Grow attack speed. That means like throwing the tree like guarantee get your last hit. That's a double damage when you throw it. Grow attack speed penalty reduced, so a little bit better later. So it should make like right click tiny builds more viable instead of having to like do Ags or Echo Saber only to do damage. Tree base movement speed increased by 5. Incredible. Nature's Grass duration reduced. I think this is totally fine. Let it be viable at low levels. Or really it's just a nerf. It's just a nerf, but you get movement speed, I guess. Living Armor Heal at 10 instead. Yeah, the 10 talents kind of sucked. And Living Armor Heal replaced with Leech Seed Slow, which ain't bad. That'd put the slow around like what? Doesn't it go up to like 40 or something? So this would put it a little bit higher. I mean, you could use it to get kills. Overall, little baby nerfs. You get movement speed though. Movement speed's gonna be a really good laning stage. And Living Armor Heal at 10 is pretty sick actually. Because even if it's not maxed out, that's a lot of heal to dump into a tower. Kind of. Maybe I'm overestimating it, but Troll Warlord, Whirling Axe's damage range, damage increase, and Battle Trance cooldown goes down. Health replaced with Berserker's Armor, Berserker's Rage Armor. 7 agility replaced with Berserker's Rage movement speed. That would be when you're transformed into melee mode. And this just gives you like way more armor. So basically against like, they're making Troll even better against physical damage carries, without a doubt, without an absolute doubt. Whirling Axe is better for laning stages, already good laner. Lowering Battle Trance cooldown, that's fine. It's kind of a shit ulti usually. But giving him more armor and melee and more movement speed, or more movement speed depending on what you want. If you're up against a physical carry, not only can you apply blind, but you can also give yourself 7 extra armor, which is going to be great against PA type heroes and actually make you a competitive carry there, or Void or whoever else. And if that's not an issue, then you get more movement speed, so you can run people down. This is great changes to the hero, I think. That's going to make him feel a little bit more specific. Tusk Ice Shards. Shard reworked. Enemies within 200 radius of the center of the Ice Shard will suffer 40% slow and take 60 damage per second. Increase the length of the Ice Shard by 300, so it goes farther. But basically, if you nail them with it, they're stuck there longer. Damage slowed. Bonus damage per hero increased. HP regen increased with tag team damage. Ooh, that's a good one. Plus 25. That's very good. Very good for you and others. It's 25 damage talent at level 10. It's very good. I feel like everybody gets that now. That's so good. Space movement speed nerf. Mana nerf on Firestorm. Fiend's Gate rework Scepter. Yeah, the other one was like kind of cool in theory, but no one's gonna buy it. Fiend's Gate, cast within 4,000 range, create a portal next to Underlord, and a portal to the target location. Allies can click on either portal to teleport to the other one after a 2-second channel. Portals are indestructible, last 20 seconds, and can only be cast in locations where wards can be placed. Oh, okay. I was like, okay, so you can't like trap people. Or you can. Okay. So you could basically put it in the fountain. So you could like retreat from the fight, go to heal, then jump back in the portal, go back and forth. It's kind of cool. I like that. It's a cool ags. A lot of money, but obviously a lot of really good potential here. I don't know what the cooldown is, but oh, there it is. Really long 130. Really long cooldown. Oh, sorry, 4,000 range, not global. I'm sorry, you're right. Unless you're team fighting in your fountain because you're bad, then it works. Okay. Level 20 talent. 60 attack speed replaced with 1% more Firestorm burn damage, make you better against single targets. Atrophy or damage reduction at 20 instead of the regen. That's fine. And then 25 talent, allies atrophy aura up to plus 50. That talent's really good, guys. That aura is really good. The atrophy aura one, it's really good. Increases your team's damage a lot. You can't carry as much anymore. Good thing I got to play carry Underlord the other day. Undying Soul Rip, mana cost reduced. So way better to spam early laning stage so you'll be a more viable laner. Flesh Golem movement speed bonus. I didn't know you got movement speed bonus from that. Up to 50. The shard rework. No, I liked it kind of. Now reduces Flesh Golem cooldown by 30 seconds and causes Undying to spawn one zombie on each attack. Okay, that's cool. I liked it with the K. I thought that was a cool addition, but I bought it some games, but it was always like kind of weird MMR games, so it's probably not viable. But lowering the cooldown is great. It's definitely something that Undying kind of desires. But yeah, spawning zombie on each attack. Get the moon shards out, guys. It's time. Buy shard, buy moon shard. Slap them up. And 10, instead of armor, you get decay damage. Oh, great. Core Undying's on the menu, guys. Legitimately on the menu. 50 decay damage means 100 towards creeps, so decay will now do 320 damage to creeps when you use it at level 10. So if you want to play core Undying, like 3-position Undying, it's more viable now. Because you can actually scale better in the late game just spamming decay on creeps. Cool. It's time, guys. Core Undying is finally here. Especially with the shard. Keep your ulti up. Buy attack speed items. Buy drums. Drums Undying with shard, guys. Pop that drum to start slapping people, making zombies. Ursa base strength increased. Urshot cooldown increased massively, so you gotta level it up for it to be value. Shard no longer reduces cooldown by 1. So basically just nerfs to the hero, but all early game stuff. I guess shard as well. Vengeful Spirit, now another swap nail is 50 damage. That was kind of needed. The reason that it was needed is because before, if you want to swap somebody that has a blink dagger, you always have to use Wave of Terror first and then swap. And it's very easy for anybody that's reasonably good to blink away. With that said, though, the fact that it does 50 damage means that it's not going to be able to stop somebody that has a raindrop. If somebody has a raindrop, which I guess it did before, right? If you have a raindrop, it'd block Wave of Terror. But anyways, you can deal damage to break a blink dagger now, which is great. So now if you actually swap somebody, they can't just blink away instantly. And you aren't just limited on your swap. So like late game swaps are going to feel so much better now, without a doubt. So this is a nice change. Nether swap now also causes Vengeful Spirit and the ally she swaps to take less damage for 3 seconds. What? Oh, the allies. Oh, that's really cool. I really like that. Really nice change. So using a defensive swap is so much better now, because you or your allies are going to take less damage. That's really cool. See, that's usually what happens. You swap your guy out of danger, you're going to die too, probably. You could also, like, if you get gone on a fight, swap with one of your allies. You just take less damage for 3 seconds. Even if it's not like big distance, it's like it's still gonna give you guys some damage resistance. I like that a lot. That's a really cool change. Makes playing with your team make a lot more sense. Veno Agi reduced gain and starting damage rescaled for Poison Nova. Okay, it does max health percentage, so now Poison Nova is gonna be a lot better in the game. And Scepter damage rescaled to be same raw numbers but higher percentage basically. So you should buy Ags on Veno if you're against a lot of tanky heroes, because you're going to get an extra 1% max health per damage, and the duration will go up much like it does. Actually, it does not go up, it stays the same. But it's 20 seconds. It's actually pretty sick, guys. This is actually a shitload of damage. It does, at max level, 3.5% max health for 20 seconds. That means you're doing 35 times 2. 70% of their max health is dealt during that duration, not to mention the bonus damage. If you have Ags, it's 4.5, so that's 90% of their max health and damage is dealt in 20 seconds. Very, very good now in later game scenarios, whereas before it just kind of falls off. But now you get an extra 20% off their max HP when it damages. And then attack range replaced with health talent. One of the few. But Veno does kind of need health. Viper poison attack, mana cost decreased. So easier to harass on poison attack. Nethertox max damage reduced, so you can't farm nearly as fast on stacks and stuff, but still. Oh, it's actually a big nerf, actually. Huge nerf to Nethertoxin for Viper. Viper is not going to be able to just blast an entire creep wave. It was kind of busted. You could like throw it on one Nethertoxin and kill like a whole creep wave. Now it does max 50 damage, so you're not just going to be able to get 1 point in this baby and just like clear creep waves and farm fast while getting all the other benefits. It was too good. It was frankly too good. You need 2 points Nethertoxin to do that. Like I could literally just like Nethertoxin a wave and go jungle, and then go Nethertoxin another wave and jungle again, like vice versa. It was like way too good. Level 15 talent plus 100 attack range replaced with 70 Nethertoxin max damage. That's kind of cool. Give you an option. Do you want to farm faster? That kind of thing. Oh, Pyrian wants to chat, guys. Doing patch stream and about to go to hotel in Germany. Otherwise, I would. YouTube. Happy face. Okay. Viper. Alright, so I gotta stop playing Viper now. I gotta find a new mid that's cheesy to make my failings work. Veno ult plus Fatal Bonds. Yeah, you're right. That's a lot of damage. Alright, Visage Grave Chill. Move speed drain reduced. A little bit worse. Soul Assumption gather damage increased, so it's easier to do Soul Assumption. And Familiars, lower cooldown, more armor, better turn rate. So basically fine. You should probably max Soul Assumption when you play Visage, or at least get some points, because this skill is just, it's the best of the 3 skills right now. Grave Chill is still decent, of course, but Soul Assumption is really how you make Visage good. Void Spirit, Aether Remnant, mana cost is less, pull duration is more, Astral Step damage is up, especially late game. And level 10 talent, no more 15 damage, it's replaced with 60 Aether Remnant damage. It's the single target stun. Interesting. Okay. So basically just buffed late game, but he doesn't have 15 damage, so that's going to hurt him a little bit in some of these ganks. Warlock, level 15 talent, 40 DPS, replaced by plus 10 attack speed per second to allies, maximum 70. Ooh, that's cool. I like that a lot. That's really cool. I like that a huge amount. Another way to like buff up your team. Very cool. Travel speed increased for the swarm, now ignores damage block. And this can mean it's going to do a lot more damage against melee heroes, actually, because the attack damage is low, it's only like 24. So if they're getting damage blocked, it's like a huge amount of damage. Like, the swarm is going to do insanely more damage against melee heroes now, guys. You guys are really going to notice it. Because even if they did like minus 300 armor to somebody, if you do 24 damage, they're still going to damage block 16 of it, and then only 8 of that gets amplified by armor. So the swarm is going to do way more damage against melee heroes now. Way more damage. That's probably why it feels so bad as like a squishy range hero to get swarmed, because it actually does good damage to them. And Geminate can now be toggled to disable autocast, so you can basically save it when last hitting until you want to harass a hero, which is good. 10 talent. Armor reduction replaced with strength, so give you better HP. Strength replaced with +2 swarm attacks to kill. It's pretty early, very nice. And 35 damage replaced with Germinate attack damage, which is a lot. Plus 90 on that second hit. And then 20 +3 swarm attacks to kill replaced with more armor reduction. The armor reduction talent is actually a pretty good win rate, I think, but half armor reduction is huge. Like, this is definitely going to be the better talent now. Without a doubt. Because they're just going to do so much more damage to anybody. The attack frequency goes down by a lot. The armor reduced per attack. Like Swarm Talents are going to be sick in terms of farm level and everything. Gale Force, rework Shard. It's good because those bad Chris is going to be sad. Now grants Gale Force. Vector targeted summons a strong wind that pushes all enemies within 1000 AoE by 250 units per second in the target direction for 3 seconds. Within 1000 AoE by 250 units per second in the direction for 3 seconds. Okay. Units can still move, so it's kind of like Enigma Black Hole. It does not interrupt channeling. Just pushes them. Okay, but most importantly, what it's going to do is going to kind of like push people in the same area, so it's going to make it easier to shackle. But also, it's like team fight control. I thought that my phone was ringing. Mana cost 150, cooldown 40. Looks pretty good potentially, yeah. Or you could like shackle a guy, Gale Force away their teammate, that kind of thing. 250 units per second. Like you can think of this as like a 80% slow for 3 seconds. Because if that's the direction, if they're trying to run towards you and you're pushing them the opposite way, like that's pretty sick. 1000 AoE is huge. That could be used in so many cool ways. Level 15 talent, plus 100 attack range replaced with Windrun Undispellable. Okay. I like that. Like, 100 attack range is good, but like being able to make sure that they can't just instantly break Windrun with some item or Yules or whatever else is really nice. Because it makes the hero way too vulnerable against physical damage. So now you can actually rely on Windrun. 25 talent cooldown reduction replaced with Focus Fire kills, advanced cooldown by 20 seconds. All cooldown or just Focus Fire? And why? Basically it just lowers your Focus Fire cooldown by 20 seconds. It's basically like a cooldown reduction just to Focus Fire, which is usually what you want the cooldown for, but obviously the cooldown on like Windrun and the other stuff is really good too, especially Shackle, but makes getting Windrun grants invisibility more viable again though. I haven't grabbed that talent in forever. I guess I haven't hit 25 in a while, but agility gain reduced on Winter Wyvern, attack range bonus decreased, and movement speed slow worse early. Cast range on Winter's Curse is much worse. That's a big deal, 100 to make it harder to land those good ones. Shard cooldown reduction reduced. The percentage heal reduced. There's a lot of nerfs to Winter Wyvern. Damage talent reduced. Cold Embrace heal. Percentage is replaced with a raw number, so it's not going to work nearly as well on really high HP units, so that'll be big. Make it way less cheesy at TI. Health talent replaced with plus 2 second Arctic Burn debuff duration, so it lasts longer. That's pretty good. Pretty good talent. Oh, and the Night Vision replaced with Splinter Blast Radius. Oh, those are good. Those are nice buffs. The 15 buffs are nice. I like them. Health talents is usually what I get, but these are both fun. Like, make your hero feel more viable. You get the Splinter Blast one and still get the Shard. Make your Shard explode. So, good and bad. Like, without levels, obviously you're worse, without a doubt. All of your skills are a little bit weaker. But once you get to like 15, it feels a little bit more fun, but maybe not that much better, but you can't cheese as much with Cold Embrace, so Winter Wyvern's certainly worse. Alright, we're almost done, guys. Witch Doctor, Paralyzing Cast, Creep Damage rescaled to be even higher. So now it is even easier to last hit with this. They did this basically so that you can actually secure like range creeps with Paralyzing Cast is the main reason. But with that said, it doesn't do as much damage later. Oh, I see. So the first one you throw, 75 damage, you should be able to secure range creeps, number one. It doesn't do as much damage later on, but it does more damage for every bounce that it does, and you can level up to get more bounces. Hero damage is also reduced, but again, if you're just bouncing between heroes, it's going to do more and more damage, and you can secure range creeps. So ultimately, pretty decent. Witch Doctor remains like a very, very strong laning hero. Without a doubt, a very strong laning hero. Guess it does less damage at level 1. It does like 90 damage max to one guy, but it's fine. 60 damage replaced with 25% less Voodoo Restoration mana per second. Okay, that's cool. That's a way to like justify actually leveling that skill out early. If you can reduce the mana per second there at level 10. And health replaced with Maledict Radius, and Maledict Radius are replaced with health at 15. Okay, so a little bit harder to get to like the health talent, but once you get there, you're good. Wraith King cooldown increased a lot late game. 10 talent, Wraithfire Blast duration replaced with 20 movement speed. Everybody else lose movement speed, he gets it. Oh, because he lost this one. This movement speed replaced with more Wraithfire Blast on duration. So the stun will stun for 1.8 instead of potentially 1.6. And then 16 strength replaced with 25% cleave. What? Okay. So he's, I mean, you basically you lose movement speed advantage in a big way, because you're not going to get a movement speed talent for free. If you take the movement speed talent, you don't have attack speed as much. You probably take skeletons. Yeah, all of his talents are kind of like broken now. If you get attack speed talent, you get a blink dagger for sure, and you probably get Wraithfire Blast stun duration, so you can do more damage in that little bit of time. Or you can go like attack speed with skeleton attack damage, increase your farm rate. But now your movement speed's bad, so you still kind of need blink a little bit. And then if you don't go Radiance, you can go Cleave Talent at 20 to like accelerate your farm speed, or give you some farm speed, which helps diversify his build. Like you can go like Armlet Deso now, and not feel as bad about skipping Radiance. So that part's kind of good. But yeah, in terms of how he worked conventionally, it's gonna be weaker for sure. The longer cooldown at level 3 is gonna hurt for sure. Too bad for him. All right, and the last one, Zeus Lightning Bolt. Mana cost reduced by a tiny amount. The vision duration increased by a little bit, so you can deward better. Shard active mana cost reduced by 25. Shard active now grants 900 radius unobstructed vision around Zeus for 3 seconds. Wow, that's a huge amount of vision for 3 seconds. So basically you just use it and you see everybody. It's like Night Stalker. Well, 900, actually I'm sorry, 900 is not massive. That's like a little bit more than night vision. But still, it's still pretty solid. Pretty good vision to help spot like where people are angling to kill you. Nimbus duration reduced by 5 seconds, doesn't matter that much. Lightning Bolt interval increased, so it's worse. Bounty increased. I thought they were going to buff this here. What's going on? Straight up made Nimbus worse. Bounty increase, whatever. I'm fine with that. That's fair. It's hard to kill. Lightning Bolt interval, they made that worse. Duration reduced, not a big deal, because usually you just need that first like 8 seconds unless you're pushing a creep wave. 25 talent, spell lifesteal replaced with 325 range AoE Lightning Bolts. Okay. Okay. There it is. There it is. That's what. So you just got to get to 25 and then everything is going to be okay. That's it. Because then you got 2 AoE skills. You got Arc Lightning, which is only going to do like 165 damage or something, but who cares? You're going to have Arc Lightning and you're going to have an AoE Lightning Bolt. So that means you can AoE stun people. This mini stun still there? Yeah, okay. Alright, there it is. So now Zeus has his like win condition. Get to 25 so you have an AoE Lightning Bolt. And then like if they have Illusion Heroes, you just like break everyone's speakers every 6 seconds. Legitimately what's going to happen. Break speakers. Valve is doing economic damage to the world, forcing people to buy new speakers. Alright, cool, that's the patch. I am pleasantly surprised. I saw some negative things on Twitter. People were like, oh, it's really just 2.9D or something. And it's like, yeah, but guys, come on, TI's around the corner. This is so many heroes. They tweaked a lot of heroes, so basically everybody should have something to fuck around with their hero. By all means, like in terms of like overall meta, it's not massively different. There's like a couple items. Silver Edge has a lot of potential. Mage Slayer has a lot of potential. Helm of the Overlord, not really. So like raw item wise, yeah, there's not that many big differences. There's some new neutral items to play with. And most heroes are about the same, but there's some new angles you can play with. Like I'm pretty happy. For somebody that plays a lot of heroes, I think this is a great patch for me personally because there's a lot of new things to try out. Builds, variations on heroes, like there's a lot of changes. Weird nerfs to a couple heroes, yeah, perhaps, but I'm pretty pleased with this. I think it was a nice patch to read. So with that said, I'm gonna run ads on you guys one more time, and then I'm gonna get out of here before I get locked in. And I hope you guys have a great night.